Marshall Peak, Chapter 4687, The Disciple Has Come of Age. Barely a moment later, Yang Kai returned with a bowl of rice and passed it to Zhao Ye. After taking it, Zhao Ye looked up at him. "There's only one. Is it not enough?" Yang Kai frowned. "Big brother Yi Bai has to have some food as well." Zhao Yi Bai hurriedly shook his head. "It's fine. I'm not hungry." Zhao Ye looked pitifully at Yang Kai. "Could you give me one more bowl of rice, master?" "No." Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai left the place. What a stingy man. Zhao Ye was furious, for not only was her master cold-blooded, but he was also stingy. With that said, they finally had some food to eat. At this moment, she was resentful of her master. If she had known this was what would happen, she wouldn't have agreed to become his disciple. It was ridiculous that an adult oppressed two young kids. After a moment of persuading each other to have the food first, the young kids then wolfed down the rice with pleasure. Although they were still hungry after finishing the rice, they had regained some strength at the very least. There were 4 seasons in the Void Continent, and years slowly went by. Since Zhao Ye had an exceptional A+ aptitude, the elders of 7 Stars sect initially had high hopes for her. They believed that given her aptitude, her cultivation journey would be smooth sailing, as it would probably only take her a few years before she made it to the Emperor realm. However, 10 years had passed, and she had only managed to make it to the true element boundary. From the bottom to the top, the martial Tao was divided into tempered body, initial element, Qi transformation, separation and reunion, true element, immortal ascension, transcendent, saint, saint king, origin returning, origin king, Tao source, and emperor realm. There were 13 great realms in total. Although it was considered swift that Zhao Ye had reached the true element boundary in 10 years, she didn't live up to her A+ aptitude. It had to be noted that Miao Fei Ping, who joined 7 Stars sect at around the same time, was now in the transcendent realm, which was 2 great realms ahead of Zhao Ye. When the news was spread, others thought that the ancestor from 7 Stars sect, who lived on Azure Jade Peak, was not a good teacher. Although he was powerful, he didn't know how to nurture his disciple. There was not a lack of such people in this world. While they were adept at cultivating, they didn't know how to teach. Those people felt sorry for Zhao Ye because her aptitude had been wasted after she became the disciple of the wrong master. As for the worker Zhao Yi Bai, who settled down on Azure Jade Peak alongside Zhao Ye, he was forgotten by most people. Only the disciples of 7 Stars sect could see him getting swamped with work every day. 10 years had passed, and the young kids, who were 8 years old in the past, were now young people who turned 18 recently. After working as a worker for 10 years, Zhao Yi Bai had become a rugged young man whose eyes were bright. At the bottom of Azure Jade Peak, Zhao Yi Bai arrived at a river with 2 big buckets and filled them up. Before he could leave, though, he saw a group of people striding towards him. These people were all disciples from 7 Stars sect. One of them was a fine-looking young man who was surrounded by a group of people, as though he was the moon while the others were stars. He was older than Zhao Yi Bai by a few years, and the folding fan in his hand added an aloof, noble air to him as he sauntered over. When Zhao Yi Bai heard the noises and looked up, his face stiffened involuntarily. The group of people reached Zhao Yi Bai and surrounded him. The handsome young man leading the group closed his folding fan and stuck it in the back of his hair before staring calmly at Zhao Yi Bai and asking, "Did you pass Junior Sister the thing I told you to 2 days ago?" Zhao Yi Bai scratched his head. "I did." The young man arched his brow. "Did you personally give it to her?" And Zhao Yi Bai nodded. The agitated young man asked, "What did she say?" Zhao Yi Bai replied, "Nothing." The young man was stunned, then went on asking, "Did she read it?" "Do you want to know the truth?" Zhao Yi Bai asked cautiously. The young man glared at him. "Of course, I want to know the truth." In a straightforward manner, Zhao Yi Bai replied, "She didn't read it. Instead, she tore it apart and told me to ignore you next time." The young man's hopeful expression instantly turned dejected. His face had even turned pale, as though he was badly injured. "Senior Brother Lu," Zhao Yibai called out, "I have to get these buckets of water back to Azure Jade Peak. I'll take my leave now." The young man surnamed Lu came to his senses and said through clenched teeth, "You must have bad-mouthed me in front of Junior Sister Ya. Otherwise, why would she tear the letter apart without even taking a look at it?" When he came across Zhao Ye the last time, she flashed a smile at him. If she wasn't interested in him, why would she put on such a sweet smile? Zhao Yibai quickly waved his hands. In fact, I didn't say anything else, as I just told her that this was given to her by you, Senior Brother Lu. She told me that she had no idea who you were, though, and—" "How dare you still lie to me?" Senior Brother Lu barked while waving his hand. "Beat him up." As swift as lightning, Zhao Yibai crouched down and curled up his figure while protecting his head with his hands, not the face. His movements were so smooth that it was apparent he had done this many, many times before. With each passing day, Zhao Yi grew more beautiful and alluring. As a result, all the male disciples in the sect who had a chance to meet her were stunned by her beauty. Unfortunately, she led a reclusive life on Azure Jade Peak, and she wouldn't come down the mountain unless it was absolutely necessary, which made it impossible for these fellow brothers to have a glance at her beauty. As such, Zhao Yibai, who had to go up and down the mountain every day, became their messenger. In fact, Zhao Yibai had passed a lot of love letters to Zhao Yu over the years, but she would always tear them apart. Initially, those fellow brothers were wary of the ancestor who resided on Azure Jade Peak, so they didn't dare to touch Zhao Yibai. After all, this brat was a worker from Azure Jade Peak, so they had to be respectful of his owner. However, they soon realized that the ancestor really wouldn't care about Zhao Yibai's life or death, so they began acting more unscrupulously. As a result, Zhao Yibai had suffered a lot over the years. Fortunately, the attackers knew their boundaries, as they wouldn't deal a heavy blow to him. Knowing that he was just a mortal who had never cultivated before, they only used a bit of brute force instead of their cultivation. A series of fists and feet landed on Zhao Yibai as the dust rose in the air, and he was soon covered in bruises. "What's going on here?" a person was heard bellowing all of a sudden. The next instant, a burly young man dashed out of the nearby forest and landed with a violent force which crashed into the male disciples around Zhao Yibai and dispersed them. Some of the weaker ones even fell to the ground. Senior Brother Lu widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Miao Fei Ping." The newcomer was none other than Miao Fei Ping, who also came from Seven Stars Town and joined Seven Stars sect alongside Zhao Ya. Now, he was already a transcendent realm master, whose cultivation was far ahead of the others in the same age range. The elders of the sect had high hopes for him and granted him near unlimited resources. Even many senior brothers who were much older were weaker than him. Miao Fei Ping picked up Zhao Yibai and examined him before asking, "Are you all right?" Zhao Yibai put on a grin. "I'm fine. These fellow brothers were just helping me work out a cramp." Miao Fei Ping scoffed. "Since when does working out a cramp lead to being covered in bruises? How are you still in the mood to laugh?" "Am I supposed to cry? Then—" Zhao Yibai pursed his lips. Miao Fei Ping snorted, then turned to look at Senior Brother Lu. "You're a glorious disciple of Seven Stars sect, aren't you? Do you feel proud oppressing a mortal who has never cultivated before with so many people?" Senior Brother Lu and the others wouldn't dare to say anything. Their cultivation was lower than that of Miao Fei Ping, and they were also less important than him, who was a favorite disciple among the elders in the sect, so they wouldn't dare to talk back. If he was offended, they would be beaten up without the chance of getting their revenge, as their masters wouldn't stand up for them. Wastes who oppress the weak but fear the strong. I won't dirty my hands by beating you all up. Although I won't deal with you all, there's someone who definitely will. Upon hearing that, senior brother Lu appeared elated instead of feeling frightened. An annoyed Miao Fei Ping waved his hand impatiently, scram, scram, and so the crowd dispersed in a hurry. After they were gone, Miao Fei Ping turned to look at Zhao Yi Bai and rubbed his forehead. Where should I even begin? I told you not to become a worker on Azure Jade Peak, but you wouldn't listen to me. Is it fun to get beaten up every few days? Zhao Yi Bai just sported a silly smile. Take it. Miao Fei Ping tossed a porcelain bottle at him. Apply it on your bruises. It can help heal them. And Zhao Yi Bai didn't turn him down as he took the porcelain bottle and started using its content. Miao Fei Ping let out a sigh. We were still just kids back then. In order to let little sister you become a disciple of the ancestor, you requested to be a worker on Azure Jade Peak. Many years have passed, and Xiaoyu is now in the true element boundary. Her future will only become brighter. So how much longer can you protect her? 100 years from now, Xiaoyu will remain the same while you'll have become an old man. Do you want her to face an old man every day and cry her eyes out? Zhao Yibai fell silent. Miao Fei Ping patted the other man's shoulder. Short-term pain is better than long-term suffering. Just sleep on it. And Zhao Yibai replied in a small voice. I returned to Seven Stars Town some time ago and met Ani Lu and Grandma Zhou. Miao Fei Ping went on to say. Zhao Yibai looked up. How are my mother and grandma? Miao Fei Ping replied with an odd smile. Don't worry, they're fine. What's strange is that Grandma is getting younger instead of older as the wrinkles on her face have been reduced. Your mother has not gotten younger, but she hasn't changed one bit. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw them. They have never cultivated before, so how do they keep their faces young? What about Uncle Yang? Zhao Yibai inquired. Miao Fei Ping replied, Your Uncle Yang left 2 years ago. Before he left, he told your mother to inform you that you must take care of yourself in 7 Stars Sect. You can always return home if you're unhappy. Uncle Yang is gone. The light in Zhao Yibai's eyes dimmed significantly. He never had a real father before, but Uncle Yang was just like one to him. When he was a young boy, he always hoped that his Uncle Yang would get together with his mother so that he could call him father. However, whenever he voiced such thoughts, he would get a beating from his mother. He had heard from Grandma Zhou that Uncle Yang had several wives, so it wasn't appropriate for him to wander around in the outside world for a long time. He would have to go back sooner or later. Your Uncle Yang also said that he would visit you and Xiaoyu again one day, Miao Fei Ping added. It was then Zhao Yibai put on a smile. Got it. You should go back now. Miao Fei Ping waved his hand. I'll take my leave, then, Zhao Yibai said and picked up the buckets filled with water before dashing towards the peak. The corners of Miao Fei Ping's brow twitched, thinking that even though this brat had never cultivated before, his strength was unusual. After all, an ordinary mortal wouldn't be able to carry 2 giant buckets of water and sprint up a mountain like a rabbit. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4688, Punishment. Zhao Yibai had no idea what was going on with him. As he grew older, he became increasingly stronger. He didn't feel one bit of pressure at all when holding 2 buckets filled with water. He had secretly tried it on a boulder which weighed about 1,000 kilograms, and it was easily lifted by him using only one hand. Therefore, he had no idea where his true limits were. He didn't hide this fact from Zhao Ya. Since they had grown up together, there were no secrets between them. According to Zhao Ya, there were always talented people in the world who were born with abilities that others couldn't possess. Some people even had great innate strength for no apparent reason. Zhao Yibai believed that he was one such person. Moreover, since he settled down on the peak 10 years ago, he had never fallen sick. Although he would always be beaten, he just supposed he had really thick skin and strong flesh. Any bruises or cuts he got would all disappear after a night's sleep. Because of that, Zhao Ye excitedly looked for her master, and told him that Zhao Yibai had an unusual physique. She pleaded with her master to examine Zhao Yibai's aptitude, so that the latter could also become his disciple too. Unfortunately, after an examination, her master still said that Zhao Yibai's aptitude was ordinary, and he didn't have the intention of taking him on as a disciple. It had been 10 years since Zhao Yi started cultivating, so she was no longer a young girl who knew nothing. Knowing fully well that her master was exceptionally powerful and knowledgeable, she felt dejected over his judgment. She had secretly taught Zhao Yi by the secret arts and secret techniques that her master had imparted to her, so that he could cultivate with her, thinking the result of his aptitude would only be clear after he started cultivating. What made her furious was that the obstinate Zhao Yi Bai never tried to cultivate. He said that he couldn't cultivate without the senior's permission. This made Zhao Yi infuriated. The young man dashed up the steps of Azure Jade Peak. While he held 2 huge buckets full of water, they didn't slow him down in the slightest. Instead, he only became faster as his hands were extremely steady. Not even a drop of water spilled out of the buckets. As his speed increased, layers of ripples were formed in the void around Zhao Yi Bai. However, the young man was not aware of these changes. He just loved to run like this, like a fish swimming in the ocean. It felt as though he was about to merge with the world. These 1,008 steps took the young children a whole day to climb as blisters formed on their soles in the past. Nevertheless, Zhao Yibai could now easily reach the top in less than an hour. When he reached the summit of Azure Jade Peak, he saw a beautiful young woman standing there waiting for him. The young woman's beauty was like a breath of fresh air. So it was no wonder that the fellow brothers from Seven Stars sect could never forget about her the moment they laid their eyes on her, and did everything they could to pass love letters to her. Big brother Yibai, Zhao Yi put on a sweet smile. Zhao Yibai stopped in his tracks. While staring at the young woman in front of him, he fell into a dazed state as he recalled what Miao Fei Ping had said to him. Zhao Yi tilted her head. What's wrong? Nothing. Zhao Yibai shook his head. Have you done your homework? Why are you waiting for me here? Zhao Yi extended her hands in an attempt to take the buckets, but Zhao Yibai stepped aside to dodge them. There's no need for that. This is my duty. Senior will chide you if he sees you helping. She pursed her lips and complained. Master is too strict, always saying I can't do this and that. It's so annoying. Zhao Yibai replied with a smile. Senior is doing it for your own good. Humph. Zhao Yi slightly lifted her nose as she caught a whiff of something. As she sniffled, she looked doubtfully at Zhao Yibai. Before she could close in, Zhao Yibai ran off in an awkward manner as he shouted, You should get some rest, Xiao Ya. I'll call you when the meal is ready. All right, Zhao Yi replied as she looked smilingly at his disappearing back. When his figure was out of sight, the smile on Zhao Yi's face faded as her clear eyes burned with fury. That was because she caught a whiff of medicinal fragrance from Zhao Yibai. She then turned around and took a step forward. A few steps later, she was already at the bottom of the mountain. As usual, she arrived at the river. Presently, Miao Fei Ping was seated on a boulder as he was chewing on a stalk of grass he had picked up from somewhere. Upon hearing the rustling, he turned around and put on a helpless smile. You came sooner than I expected. Zhao Yi asked, Who was it? Her voice sounded so cold that it could almost freeze the river. Miao Fei Ping let out a sigh. This happens every time. Aren't you aware of the reason they do this? Those guys that you beat up were all happy being punched. They oppressed Zhao Yibai because they wanted you to stand up for him so that they could see you. They were still pleased even though they were beaten black and blue. Zhao Yi said through clenched teeth, I was too gentle back then. Miao Fei Ping suddenly had a bad feeling. What are you trying to do this time? It has nothing to do with you. Just tell me who they are. Miao Fei Ping shook his head. You can't defeat that guy this time. You're now only in the true element boundary 3rd stage while he's in the 9th stage. He's just one step away from making it to the immortal ascension boundary, so how are you supposed to be a match for him? True element boundary 9th stage. Zhao, you muttered under her breath. All of a sudden, she closed her eyes as her aura rose rapidly. Miao Fei Ping was surprised as he had no idea what she was doing. However, his jaw suddenly dropped in disbelief. He wasn't even aware that the grass he had been chewing on had fallen. That was because he could feel that Zhao Ya's aura, which was stuck in the true element boundary 3rd stage, suddenly began rising and wasn't showing any signs of stopping. When it finally reached the peak, Zhao Ya suddenly achieved a breakthrough as a pressure wave spread out from her body. She was now in the true element boundary 4th stage. That wasn't the end yet. Just a moment later, she made it to the 5th stage, and then the 6th stage. It only took her a short while to break through 3 minor realms. At the sight of this, Miao Fei Ping was flabbergasted as he thought that this was probably the power of a person with A+ aptitude. Achieving a breakthrough was as easy as eating food or drinking water to her. He also had rank A aptitude, and his cultivation increased rapidly over the years, with his progress being far greater than that of his fellow brothers. However, he realized he still wasn't comparable to Zhao Ya at all after witnessing what she had just done. It was the first time he discovered that one could achieve a breakthrough like this. Although the true element boundary 6th stage was still 3 minor realms below the 9th stage, the gap had been significantly shortened. The corners of Miao Fei Ping's face twitched, as it was the first time he felt inferior to anyone. Seeing that Zhao Ya was burning with murderous intent, he stopped stalling and gave her a list of names. Zhao Ya extended her hand and summoned a silver spear before turning to leave. Miao Fei Ping felt his heart pounding against his chest, as he had a feeling that something serious was about to happen. He thus hurriedly contacted his honored master, Guan Qianxing. Less than an hour later, the incident of an attempted murder sent a shock wave across 7 Stars sect. For some reason, a disciple named Lu Yi got into a conflict with Azure Jade Peak's Zhao Ya. They engaged in an intense battle, but surprisingly, Lu Yi, who was 3 minor realms above the other party, was powerless to fight back the whole time. If Elder Guan Qianxing hadn't managed to intervene in time, Lu Yi would have lost his life on the spot. Despite that, Lu Yi was so severely wounded that it would take him 3 to 5 months to recuperate. The battle stunned everyone in 7 Stars sect. There were naturally some fights between the disciples in the same sect over the years, and sometimes disciples were injured, but no one would attempt to kill their fellow brothers or sisters. However, Zhao Ya did just that this time. According to the onlookers, every move Zhao Ya made was filled with murderous intent, as she seemed determined to end Lu Yi's life. Zhao Ya's identity was also unusual, as she was the only disciple of the ancestor who resided on Azure Jade Peak. Although Zhao Ya's progress had disappointed the elders of 7 Stars sect, her identity and status would not change just because of that. If any other disciple had done such a thing, he or she would have been kicked out of the sect, or worse, their cultivation would be crippled. Nevertheless, no one would dare to do that to Zhao Ya. What's more, it was a battle between a true element boundary 6th stage disciple and one in the 9th stage. However, Lu Yi, the supposedly stronger one, was completely powerless to defend himself. It was rare that a weaker cultivator could defeat a stronger one, so it was hard to understand why there was such a huge gap between these two's powers when they fought. Lu Yi was brought back by his honored master, while the elders of 7 Stars sect came together in the middle of the night to look into the matter and come up with a plan to clean up the mess. On the other hand, Zhao Ya stealthily returned to Azure Jade Peak, but as soon as she reached the peak, she saw her honored master standing there, looking impassively at her. Zhao Ya stiffened as she hung her head low and bashfully walked up to Yang Kai. While looking down at her feet, she called out, "Master." When she was younger, she swore that she would cultivate hard so that she could defeat her master one day, and make him have a taste of becoming a worker. However, after spending over 10 years with him, she no longer had such impudent and aggressive thoughts. Her master had treated her very well, and she regarded him to be a teacher as well as a father figure. "You broke through 3 stages?" Yang Kai asked calmly. Zhao Ye nodded cautiously. Upon hearing the reply, Yang Kai sighed. "Given your strength, you could have easily dealt with a true element boundary 9th stage boy, even though you were only in the 3rd stage. You didn't need to achieve a breakthrough." Zhao Ye pursed her lips. "I didn't expect him to be so weak." Yang Kai said, "It's not that he's weak, but that you're strong." Zhao Ye looked up and flashed a bright smile at him. "It's all thanks to honored master's guidance over the years." Just then, Yang Kai turned his head and shouted, "Zhao Yibai, I'm here." Zhao Yibai, who had been hiding somewhere to watch them, ran towards Yang Kai. "What do you need me to do, senior?" Yang Kai extended his hand and grabbed the huge tank full of water from the kitchen before placing it on Zhao Yibai's head. A stunned Zhao Yibai wouldn't dare to move away, as he quickly raised his hands to prop up the water tank. Fortunately, he had unusual strength, so it wasn't a difficult task. The average person would have been pressed into a patty by the weight of the water tank. "Since Zhao Ye broke through 3 minor realms today, you'll stand right here for 3 days. If 1 drop of water is spilled, you will immediately leave the mountain." Instead of feeling resentful, Zhao Yibai was relieved and replied solemnly, "Don't worry, senior. I'll not let a single drop of water spill." Although others didn't know why Zhao Ye, who had A+ aptitude, had progressed so slowly, he was fully aware of it. Zhao Ye had told him that Yang Kai had deliberately suppressed her cultivation. Otherwise, given her peerless aptitude, she would have made it to the Saint Realm already. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4689. A Wild Horse and a Rain. "Why do you always do this, master? It's me who makes mistakes, but you always punish Big Brother Yibai instead." Zhao Ye roared. It was only at times like these that she would talk back. She was normally obedient to Yang Kai. The same thing had happened over and over again since they moved into Azure Jade Peak. Every time she made a mistake, it would be Zhao Yibai who got punished. Initially, he wasn't allowed to have food and sleep, or he would be asked to bring 100 buckets of water back from the bottom of the mountain. Now, he would be required to prop up a heavy object for several days. Although Zhao Yibai was strong, he had never cultivated before. He might not be able to persevere holding up a tank full of water without sleep for 3 days straight, not to mention that not even a single drop of water was allowed to spill over. "Since you're aware of it, don't make mistakes." Yang Kai looked dispassionately at her. "I'm not convinced," Zhao Ye said aggrievedly. "I don't care." Zhao Ye's chest heaved for a moment before she walked up to Zhao Yibai and stood beside him. She then fell on her knees and said angrily, "I'll also get punished then." Without saying a word, Yang Kai turned around and left. He always believed that only by punishing the person Zhao Ye treasured the most would she learn her lessons. Although she appeared to be obedient, she was born with a hint of ruthlessness. It might have something to do with the fact that she was abandoned by her parents when she was a toddler. Since she was a young child, the person she cared most for was Zhao Yibai. Even her master, who had nurtured her for 10 years, was not comparable to Zhao Yibai. This time, her murderous intent had been ignited because she wanted to get revenge for Zhao Yibai. That was the reason she got into an intense battle with Lu Yi. If Guan Qiansheng hadn't stopped her in time, Lu Yi would have been killed. Zhao Ye was destined to be a wild horse, while Zhao Yibai was the rein that had been wrapped around her. When Yang Kai picked Zhao Ye up from that mountain and dropped her off in front of Yulu's door, he hadn't expected her to have such heaven-defying aptitude. In the middle of the night, the growling of a stomach was particularly loud. Zhao Ye, who was kneeling beside Zhao Yibai, landed a slap on her forehead and got to her feet. "Wait a bit, big brother Yibai. I'll get some food for you from the kitchen." "I don't think it's appropriate." Zhao Yibai looked in the direction Yang Kai had left. "I'm still being punished." Zhao Yi snorted. "Master told you to stay here for 3 days and make sure that no water would spill. He didn't say you can't eat or drink. You have never cultivated before. So how could you not have any food or water for 3 days?" Upon finishing her words, she dashed towards the kitchen. Fortunately, Zhao Yibai had already prepared a meal beforehand. After filling a pot with rice and gathering some other dishes, Zhao Yi stood beside Zhao Yibai and fed him with a spoon. If the fellow brothers from Seven Star Sect saw this, they would probably pound their fists against their chests and roar in frustration and dejection. Meanwhile, the young man and young woman exchanged glances with a smile, as no words were needed at this moment. When some rice stuck to the side of Zhao Yibai's mouth, Zhao Yi would pinch it and stuff it into his mouth. Just then, a series of footsteps were heard coming from behind. Zhao Yi turned her head and saw that with Shang Guanji leading the way, the elders of Seven Stars Sect had all arrived at Azure Jade Peak. When she saw a particular elderly man, she couldn't help but snort. Guan Qianxing scratched his nose and put on a helpless smile, thinking that he had supposedly never offended her in any way. He just saved Lu Yi from getting killed by her, but here she was giving him a look of anger. Things would have become really complicated if she had killed Lu Yi. However, from the looks of it, Zhao Ya and Zhao Yibai were being punished. The group of people quickly looked away as though they had never seen them before. They then moved past them in a hurry. They wouldn't dare to talk to her, for they would be the ones who would be embarrassed if Zhao Yi became furious. Upon arriving at a spot in front of the main hall, Shang Guanji bent his back and said, "Greetings, ancestor. Shang Guanji has come with the other elders to visit you." Yang Kai's voice was heard coming from the main hall. "I know what has happened. Regardless of who is in the wrong, all of you should discipline your disciples appropriately. If anyone dares to offend the people from Azure Jade Peak again, I'll personally deal with him, regardless of who he is." Shang Guanji wouldn't dare to object to it as he bent his back again. "Yes, ancestor." They left this place as quickly as when they came while feeling relieved. Although it was Lu Yi who suffered a setback as Zhao Yi harmed her fellow brother, they were worried that the ancestor would be infuriated. It was fortunate that the ancestor only gave them a slight warning. "Although Senior is a little eccentric, he'll still protect you no matter what happens," Zhao Yibai said in a muffled voice while having his food. Zhao Yi fell silent. "You should apologize to him at a later time, and don't always talk back to him because of me. You're his only disciple, so he'll feel sad if you talk back." "All right, I got it." Zhao Yi nodded repeatedly as she wiped the corners of Zhao Yibai's mouth with her sleeve. "I'll get you some more rice." While Zhao Yibai had great strength, he also had a huge appetite. Fortunately, there wasn't a lack of food on Azure Jade Peak. If they were still in Seven Stars Town, their family would have become broke by now. Upon making sure that Zhao Yibai was full, Zhao Yi also had a little food and knelt beside him again to keep him company. As Zhao Yibai gazed at the young woman beside him, he couldn't help but recall what Miao Fei Ping had said to him in the morning. Those words were like a hammer that repeatedly struck his mind. 100 years later, he, who had never cultivated before, would become old and frail while Zhao Yi would remain young and beautiful. What should he do by then? It was said that the more powerful a cultivator was, the longer they could live. He could already envision the sight, after 100 years, of Zhao Yi crying her heart out in front of his grave. He couldn't help but let his thoughts and fears run wild. A long time later, Zhao Yi, who had been leaning against Zhao Yibai's leg, realized that something was off. When she looked up, she saw that his figure was slightly shaking, and his physique seemed to have expanded a little. There was also a suppressed roar coming from his throat. Zhao Yi could faintly feel that there was something in this world that was streaming into Zhao Yibai's body, but regardless of how hard she tried, she was unable to figure out what it was. Layers of ripples started spreading from the place they stood, and as Zhao Yi widened her eyes, Zhao Yibai, who was supposed to be just beside her, seemed to be getting further and further away from her. Before she could say or do anything, Zhao Yibai suddenly vanished into thin air. The water tank that had been propped up on his head abruptly fell. Zhao Yi screamed and clenched the water tank with both hands before gently putting it down on the ground. Following that, she anxiously called out, "Big Brother Yibai! Big Brother Yibai! Where are you?" Right then, she felt a breeze whisking through her. She turned her head, then said in a frightened tone, "Big Brother Yibai disappeared. Master." She was on the brink of breaking into tears. Over the years, she and Zhao Yibai had always relied on one another, and they had never separated before. However, on this night, Zhao Yibai abruptly vanished right in front of her. Meanwhile, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. Although he was already aware that Zhao Yibai had the potential to inherit his legacy when the latter was still in his mother's womb, he hadn't expected Zhao Yibai to be so compatible with the Tao of space. Over the years, he had deliberately suppressed Zhao Yibai's development by not teaching him how to cultivate. He had even turned a blind eye when the disciples at the bottom of the mountain oppressed him. The main reason was that he wanted to find out his true temperament. If Zhao Yibai turned out to be wicked and vengeful, Yang Kai wouldn't teach him the Tao of space, regardless of how talented he was in it. Fortunately, Zhao Yibai had a good mother who always taught him to count his blessings and be kind to others. Regardless of what adversities he faced, he could always remain calm, collected, and positive. Over the past 10 years, Yang Kai had spent a lot of energy secretly improving his physique, which was the reason Zhao Yibai was so physically strong. While Zhao Yibai's foundation was solid now, Yang Kai's tests were about to end as well. However, Yang Kai had never expected such an incident to happen on this night. It wasn't certain what that brat was thinking about, but he had accidentally triggered the space Tao essence in Yang Kai's small universe, which was why he was abruptly drawn into the void crack. This void crack was sandwiched between Yang Kai's small universe and the outside world, so even he didn't have full control over it. "Master, please save Big Brother Yibai. I'll always be obedient to you from now on. Please save Big Brother Yibai." Zhao Yi stared at Yang Kai with teary eyes. She always believed that there was nothing in the world that her master couldn't do, so Zhao Yibai would definitely be safe if he took action. "Stop yelling," Yang Kai chided her while he darted his gaze around the void. The light in his eyes flickered, as he was able to see things that others couldn't. His gaze seemed to have penetrated space and peered into the void crack that was nothing but chaos. A moment later, he suddenly took a step forward and extended his hand into the void. When he retracted his hand, he pulled Zhao Yibai back from the void crack. "Big Brother Yibai." Zhao Yi's face was already covered in tears, and she directly pounced on him and pressed him against the ground before tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. It was as though she was worried that she would lose him forever if she released him. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai appeared dumbfounded. Up until this moment, he still had no idea what had happened. Just now, his mind seemed to have gone blank. Following a moment of discomfort, he fell into a desolate and empty place before appearing back on Azure Jade Peak. In truth, it all just felt like a dream. What just happened? Zhao Yibai asked in shock. The alluring woman in his arms made him feel anxious. It wasn't until this moment that he realized just how much Zhao Yi had grown as a woman. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was staring coldly at them. With his face blushing, Zhao Yibai patted the woman's back. "I'm fine. Zhao Yi, get up now." They were indeed in an indecent posture, and Yang Kai was watching them. After they got to their feet, Zhao Yi was still sobbing as she looked fixedly at Zhao Yibai. She was still reeling from the shock because just now she truly had a feeling that Zhao Yibai would leave her forever. So, what happened just now? Zhao Yibai asked in a small voice. In a choking voice, Zhao Yi intermittently told him about the incident just now. As she spoke, she grabbed the man's arm as she seemed determined to never let him go. Zhao Yibai scratched his head. I felt like I was having a dream. With reddened eyes, Zhao Yi gazed at Yang Kai. Will the same thing happen to Big Brother Yibai again, Master? Yang Kai replied, he'll be fine as long as he doesn't trigger that kind of force again. Many thanks, Senior. I'll be careful in the future. Zhao Yibai nodded seriously. He had no idea what kind of force that was, but he didn't want Zhao Yi to feel anxious for him again. Do you feel there's anything wrong with your physique, Big Brother Yibai? You must tell Master about it. Is there really none? Check on yourself again carefully. Yang Kai flicked his sleeve and left. He seemed to have aged by several hundred years by watching the young couple fawn over each other. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4690, Unusual Talent. You're such a blockhead, Big Brother Yibai. Zhao Yi knelt beside him with fury. While holding the water tank with one hand, Zhao Yibai stroked the woman's head with his other. Without refuting her, he just let out a hollow laugh. Since such a major incident had happened, he was supposedly able to seize the chance and get some rest. However, Zhao Yibai said that since Yang Kai's punishment wasn't over yet, he decided to prop up the water tank again. Left with no choice, Zhao Yi knelt beside him once more, but this time she stuck close to his leg as she wouldn't allow him to leave her again. In the middle of the night, Zhao Yi suddenly heard some snoring coming from the side. When she looked up, she realized that Zhao Yibai had dozed off. Looking at the face she would never get tired of, she put on a sweet smile. For only Zhao Yibai had such an unusual talent. No ordinary person who had never cultivated before could hold up a water tank while being sound asleep. He was probably the only one. Big Brother Yibai is indeed the most amazing. At the break of dawn, Zhao Yibai slowly opened his eyes. For some reason, he furrowed his brow while being hesitant to speak, but he didn't say anything in the end. The next day, he tried his best not to fall asleep, but for some unfathomable reason, he became extremely lethargic when darkness descended upon them. After talking to Zhao Yi a little, he dozed off again. The same thing happened on the third day. When he awakened, he suddenly had a feeling that his body was a little different, but he couldn't point out what the changes were. When he turned his head, he saw Zhao Yi staring at him with a pleasantly surprised look. What's wrong? Zhao Yibai asked in puzzlement. You broke through to the initial element realm, Big Brother Yibai. What do you mean? Zhao Yibai was perplexed, but he soon became shocked. You mean that initial element realm? He had been a worker who did manual work on Azure Jade Peak for the past 10 years, and he had never cultivated before, and no one had taught him how to cultivate. However, he had been staying with Zhao Yi for a long time, so he was naturally aware of the categorization of the different martial Dao realms. The initial element realm was the second great realm. After sensing it for a while, he realized there was indeed a force in his body that had never existed before. The force was passing through his meridians and flesh, which made him feel elated. This is the initial element realm. Zhao Yibai fell into a dazed state. When he was a young child, his dream was to join Seven Stars sect and become a powerful cultivator one day. Nevertheless, 10 years ago, in order to make Zhao Yi agree to become a disciple of Yang Kai without any worries, he practically cut off his own future by requesting to become a worker on Azure Jade Peak. Over the years, when he went down the mountain to get water and saw people about his age who had become successful cultivators, he was naturally envious of them, but he never regretted his decision. He was way past the best age to start cultivating, and as he grew older, he stopped thinking about his childhood dream. He felt more than happy to see Zhao Ye growing up and getting stronger by the day. Hence, he had never expected that he would be able to set off on his journey in the martial Dao one day. Is it because of the incident that took place a few days ago? Zhao Ye asked. No one had taught Zhao Yibai how to cultivate, but he had suddenly made it to the initial element realm. It was obviously not normal. Zhao Yibai shook his head. No. I suppose it has something to do with the fact that I kept falling asleep over the past few days. Zhao Ye, when I fell asleep, there was a voice that never stopped talking to me in my mind. Initially, I thought it was just a dream, so I didn't pay any attention to it. However, the same thing happened day after day. What kind of voice was that? Zhao Ye asked worriedly. I can't describe it clearly. Zhao Yibai shook his head, but I remember everything the person said. He then went on to tell Zhao Ye everything he had heard in his dreams. Upon hearing that, Zhao Ye covered her lips with her hand. It's a very profound and abstruse secret art. A secret art? Zhao Yibai was stunned. How could it be? On the other hand, Zhao Ye was elated. This is wonderful. You don't have to worry about anything anymore. Big brother Yibai. There was a worried look on Zhao Yibai's face. However, as he muttered, Senior has never allowed me to cultivate. If he finds out about it. Zhao Ye placed a finger on her lips and made a shush sound. She then looked around stealthily and said in a small voice, Master will not find out about it if neither of us exposes this secret. He has only treated you as a worker, as he has never taught you how to cultivate before. Now that you've gained such an opportunity, you must treasure it. Have you forgotten about what you said when you were a young kid, Big Brother Yibai? One day, I will become the most powerful cultivator in the world. I will build a big house so that Mother, Zhao Ye, Grandma, Uncle Yang, and I can all live together happily as one family. At that moment, Zhao Yibai was tempted, but he soon shook his head. I can't do this. I must tell Senior about it and see what he has to say. If he allows me to cultivate, I will. If he doesn't allow me, I won't. Moreover, we don't even know whether there's anything wrong with this secret art. If there is a problem, I might become an evil person in the future. Upon finishing his words, he gently put down the water tank and shuffled towards Yang Kai's palace. You're so stubborn, Big Brother Yibai. Zhao Ye stomped her feet on the ground with fury, but she couldn't stop him. A moment later, Zhao Yibai returned with a puzzled look while scratching his head. Presently, Zhao Ye was facing away from him with fury. Unlike a typical lady, she was directly seated on the ground while grabbing some strands of grass and ripping them into pieces. All of a sudden, she turned her head with an incensed look. What did Master say? Zhao Yibai was still scratching his head. Senior chased me out without saying anything. Zhao Ye batted her eyes, then leapt to her feet with ecstasy as her eyes radiated a glow. Since Master said nothing, it means that he's allowed you to cultivate. You can cultivate now. Big Brother Yibai, you can cultivate now. She kept jumping up and down as tears almost leaked from her eyes. Seeing how elated she was, Zhao Yibai also couldn't help grinning. Miao Fei Ping's words made him feel heartbroken. However, since he was able to cultivate now, all his worries blew away with the wind. As long as he worked hard enough so that his cultivation could keep up with Zhao Ye's, he could accompany her for a very long time. Your smile looks silly, Big Brother Yibai. Zhao Ye wiped the tears from her eyes as she joked. All of a sudden, Zhao Yibai asked, Zhao Ye, do you think it's possible that it was Senior who passed on the secret art to me? Zhao Ye became startled and fell into her thoughts. Given how abstruse the secret art was, a commoner like Zhao Yibai, who had never cultivated before, shouldn't be able to comprehend it. In the entire Seven Stars sect, perhaps only her master was able to teach a secret art to someone in his dreams. However, would her cold-blooded, petty, and stingy master really do such a thing? Zhao Ye wasn't sure about it. After all, Zhao Yibai had been a worker here for 10 years, and her master never went back on his word, as he had never taught him anything. Nevertheless, when Zhao Yibai informed her master about it, the latter directly chased him out without saying anything, which went to show that there was something off about it. In that case, you'll be my senior brother, since you're also a disciple of master, Zhao Yi said with joy. With a helpless smile, Zhao Yibai shook his head. My aptitude is too weak, so I have no right to be senior's disciple. He supposed that was the reason Yang Kai made use of his dreams instead of personally passing on the secret art to him. He then bent his back and bowed towards Yang Kai's palace and said, "Don't worry, senior. I'll cultivate hard so that I won't disappoint you." Zhao Yibai's aptitude was indeed weak. It took Zhao Yi 10 years to make it to the true element boundary because Yang Kai had deliberately suppressed her cultivation. However, since Zhao Yibai obtained the secret art that came as a surprise, he went on to cultivate hard for the next 3 years, but only managed to make it to the initial element realm 9th stage. He couldn't even break through to the next great realm. It seemed very accurate that his aptitude was revealed to be C in the past. His talent was among the worst in the entire 7 Stars sect. With that said, Zhao Yibai was pleased with his progress. That was because he had embarked on the martial Tao, which was unlike in the past. As for how far he could go, it would depend on how much effort he was willing to put in. "What's wrong, Master?" Zhao Yi, whose white dress made her look pure and refreshing, stepped into the main hall. She then respectfully looked at her honored master, who was seated with his legs crossed. Yang Kai opened his eyes. "You've reached the true element boundary 9th stage." Zhao Yi replied, "I achieved a breakthrough 2 days ago." Yang Kai nodded. "I've suppressed your cultivation over the years so that you'll not achieve breakthroughs too quickly. You and Miao Fei Ping joined the sect at the same time, but he's now in the Saint Realm. Do you ever have any complaints about it?" Zhao Yi shook her head. "Honored master must have a good reason for doing this. It's thanks to your careful nurturing that this disciple has such achievements. Why would I have any complaints instead of feeling grateful?" "I'm glad that's how you feel." Yang Kai nodded gently. "One day, you'll understand why I've done such a thing. However, your aptitude is indeed extraordinary, so a prolonged suppression will harm your foundation. Since you've made it to the true element boundary 9th stage, you should get ready to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. I'll start cultivating in seclusion." Then, Zhao Yi replied respectfully. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't want you to cultivate in seclusion. Instead, I want you to go out and experience the outside world. You've stayed on Azure Jade Peak for 13 years, so don't you want to see what's out there? I remember that you were only 8 years old when you became my disciple. I'm not interested in the outside world. Wherever Zhao Yibai was, that would be her home. It will only benefit you by venturing into the outside world to broaden your horizons." Yang Kai spoke in an unquestionable tone. "Yes," Zhao Yi replied. "Can Big Brother Yibai come with me?" "Do as you please." It was only then that Zhao Yi put on a smile. "Many thanks, master." She then turned around and dashed out of the hall, her steps as light as the wind, venturing into the outside world. Zhao Yibai widened his eyes as he appeared pleasantly surprised. Zhao Yi nodded repeatedly. "Master told me to experience the outside world to prepare for my breakthrough to the immortal ascension boundary. He has agreed to let me go with you." Zhao Yibai couldn't believe it. "Yes." Zhao Yibai suddenly had a feeling that pie had fallen from the sky into his lap. It had been 13 years since he settled down on Azure Jade Peak, and he had never set foot outside of 7 Stars sect since then. Now that he was allowed to leave, he still found it hard to believe. "Give me a moment. I have to prepare some presents for Mother and Grandma. Oh, let's not forget about Uncle Yang." Upon finishing his words, Zhao Yibai bolted into his room to get prepared. "Presents!" Zhao Yi darted her gaze around. All of a sudden, She recalled that when Miao Fei Ping looked for her, and Zhao Yibai previously, he said that there was a spirit fruit tree on the Spirit Peak where his master guan, Qian Xing, resided. It would take the spirit fruit tree 10 years to blossom, 10 years to bear fruits, then another 10 years before the fruits matured. The fruits could help cultivators improve their cultivation. As for the ordinary people, the fruits could help prolong their lives. The fruits should have matured by now. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4691, Spirit Fruits. A young man and woman were standing alongside one another at the entrance of Seven Stars Town. As they gazed at the streets that were filled with people, they fell into a dazed state. It had been 13 years since they left this place, and in that time the town had transformed beyond recognition. The town had gotten much bigger, and it was now bustling with noise. Seven Stars Town was built to be a satellite town of Seven Stars Sect. In the past, Seven Stars Sect was just an average second-class sect, and while it was pretty famous in the surrounding 1,000-kilometer radius, it was basically insignificant beyond that territory. However, after the disciple recruitment where the appearance of the ancestor sent a shockwave across the entire world, Seven Stars Sect directly became one of the first-class sects in the Void Continent. Since the sect was famous now, it could attract more people. As a result, Seven Stars Town became more prosperous. The young man took a deep breath as he felt somewhat nervous. Although he had asked Miao Fei Ping, who would go down the mountain from time to time, to send some letters to his mother and grandma, and he was aware that they were fine, he hadn't personally seen it for himself yet. He was still a young boy when he left home, but he was now an adult who had set off on his journey in the martial Dao. He wondered if his mother and grandma would still recognize him. Big brother Yi Bai, Zhao, you seemed able to detect a change in his emotions as she leaned close to him and took his hand. Let's go. Zhao Yibai took a deep breath and shuffled forward alongside Zhao Ye. Soon, they stopped in their tracks in front of a shop. Although it was a small place, it was quite bustling. The small number of tables inside the shop were all occupied, and even the tables set up outside were filled. On top of that, many people were waiting in line. It's this place, right? Zhao Ye looked around, as she was uncertain. She remembered that when they were kids, Uncle Yang would set up his stall here every day. When they were pursued by Miao Fei Ping and other kids, they would sneak under Uncle Yang's cart and wait until their pursuers were gone before they would dare to come out. After that, Uncle Yang would give them each a sweet rice dumpling, which was the best food in the world to them. Now, the cart was nowhere to be seen as it was replaced by this shop. It's this place. Zhao Yibai closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. Although 13 years had passed, he would never forget the familiar smell of the soup and sweet rice dumplings. According to Miao Fei Ping, his mother and grandma had saved some money and bought a shop to sell sweet rice dumplings. Their business was apparently booming. When he opened his eyes again, Zhao Yibai saw two women who were busy at work. One of the women was facing away from them as she was roasting the sweet rice dumplings on a charcoal fire, while the other woman was cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks left behind by the customers. As though sensing something, the woman, who was cleaning up the dishes, looked up at the door. As their gazes met, Zhao Yibai's eyes reddened while he covered his mouth so that he wouldn't burst into tears. The woman was startled for a moment. Then her expression was transformed by disbelief. She put down the bowls and walked out of the shop with a shaking figure before extending her hands. Xiao Bai. The woman caressed Zhao Yibai's face as she thought she was dreaming. Mother! Zhao Yibai sniffled. I'm back. Grandma, who was busy inside the shop, turned her head and saw the woman hugging Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye, all of them crying tears of joy. Since Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye were back, they decided to close the shop early. This disappointed the customers who had been lining up to get their hands on the sweet rice dumplings. However, the people in town knew that the proprietor's children were disciples of Seven Stars Sect, and their master was the ancestor of the aforementioned sect. Hence, even though they were disappointed, they wouldn't dare to voice their complaints. When darkness descended upon them, Grandma Zhou and Yu Lu prepared a lot of dishes to celebrate, most of which were wolfed down by Xiao Yibai's mother. When Miao Fei Ping said that you haven't changed one bit over the years, I didn't really believe him. But now it seems he was telling the truth. While stuffing food into his mouth, Xiao Yibai stared at his mother in amazement. 13 years had passed, but his mother still looked exactly the same as how he remembered her to be. It was as though she hadn't aged a day. Yu Lu touched her face and shot her son a glance. I haven't changed one bit. I look much older now. That's not true, Auntie Lu. Zhao Yi shook her head on the side. I remember that you looked exactly like this when I was a little girl. If we go out together now, no one will believe that we're mother and daughter. They'll naturally think that we're sisters. Stop flattering me, you little ones. Yu Lu hung her head low and chuckled. She knew that her beauty might attract some unsolicited attention. Therefore, after she sent Zhao Yibai and Zhao Yu away to 7 Stars sect in the past, she always covered her face with a veil when helping Grandma out at the stall. She wouldn't dare to reveal her countenance in public. Despite that, she still attracted the attention of some licentious men who passed by. However, anyone who dared to insult or profane her would suffer from all sorts of tragedies before they even stepped out of 7 Stars town. Moreover, these were not isolated cases. Once word got out, no one had the guts to say anything impolite to her again. It wasn't until some time later that she found out her daughter had the luck to become a disciple of the ancestor of 7 Stars sect. Yu Lu believed that it was the reason the people from 7 Stars sect protected her in secret. Those unlucky men must have been taught a lesson by the senior experts from the sect. That was the reason she finally had the courage to reveal her face. All you care about is your mother. Have you forgotten about me? Grandma Zhou seemed displeased. Zhao Yibai hurriedly said, That's not true, Grandma. Compared to my mother, your transformation is simply shocking. Zhao Yi kept nodding on the side. You've gotten younger by at least 40 years, Grandma. When they left home in the past, Grandma Zhou was old and frail. 13 years had passed, but Grandma had gotten younger instead of getting older. Her gray hair had turned black, and she no longer had a hunchback. Although she was already over 100 years old, those who were not aware of her real age might think that she was a woman in her 50s or 60s. Grandma, what have you and my mother been eating over the years? Zhao Yibai asked curiously. As one's cultivation increased, they might be able to reverse their aging and remain young for the rest of their life. Nevertheless, Zhao Yibai's mother and Grandma were obviously mortals who had never cultivated before. The fact that one of them hadn't changed one bit and the other had gotten younger was beyond his ability to understand. Grandma burst into laughter. What else would we eat other than some simple food? Your mother, and I have no idea what's going on either. Rumors have been going around that our sweet rice dumplings make us stay young. That's the reason business is going so well. Does it have something to do with the sweet rice dumplings? Zhao Yibai fell into his thoughts. Grandma picked up some food and refilled Zhao Yibai's bowl. Of course, it has nothing to do with the sweet rice dumplings. They're made from ordinary rice. Why would they be able to keep us young? Zhao Yi giggled. I don't know whether the sweet rice dumplings can keep you young, but I have some fruits that can definitely help prolong your lives. Upon finishing her words, she fished out 8 spirit fruits from her space ring. 4 of them were given to her mother, and the remaining 4 were given to Grandma Zhou. These fruits are beautiful. Yu Lu stared fixedly at the spirit fruits, whose skin was translucent while rays of light could be seen swirling inside them. Moreover, the fruits exuded an exotic scent that made them seem very appetizing. Grandma Zhou asked, Where did you get these from? They must be expensive. They grew on a tree on the mountain. I picked them. They're not valuable at all. Hurry up and eat them. Anilu, Grandma, the fruits are beneficial to you. In the meantime, on Constellation Peak of 7 Stars Sect, Miao Fei Ping was all battered and bruised. This spirit peak was where the elder Guan Qianxing resided. While running for his life, Miao Fei Ping begged for mercy in a loud voice. "Forgive me, Master. Please stop hitting me. You're killing me." Despite his agility, he was unable to shake off his master. Guan Qianxing was holding a rod, while sticking close to Miao Fei Ping like a shadow. As he repeatedly struck his disciple with loud thuds, he bellowed, "You unfilial brat! Do you know how hard it was for me to nurture that fruit tree? It took 10 years to blossom, 10 years to bear fruits, and another 10 years before the fruits matured. There were only 18 fruits in total, but that little girl directly snatched 12 of them. Do you know the pain I feel? My heart bleeds just thinking about it." While covering his head, Miao Fei Ping refuted, "Since you're aware that it was Zhaoye who picked the fruits, you should beat her up instead of me." Guan Qianxing snapped. "Beat her up? Would I even dare to? Moreover, Zhaoye rarely steps out of Azure Jade Peak. If you hadn't exposed it to her, she wouldn't have found out there are such fruits in my place. Of course, I have to beat you up for this." Miao Fei Ping was lost for words. Since he was unable to flee, he decided to turn around and fall on his knees. While gazing at Guan Qianxing with a pitiful face, he cried out, "Master, the fruits are indeed precious, but I'm your one and only legacy disciple. Should I not be even more valuable? You'll get new fruits after another 30 years, but if you kill me, where are you going to look for a new disciple with such exceptional aptitude?" With the rod raised, Guan Qianxing fell silent for a moment. Miao Fei Ping placed his index fingers on the corners of his mouth and pushed up, forcing a smile that was uglier than if he was crying. "Don't you think I'm right, Master?" "Nonsense!" Guan Qianxing struck him again with the rod. "The fruits are really gone, and it's not like you'll die after a few hits. Right now, I must vent my anger." Miao Fei Ping hurriedly got to his feet and dashed out of the mountain. While running away, he yelled, "Sect Master, save me!" Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye went on to stay in 7 Stars Town for a month. Rather than talking about the suffering he endured on the mountain, Zhao Yibai only told his mother about the interesting things he had witnessed. He also said that he could now cultivate, so he would definitely become a powerful cultivator one day. Yu Lu attentively listened to him while staring at her children fondly. She had never expected that, as a widow, she would be able to see her children growing into fine adults. As she reminisced, she couldn't help recalling the stormy night some 20 years ago. Time flew by so quickly, and everything seemed to have just happened the day before. After a month, Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye were ready to leave. Their mission was to experience the outside world, so although they were reluctant, they couldn't stay in 7 Stars Town forever. At the entrance of the town, Yu Lu and Grandma saw them off while giving them a lot of reminders. "Come with me, Xiao Ye." Yu Lu suddenly beckoned to Zhao Ye and walked to the side. Upon getting close to her, Zhao Ye asked, "What's wrong, Ani Lu?" Yu Lu fished out a handkerchief which contained something from her sleeve and passed it to her. "I've eaten 2 of the fruits you've given to me and saved the remaining 2. If you're able to meet your Uncle Yang on your trip this time, pass the fruits to him. If you can't see him, you should just eat the fruits yourself." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4692, Green Mountain Town. Zhao, you pushed the fruits back to her. "Ani Lu, I've already saved some fruits for Uncle Yang." She had picked 12 fruits from Constellation Peak. 8 of them were given to Yu Lu and Grandma Zhao. The remaining 4 inside her space ring were reserved for Uncle Yang. While you've saved some for him, these fruits are given to him by me. They're different, Yu Lu insisted. After giving it a thought, Zhao Ye took the 2 spirit fruits. Following a giggle, she asked, "Ani Lu, Why don't you come with us to look for Uncle Yang? Yu Lu extended her hand and poked the young woman's forehead. What nonsense are you talking about, silly girl? While you two can go over, what reason do I have to look for him? If we really come across Uncle Yang, isn't there something you want to tell him? Zhao Ye asked. Yu Lu hung her head low and pondered on it before shaking her head. The young man and young woman finally set off on their journey, even after they walked for a long time. Once they turned their heads, they could still see two figures staring in their direction from the entrance of the town. Xiao Ye, what did my mother tell you just now? Zhao Yibai asked. Zhao Ye replied, Ani Lu saved 2 fruits and told me to pass them to Uncle Yang. Zhao Yibai burst into laughter. Grandma also saved 2 fruits and told me to pass them to him. I wonder how Uncle Yang is doing now. Zhao Ye looked into the distance. Before Uncle Yang departed, he had left behind an address. However, both of them had never heard of the place before. They wondered if they could meet him again during their adventure. Xiao Ye, there's something I've always been curious about. Zhao Yibai appeared puzzled as he suddenly thought of something. What is it? Zhao Ye turned to look at him. Zhao Yibai asked, Do you know what Senior's name is? We have stayed on the mountain for 13 years, but I never found out his name. Zhao Ye shook her head. I have no idea either. And Master has never mentioned it. When the sect master and elders visited him, they always called him Ancestor. No one has ever called him by his name. Zhao Yibai said, I've asked Miao Fei Ping about it before. Although he isn't clear about it, he heard Elder Guan mention that the surname of Senior is Yang. He shares the same surname as Uncle Yang. Zhao Ye was surprised. Zhao Yibai put on a grin. They don't just share the same surname. Have you ever realized that just by looking at their backs, Senior and Uncle Yang are very similar? Zhao Ye pursed her lips, but Master is not comparable to Uncle Yang at all. One of the men took good care of them, as though they were his children, while the other man had a distorted personality and would punish Zhao Yibai as he pleased. There was no comparison at all. Time passed by, and the pair's horizons were truly broadened as they traveled. They encountered many different people and witnessed lots of interesting incidents along the way. However, since they had lived on the mountain for a long time, they knew little about human nature, and it was expected that they would suffer a setback from time to time. During their journey, they had helped the weak and taught bad guys a lesson. There were almost times when they were plotted against and harmed. Zhao Ye's beauty would also frequently attract unsolicited trouble to them. There was one time when they were drugged in a bandit's inn and almost passed out. Upon realizing that something was off, Zhao Ye made a decisive move by killing everyone in the inn. As a result, she became unconscious for 3 days before she awakened. They started growing up as they gained more experience. It was then they found out the people in the outside world were not as amiable as Uncle Yang and the seniors on the mountain. They had learned to be careful of the greed and trickery of other people. Half a year later, they finally arrived at Green Mountain Town. The reason they'd come to this place was that before Uncle Yang left Seven Stars Town in the past, the address he had left behind was in Green Mountain Town. It seemed that his home was in Green Mountain Town. The town wasn't big, but there were some cultivators moving around. That was because Spirit Sea Temple was located just a few 100 kilometers away from this place. Spirit Sea Temple was considered a first-class sect in the Void Continent, while the Temple Master was a powerful second-order Emperor Realm Master. There were also 2 elders in the first-order Emperor Realm. Upon entering Green Mountain Town, the pair found an inn and settled down. After that, Zhao Yibai excitedly looked for the innkeeper and asked about the whereabouts of Yang Kai, but his efforts were to no avail. Although he was disappointed, he reckoned that they would find Uncle Yang sooner or later, since they were in Green Mountain Town. After a night's rest, they started moving around the town and making inquiries. Restaurants where people from all walks of life would come together were places they would never miss. A few days later, They still hadn't found any useful information, as the people in Green Mountain Town had never heard of Yang Kai before. Zhao Yibai thought of looking into the matter by asking about sweet rice dumplings instead. After all, Uncle Yang had learned how to make sweet rice dumplings from Grandma Zhou and had been selling them in Seven Stars Town for years. If he had really returned to Green Mountain Town, he would probably sell sweet rice dumplings again to provide for his family. By following this trail, Zhao Yibai really found out something useful. He then excitedly returned to the inn and pushed the door open. "Xiaoya, I know where Uncle Yang is." "Have you found him?" Zhao Ye asked with a pleasantly surprised look. "More or less," Zhao Yibai replied with a smile. "Someone told me that there's a man who lives in a place about 30 kilometers away from Green Mountain Town. He will come to the town to sell sweet rice dumplings every few days." The appearance and age of that person described to me matched those of Uncle Yang. "Should we go now?" Zhao Ye gazed at him. Zhao Yibai nodded repeatedly. It had been 13 years since he last met his Uncle Yang, and he couldn't wait any longer as he was eager to reunite with him. They then paid their fees and left the inn before heading in a particular direction. Zhao Ye was now in the true element boundary 9th stage. On the other hand, after half a year of adventure, Zhao Yibai had achieved a breakthrough to the Qi transformation realm. It only took them an hour to move across 30 kilometers. The pair came to a place that looked like a village where dozens of families lived by the mountains and rivers. At the entrance of the village was a huge manor, which obviously belonged to a wealthy family. Since it was dinner time, smoke could be seen billowing from every family's home. As soon as Zhao Yibai entered the village, he sniffled and became excited. "It's the smell of sweet rice dumplings. Uncle Yang must be here." Zhao Ye nodded repeatedly. Following the trail of the smell, they arrived at a house. Unable to wait any longer, Zhao Yibai shouted, "Uncle Yang! Uncle Yang!" Upon hearing that, a man in his prime age stepped out of the kitchen and gazed at them in shock. "Who are you looking for?" Zhao Yibai took a step forward and saluted him. "Mister, does Yang Kai live in this place?" In response, the man shook his head. "I've never heard of this person before." Zhao Yibai was stunned. "Who made these sweet rice dumplings then?" "Are you here to buy sweet rice dumplings?" "I made them." The man put on a sincere smile. It was then Zhao Yibai examined the man and realized that the latter's figure and age were indeed similar to those of Uncle Yang. "Since you love to eat sweet rice dumplings, I'll give some of them to you." Upon finishing his words, the man returned to the kitchen. When he reappeared, there were some sweet rice dumplings in his hands as he passed them to Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai instinctively took them, but he went on to ask, "Mister, have you really not heard of Yang Kai before?" The man shook his head. "There's no one in the village with the surname Yang. If you don't believe me, you can ask the village chief about it. His child is a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, and he's quite knowledgeable. He knows things that commoners like us don't." As he spoke, he pointed in the direction where the manor was located. Zhao Yibai turned his head to take a glance before nodding. "Thanks for the information, mister." They didn't take the food for free as they passed the man some money before leaving. Following that, they arrived at the manor that was in stark contrast to other buildings in the village. The manor was huge and could not have been owned by an average businessman. However, since a family member here was a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, it wasn't so surprising. The pair then knocked on the door and waited for a long time before it was opened. A middle-aged man in extravagant clothes stuck out his head, and his eyes brightened the moment he saw Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye. He especially couldn't move his eyes away from Zhao Ye, even though she had covered her alluring face with a veil to not draw unwanted attention. Her demeanor alone was attractive enough to do so. "Who are you looking for?" the man asked. Although he was an ordinary person who had never cultivated before, he had a family member who was a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple. Since he had come into contact with cultivators before, he wasn't diffident. when facing the people in front of him now. Mister, it's said that you're knowledgeable, so I'd like to ask you about the whereabouts of a person. The man replied with a smile, I wouldn't dare to say I'm knowledgeable, but I do know a little more than most people. Who is it that you want to know about? It was then Zhao Yi Bai brought up the name Yang Kai. After giving it a thought with a frown, the man shook his head. I've never heard of this person before. Zhao Yi Bai said anxiously, That's impossible. The man burst into laughter. I've really never heard of him before. I'm familiar with the dozen villages in a radius of 100 kilometers around Green Mountain Town. I definitely remember if there was such a person. How could this be? Zhao Yi Bai appeared dejected. Before Yang Kai departed, the address he had left behind was in Green Mountain Town. Are you from Spirit Sea Temple? The man asked. Zhao Yi shook her head. No, we're from somewhere else. You're not from Spirit Sea Temple? The man frowned. He initially thought that they were disciples of Spirit Sea Temple, but it turned out that he was mistaken. Zhao Yi Bai relentlessly said, Mister, please give it one more thought. Uncle Yang. I said I don't know him. Who cares what his name is? The man was initially friendly, but upon realizing that they were not from Spirit Sea Temple, he instantly became impatient. After saying what he wanted, he shut the door with a loud slam and almost smacked Zhao Yi Bai's nose. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Zhao Yi's eyes. But as she recalled that the man was just an ordinary mortal, she clenched her teeth and held it in. Let's go. Big brother Yi Bai. Uncle Yang isn't here. Zhao Yi gently pulled Zhao Yi Bai's arm. Zhao Yi Bai appeared dispirited as his hope had turned into disappointment. He couldn't accept the truth. On the way back to Green Mountain Town, when Zhao Yi saw that Zhao Yi Bai remained sullen and silent, she couldn't help but placate him by saying, since the address left behind by Uncle Yang was in Green Mountain Town, he must be here. We just have to keep looking for him. I'm sure we'll find him sooner or later. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4693. Zhao Yi is wounded. N. Zhao Yi Bai nodded while looking listless. To him, Uncle Yang was as important as his mother. Both of them were his family members. Since he and Zhao Yi had started cultivating, they were no longer the same little kids they were in the past. It was expected that he wanted to let Uncle Yang enjoy a better life since he was a grown man and a cultivator now. All of a sudden, Zhao Yi took his hand. When Zhao Yi Bai turned his head, he saw Zhao Yi looking around with a serious expression. They were in the middle of nowhere, where the grass was tall and the tree leaves swayed with the wind. What's wrong? He asked in puzzlement. There's a smell of blood. Zhao Yi furrowed her brows. The next moment, her expression changed drastically as she shouted, Watch out! As soon as she finished speaking, a gentle force exuded from her palm and sent Zhao Yi Bai flying away. The next instant, a figure abruptly appeared as a sword light slashed across the place where Zhao Yi Bai was initially standing. If Zhao Yi hadn't pushed him away in time, he would have been dead by now. Zhao Yi Bai fell to the ground and rolled away. When he got to his feet, he saw that Zhao Yi had gotten into an intense battle with the attacker. The person was holding a sword as he rained fatal attacks down on Zhao Yi. On the other hand, Zhao Yi wielded her silver spear as she tried her best to counterattack, but she still fell into a disadvantage. An immortal Ascension Boundary Master, Zhao Yi Bai exclaimed. He was fully aware of Zhao Yi's capabilities as she was now in the True Element Boundary 9th stage. Moreover, she had been trained by her master for years, and coupled with her exceptional aptitude, she was able to fight against people above her realm. However, since the enemy that came out of nowhere could suppress her, there was no doubt that he was in the Immortal Ascension Boundary. Furthermore, he must be in the Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage at the very least. Otherwise, he couldn't have suppressed Zhao Yi. Meanwhile, Zhao Yibai noticed that their attacker was injured, as his chest was covered in blood. He still seemed to be bleeding, and it was the smell of blood that Zhao Ye had detected just now. "How dare two young brats like you come to provoke me? You won't leave this place alive." The man roared through clenched teeth while launching his attacks. Zhao Ye was forced to retreat again, and it was clear she was having difficulty persevering. The huge gap between their realms couldn't be made up for by aptitude alone. Zhao Yibai stood anxious at the side. He had only made it to the Qi transformation realm recently, so even though he wanted to help out, there was nothing he could do. If he made a rash move now, he would just become a burden to Zhao Yu instead. However, upon hearing the person's words, he soon realized a problem. "Senior, please stop. We only passed by this place by chance. Are you perhaps mistaking us for someone else?" This man was obviously pursued by some powerful enemies, which was why he was hiding in this place to recuperate. Unfortunately, Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye happened to arrive at this place. It would have been all good if they hadn't discovered anything. Nevertheless, the moment Zhao Ye pointed out that there was a smell of blood, this man could no longer keep hiding, which was why he appeared and attacked them. As expected, the man frowned upon hearing that while his attacks slowed down. Zhao Ye, who had been at a disadvantage, was slightly relieved, but the next instant, she saw the person charging towards Zhao Yibai. This man was severely wounded, and seeing that he couldn't defeat Zhao Ye in a short time, he decided to target the weaker, Zhao Yibai, in an attempt to hold him captive and gain control of the situation. He only slowed down his attacks earlier to get Zhao Ye to lower her guard. The cold light of the sword filled Zhao Yibai's vision, and a powerful divine sense bound him to the ground, rendering him immobile. "Die!" Zhao Ye bellowed as her silver spear suddenly radiated a dazzling glow. All her strength was infused into this spear. The power of the attack far exceeded what could be achieved by the average true element boundary cultivator, and sent a chill down the spine of the attacker, making it feel as if his soul was about to leave his body. Unable to keep charging towards Zhao Yibai, the man turned around and pushed out his sword. Blood was seen spurting into the air as the person's figure was penetrated by Zhao Ye's spear. He staggered backwards while covering his waist with his hand. With widened eyes, he stared dumbfounded at Zhao Ye. He had never expected that he would be wounded by a young woman who was only in the true element boundary 9th stage. No ordinary true element boundary cultivator could use the power that she had showcased earlier, so there must be a powerful master behind her. The person gritted his teeth and glowered at Zhao Ye. Not daring to get into a prolonged fight with her, he stomped his foot on the ground and disappeared into the forest, leaving behind a trail of blood. Zhao Yibai was reeling from the shock while watching that person leave. Although they had encountered danger a few times during their adventure, this time was definitely the most critical situation of all. Just now, for a moment, he had a feeling that he was at death's door. "Are you all right, Big Brother Yibai?" Zhao Ye asked caringly. "I'm fine." Zhao Yibai shook his head, but then his pupils contracted as he stared at Zhao Ye's left chest. "Zhao Ye, you—" Zhao Ye put on a smile. Blood streamed out of her chest and dyed her white clothes crimson. Her petite figure staggered for a moment before falling forward. Zhao Yibai dashed forward and supported her weight. He could see that the redness expanded rapidly, which made him feel panicked, like his throat was tightening up, threatening to choke him to death. "I'm fine," Zhao Ye said in a weakened voice. Zhao Yibai was on the brink of bursting into tears. It wasn't until this moment that he found out that while Zhao Ye had harmed the enemy, she was also injured. Moreover, she was severely wounded. Upon finishing her words, Zhao Ye closed her eyes as her head slumped to the side. Zhao Yibai was flustered as his entire figure shook uncontrollably. Fortunately, he could sense that she was still alive and had just passed out because of her injury. He then hurriedly fished out a healing pill from his space ring and stuffed it into her mouth. At the same time, he infused his yuan qi into her body in order to help her refine the medicinal efficacies and stop her bleeding. Zhao Yibai knew he shouldn't stay here any longer. Although that man was defeated by Zhao Ye earlier, he might come back. Zhao Yibai wouldn't even dare to check on her now, as he quickly carried her up and dashed in a different direction. An hour later, a tiny log house came into his sight. He had no idea why there was a log house in the middle of the mountain, but he supposed it was a resting place for hunters. Upon opening the door, Zhao Yibai realized there was no one inside. However, this place was obviously cleaned up regularly, as there wasn't even a speck of dust. The furnishing in the log house was simple, so Zhao Yibai gently put Zhao Ye down on the bed and smacked his face with both hands to force himself to calm down. He also took a deep breath before his figure finally stopped shaking. He extended his hand and placed a finger under her nose and realized that her breathing had stabilized. It seemed that the healing pill had started taking effect. Nevertheless, when he took a glance at Zhao Ye's wound, he fell into a dilemma. She had been injured on the left side of her chest. He had managed to help stop the blood from streaming out of her wound, but it still had to be dressed properly. However, both of them were no longer children. They were fully grown adults. How was he supposed to help her treat a wound that was on her chest? Nonetheless, her life was at stake here. If her wound was not dressed, she might lose her life to an infection. Just when he had made up his mind to make a move, Zhao Yibai heard a series of footsteps approaching them. He suddenly turned his head and yelled, "Who goes there?" Presently, he was easily alarmed, as he was worried that the formidable enemy would pursue them. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to ensure Zhao Ye's safety even if he was willing to lose his life. The footsteps outside the house came to a halt, and a moment later, a soft voice was heard saying, "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" It was a woman's voice. Zhao Yibai quickly calmed himself down and pushed the door open. Lifting his gaze, he saw a woman clad in expensive clothes who appeared to be in her 40s. She appeared slightly younger than her age, as she had taken good care of her skin. However, there was a tinge of melancholy behind her eyes for some reason. The woman must be from a wealthy family, as the bodyguards behind her were now vigilantly staring at Zhao Yibai. 7 Stars Towns, Zhao Yibai greets Madam. Zhao Yibai respectfully saluted her. "I had no idea that this house belonged to you. Please forgive me for causing any inconvenience." The woman examined him, and seeing that he was acting politely, she nodded gently. "It's fine. I don't use this house often. Since you're in need of a resting place, you can stay here for a few days." Upon finishing her words, she prepared to leave. She initially decided to come here to get some rest, but since there was an outsider around, it was no longer appropriate for her to do so. "Madam," Zhao Yibai raised his hand and called out. The woman turned her head and looked at him doubtfully. Zhao Yibai cupped his fist. "My sister and I came across a villain just now, and she was injured by him. As a man, it's not appropriate for me to treat her wound. Will you please lend us a hand, madam? We would be very grateful." "Your sister is hurt." The woman was astounded. Zhao Yibai nodded. "She's inside the house." "I'll have a look." The woman directly decided to enter the house. On the other hand, the bodyguards looked cautiously at Zhao Yibai, and one of them said in a small voice, "Madam, it might be a trap." "A life is at stake here," the woman replied, then led the bodyguards to step into the house. Instantly, a metallic tang came right at their faces. It wasn't until the bodyguards saw the frail Zhao Ye on the bed that they believed Zhao Yibai's words. "Give me some medicine. Then all of you should go out." The woman waved her hand. Zhao Yibai thanked her as he fished out all the necessary items from his space ring and put them down beside the bed. It was then he left the house with the bodyguards and closed the door before waiting patiently. A moment later, someone was heard exclaiming from the house. A stunned Zhao Yibai quickly asked, "What happened, madam?" The bodyguards immediately stepped forward in an attempt to barge into the house, but they were forcefully blocked out by Zhao Yibai. "Don't come in," the woman was heard saying from the house a moment later. For some reason, her voice sounded shaky as she called out, "I'm fine. I'm fine." "Madam, are you really all right?" one of the worried bodyguards asked. "I said I'm fine." The woman replied in a firmer tone. The bodyguards exchanged worried glances. Although they had no idea why the woman cried out just now, they reckoned that they shouldn't barge in, as she had said she was fine. They could only wait patiently. A while later, the woman in the house said again, "All right, you can come in now." An eager Zhao Yibai pushed the door open. When he looked up, he saw Zhao Yi calmly lying on the bed. The woman was just seated beside her as she looked down at her. She didn't seem to mind the fact that her hands were covered in blood, while her gaze was quite gentle. The strange thing was, Zhao Yibai noticed that the woman's eyes were slightly red like she had cried earlier. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4694, Coincidence. I've applied some medicine and dressed up her wound. It seems that she's a cultivator. So as long as she has enough time to recuperate, she'll be fine, the woman said. "Many thanks, madam." Zhao Yibai cupped his fist, as he was evidently relieved. The woman examined his face for a moment before pretending to be nonchalant, as she asked, "You are brother and sister? You don't look alike." Zhao Yibai replied, "Xiaoya and I are not biological siblings. However, since we grew up together, we're just as close as the real brother and sister." The woman's eyelashes fluttered as she looked down at Xiaoya. "Did you offend someone?" Zhao Yibai shook his head. "I have no idea. The reason Xiaoya and I arrived at this place was to look for a family member, but it was to no avail. When we were about to go back, we came across a formidable enemy. Xiaoya was hurt because she wanted to save me." The woman nodded. "In that case, we can't stay here any longer. Who knows where the attacker is hiding? Your sister is now wounded, so she'll be in danger if that person finds her." Zhao Yibai replied, "I'll bring her back to Green Mountain Town now." Green Mountain Town is several dozen kilometers away from here. What if her wound exacerbates during the long journey? If you don't mind, you can stay at my home for some time. My house is just at the bottom of the mountain, which is not far away from here." Zhao Yibai appeared to be hesitant and asked, "Will it cause you any trouble?" He was worried that the enemy might retaliate against them and barge into the woman's house. The woman put on a smile. "Don't worry. To be honest with you, my son is a disciple from Spirit Sea Temple, and he's a pretty successful cultivator now. That person would never dare to make a scene in my house." Zhao Yibai became startled for a moment. "Are you a family member of the village chief, madam?" She just said that her house was at the bottom of the mountain, which would put it in the village they had visited earlier. There was no way there were two people who were the disciples of Spirit Sea Temple in such a tiny village. If Zhao Yibai wasn't mistaken, the woman should be the village chief's wife. As expected, the woman nodded. "That's right." Zhao Yibai rose from the chair and cupped his fist. "Many thanks for your righteousness, madam. I, Zhao Yibai, am truly grateful." "Don't be overly polite with me. I have a daughter who is about the same age as her. If you don't mind it, you can call me Auntie May." Zhao Yibai nodded and obediently called her Auntie May. It was then that the woman smiled and nodded before she got up. "It's getting late now. We should be on our way." Zhao Yibai nodded and carried the unconscious Xiaoya up before following Zhen Shui Mei, who nervously reminded him to be careful so as not to irritate Xiaoya's wound. It appeared that she was even more anxious than Zhao Yibai. As they moved forward, Zhen Shui, Mei asked Zhao Yi Bai some questions while he replied to her honestly. Upon learning that it took them half a year to go from Seven Stars Town to this place, she was quite surprised. Soon, they arrived at the manor that was located at the entrance of the village. Zhen Shui Mei pushed the door open and personally helped settle Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Yi down in a guest room. Following that, she ordered 2 clever maidservants to serve them before she returned to her room to get some rest, though she kept looking back as she left. The candlelight flickered inside the room as Zhen Shui Mei was facing her dressing table. With reddened eyes, she started crying in silence. A middle-aged man in extravagant clothes pushed the door open. He was the village chief, Su Liangkai, whom Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Yi had met some time ago. There was a dark expression on Su Liangkai's face as he took a seat and poured himself a cup of tea. Upon finishing the tea, he said, "I heard from the servants that you've brought 2 strangers home." Zhen Shui Mei fell silent. Su Liangkai landed a fist on the table and yelled, "That's ridiculous. Those people obviously have some kind of powerful enemy. By bringing them back here, it's no different from inviting trouble to ourselves. What if their enemy invades our house? Although there are bodyguards here, they're not very strong. How are they supposed to survive? Do you want our family to be destroyed?" Looking at him through the reflection of the bronze mirror, Zhen Shui Mei asked, "Husband, do you remember Dong?" Su Liangkai's fury came to an abrupt halt, and then he knitted his brows. "Why did you bring that up all of a sudden?" Zhen Shui Mei put on a cheerless smile. She was just 5 days old when she was dumped on the mountain in the middle of winter. I quickly went to look for her, but I couldn't find her regardless of how hard I tried. No one knew whether she was taken away by some beast. It was Su Liangkai's turn to fall silent now. Presently, Zhen Shui Mei's face was covered in tears. "I carried her for 10 months of pregnancy before I finally gave birth to her, but you secretly threw her away. How could you be so ruthless?" Su Liangkai let out a sigh. "I had no choice back then. We were poor, so having another baby would put a strain on our finances. How were we supposed to provide for her? I was forced to do it. Now, I can even provide for 10 kids, let alone 1. Zhen Shui Mei sneered. "How much food would a baby need? You were forced to do it? Would you still have the heart to throw her away if she were a boy?" An impatient Su Liangkai snapped. "Many years have passed, and you should put this matter down. Moreover, I looked for her in the past, but how was I supposed to find her when there are so many people in the world? You're also aware that it was winter when the incident happened. She was just 5 days old. Even if she was not taken away by some beast, she would have been frozen to death. I can never let this matter go." Zhen Shui Mei said through clenched teeth, "She's my daughter. Howard is also your child. How much care have you given him over the years? Why can't you forget a dead person?" "She is not dead." "Enough." Su Liangkai landed his fist on the table again and stood straight up. "I think you've gone mad. You always go up the mountain whenever you feel like it. What could there be on that mountain after all those years? What do you think you can find? I've never interfered because I feel guilty, but I never expected that you would become so impudent now. Tell those people to scram tomorrow morning, or else I'll personally chase them out." As he spoke, someone was heard knocking on the door from outside. "What's the matter?" Su Liangkai bellowed. The servant outside the room replied, "Master, madam, the young master is back, and he's brought back some of his fellow brothers." Upon hearing that, Su Liangkai became elated as he quickly rose from the chair. Before he even stepped out of the room, he heard someone calling out in an energetic voice, "Father, mother, I'm back." Following that, a well-built young man stepped into the place. An agitated Su Liangkai clenched the young man's arms. "It's really you, Howard?" Su Hao called out with joy, "Father, that's great. I'm glad that you're back." Su Liangkai examined him. It's been 3 years since we last met, and you've become stronger. How's life in Spirit Sea Temple? Su Hao replied with a smile. Don't worry, father. My master and senior brothers treat me very well. Su Liang-kai felt relieved and gratified hearing that. After Jin Shui Mei was done with wiping her tears off, she came out and smiled amicably. You're back. How are... Mother? Su Hao called out excitedly. The mother and son then shared some joyous small talk. Worried that his son might notice that something was off about Jin Shui Mei, Su Liang-kai interrupted them by saying, I heard from the servants that your fellow brothers have come here as well. Su Hao nodded. Yes, they're outside right now, so I've ordered the chefs to prepare a banquet. They must have helped you out a lot. As your father, I have to personally thank them. You should come and introduce them to me. Good. Su Hao nodded before turning to Jin Shui Mei. You should get some rest, mother. I'll visit you again tomorrow. Go on. Jin Shui Mei looked smilingly at him. A moment later, Su Hao introduced his senior brothers to Su Liang-kai. After the introductions were over, they were all seated. Su Liang-kai could see that there was a bulging package in front of the senior brother who was clearly the leader of this group, and he couldn't help wondering what was inside. When Su Hao introduced his senior brothers, he had placed some emphasis on this person. That was the reason Su Liang-kai found out that this senior brother, named Husun, was the most powerful among them, and they all regarded him as their leader. In fact, Su Liang-kai was aware of who Husun was even before today, but it was the first time he had met him. That was because Su Hao had repeatedly mentioned this senior brother in the letters that he sent home. He said that this senior brother took good care of him in Spirit Sea Temple, and they were disciples of the same master. Hence, they were truly senior and junior brothers. That was the reason Su Liang-kai was especially fond of Husun. Although he was just an ordinary mortal, he was as hospitable to Husun as possible because of his son, noble nephew who, if I may ask, what is that? Su Liang-kai inquired curiously while looking at the package. In an instant, the expressions of the people by the table became awkward. Husun looked smilingly at Su Hao, who replied in his place, Father, don't be afraid, but the truth is it's a head. Su Liang-kai was stunned. A head? Whose head is it? It's the head of a criminal. Husun explained, the reason we came down the mountain this time was to hunt down this person. He had committed atrocious crimes in a lot of places, so the sect master ordered us to execute him. Upon receiving the order, we left the mountain together. We had exchanged some moves with him before, but this person was indeed powerful. Although we had badly injured him, he had managed to flee. We went on to hunt him down for a few days, but to no avail. Not long ago, junior brother Su said that his home was around here, so he proposed we get some rest here before continuing with the hunt. It never crossed our minds that we would come across our target's corpse in the wild on our way here. Our task was completed just like that. Junior brother Su is truly our lucky star. Su Hao burst into laughter. I didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence. They still couldn't believe it when they came across this guy. The target they had spent days tracking suddenly appeared in front of them, and he was already dead. I see. Su Liang-kai was still reeling from shock, but he wasn't willing to lose his cool in front of his son's senior brothers and embarrass him. So he sported a calm expression. Husun said, It's a shame that we have no idea who killed this guy. If we knew, we could have thanked them. Su Liang-kai said, Noble nephew, who perhaps the injuries you had inflicted on him were so severe that he was unable to recover, and that was why he passed away. Husun shook his head. That's not the case. I examined his wounds and realized that he was killed with a spear. We didn't inflict such an injury on him when we exchanged moves with him some time ago. The person who had made a move might not be very powerful, but they had good timing. However, I believe that the person who finished him off was also badly injured after killing this thug. Su Yong-kai became startled upon hearing that, and muttered, "Could it be them?" Su Hao asked curiously, "Who are you talking about, father?" After giving it a thought, Su Yong-kai briefly told them that Qin Shui Mei had brought back 2 people from the mountain. He had heard everything from the bodyguards. When Zhao Yibai had a chat with Qin Shui Mei, he talked about a fight previously, which was the reason Su Yong-kai associated them with the killing of this criminal. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46, 95, Husun? Upon hearing that, Husun and Su Hao exchanged glances. The former nodded and said, "In that case, I suppose they're the ones. What a coincidence. Your mother is a kind-hearted person. The average person might not be willing to bring injured people back to their home." Su Hao put on a smile. "My mother has always been like that." Husun then gazed at Su Yong-kai. "Sir, since they're in your house, can you invite them to come over and meet us? It's thanks to them that we were able to easily complete the task from the master sect. I'd like to thank them personally." There was a hint of hesitation on Su Yong-kai's face. "To be honest with you, it's not convenient to do so. According to the servants who brought those people back, the woman is severely injured, as she's still unconscious now." Husun quickly rose from the chair. "In that case, I'll have to see her. I have some healing pills with me that might help." Seeing that the man was so persistent, Su Yong-kai found it hard to turn him down, and eventually nodded. "Please wait a moment. I'll make the arrangements." Husun cupped his fist. "Many thanks, sir." Su Yong-kai stepped into the inner court and told a maidservant to pass on his word to Zhao Yibai, who soon rushed over and cupped his fist. "Zhao Yibai greets Sir Village Chief." "It's you?" Su Yong-kai stared dazedly at the man. He only knew that his wife had brought 2 people home with her, but he hadn't expected that they were the very ones he had met in the morning. He could instantly recognize Zhao Yibai when he saw him. There was an awkward expression on Su Yong-kai's face, for he wasn't very polite to the 2 of them earlier this morning. After clearing his throat, he mentioned Husun and the others as well as their suggestion to Zhao Yibai, who frowned upon hearing that, and said, "Xiaoyu is still unconscious. Moreover, I've helped her consume some healing pills already. I thank Senior Brother Hu for his kindness, but it's not convenient for him to see my sister at this moment." It was then Su Yong-kai said in a grim voice, "Noble nephew Zhao, it's not that I want to force you to do anything just because I'm older, but noble nephew, who is a powerful disciple from Spirit Sea Temple, since he's sincere, as he wants to express his gratitude, it's hard for me to turn him down. Moreover, the medicine you have with you might not be as good as his. It will do your sister no harm to let him have a look." Certainly, Zhao Yibai wasn't willing to let anyone disturb Zhaoya. However, since Su Yong-kai, the owner of this place, had said so, it was difficult to reject him. After a moment of deliberation, he nodded. "I'll thank Senior Brother Hu in advance then." With a smile, Su Yong-kai patted the other man's shoulder. "Wait a moment. I'll tell them to come over now." Upon finishing his words, he turned around and left. A while later, Su Yong-kai brought 2 young men to come over. After some introductions, Zhao Yibai found out that the older one was the disciple of Spirit Sea Temple that Su Yong-kai had mentioned, Husun. The younger one was his son, Su Hao, who was also a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple. They then saluted one another. Although Husun appeared polite, there was a faint sense of arrogance in his demeanor. Since Zhao Yibai was weaker, he was unable to see through the other party's cultivation. On the other hand, Husun could see at first glance that Zhao Yibai was only in the Qi transformation realm. A doubt arose in his heart. Since this man is so weak, could his companion be any more powerful? Was our target really killed by the 2 of them? "What's your sect, Junior Brother Zhao?" Husun asked nonchalantly. Zhao Yibai scratched his head. "I've never joined any sect before. It was then Hu Sun came to the realization that this person must have a terrible aptitude, so no sect was willing to take him on as a disciple. That was why he only managed to make it to the Qi transformation realm at this age. What's the realm your sister is in? Zhao Yibai never hid anything as he replied. She's now in the true element boundary 9th stage. True element boundary 9th stage. Hu Sun arched his brow. With such cultivation, it was possible that she had managed to kill their target. After all, they had severely injured him previously, so it was reasonable that the woman managed to get lucky and defeat him. I heard that your sister was badly injured during the battle. It so happens that I brought with me some special healing pills made in my master sect with excellent medicinal efficacies. May I go in and have a look? This way, senior brother, who Zhao Yibai extended his hand. Before they even entered the room, they heard some footsteps approaching them. They turned their heads and saw Zhan Shuemei emerging from the corner. It seemed that she had rushed over as she was panting heavily. What are you doing here? Su Yongkai frowned. A nervous Zhan Shuemei replied, The servants told me that all of you have gathered together here. I had no idea what was going on, so I decided to come over and see for myself. Su Yongkai said, It's nothing serious. Noble nephew who just wants to check on the woman. It was then Zhen Shuemei let out a sigh of relief. To the side, Su Hao spoke gently to Hu Sun, who then stepped forward. Spirit Sea Temples Hu Xian greets Madam. Zhen Shuemei smiled and nodded. There's no need to be overly polite with me. Hauer has repeatedly mentioned in his letters that you take good care of him in the sect. As his parents, we should express our gratitude. Appearing to be humble, Hu Sun replied, I don't deserve your gratitude, madam. Junior brother Su has an outstanding aptitude, and honored master regards him highly. I'm only older than him by a few years as a senior brother, so it's my duty to take care of him. After some small talk, they subsequently entered the room. A faint smell of blood still lingered in the air, and Zhao Yi was lying there with her eyes closed as her face pale. Zhao Yibai led them to the bed. When Zhen Shuemei looked down, her eyes reddened in an instant as her eyelashes fluttered. On the other hand, Su Hao and the others were stunned as they stared fixedly at the woman on the bed. It wasn't like they had never seen beautiful women before, but none of them were comparable to the one lying on the bed before them at all. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Zhao Yi's beauty could cause the downfall of a city. When Zhao Yibai and her were traveling across the world, Zhao Yi's beauty had attracted a lot of unwanted trouble. After several incidents, she had no choice but to cover her face with a veil, which prevented many conflicts from happening. Since she was recuperating in bed, now though, her face naturally wasn't covered. Her pale face gave off a sense of morbid beauty. Any man who saw her in such a state would pity her and hope to become injured, and lie on the bed in her stead. Su Yongkai was amazed as well. Although he hadn't managed to see Zhao Yi's face in the morning, he had a feeling that this woman was extremely beautiful. When he finally saw her now, though, her beauty still greatly surprised him. At that moment, the room fell dead silent. Realizing that something was off, Zhen Shuemei said with a frown, Noble nephew, didn't you say you've brought some healing medicine from your master sect? And here you go. Hu Sun came to his senses and quickly fished out a bottle of spirit pills from his space ring. He was then ready to go over and feed Zhao Yu a pill. Seeing that, Zhao Yibai hurriedly stopped him. Senior brother, please leave it to me. I wouldn't dare to trouble you. Hu Sun shot him a glance, but there was no reason for him to insist. Therefore, he passed the bottle to Zhao Yibai. Help her take one pill now, and do it again every 6 hours. I'll remember. Zhao Yibai nodded, but he didn't immediately feed a pill to Zhao Yi. That was because before their departure, Zhao Yi's master had passed them a lot of spirit pills. Given seniors power and status, The medicines that came from him must be the best of the best. Regardless of how useful the spirit pills that were given by Husun, there was no way they could be better than what were in Zhao Yibai's possession. The reason he even accepted this bottle of pills was that he didn't want to offend Husun. In order to change the subject, Zhao Yibai hurriedly asked, "Senior brother, given your vision, can you tell how badly injured Xiaoyu is?" After examining her for a moment, Husun replied, "Her aura is stable, and her vitality is ample. I believe she'll be fine. However, I'll need to carry out a thorough examination on her to find out more." "Please check on her now then, noble nephew," Su Liangkai said. As a sly old man, he could easily tell Husun's intentions. Zhen Shui Mei furrowed her brows. It's not appropriate for a man to inspect an unconscious woman's body. Su Liangkai shot her a glare. "What do you know? Unlike ordinary people like us, cultivators wouldn't be bothered about such trifles." "I don't think it's a trifle. Men and women who are not family members are not supposed to come into contact," Zhen Shui Mei refuted sternly. Su Liangkai had never expected that his wife would embarrass him in front of such important guests, so his face had reddened with exasperation. Just then, a weakened voice was heard calling out, "Big brother Yibai." When they turned their heads, they saw that Xiao Ya's lashes were fluttering. Her clear eyes opened the next moment and seemed to become an abyss that could trap the gazes of all the men present. "Xiao Ya." Zhao Yibai quickly took a seat beside her and touched her forehead before appearing relieved. "You're finally awake." To the side, Zhen Shui Mei shook slightly. It seemed that she wanted to step forward, but she stopped herself from doing so. In the end, Zhao Ya nodded slightly, then gazed at the people beside the bed with vigilance. "Who are they?" Zhao Yibai comforted her by saying, "Don't worry, they're not bad people." He then went on to introduce these people to her. Only after he was finished did Zhao Ya nod. "I'm fine. I just need some time to recuperate." Hearing that, Zhen Shui Mei hurriedly said, "Young lady, please get some rest, and don't worry about anything. We'll take our leave now." Without responding to her, Zhao Ya closed her eyes. Seeing that they could only leave with Zhen Shui Mei, Zhao Yibai saw them off and returned to the room. Su Liangkai brought Husun and Su Hao back to the banquet. As they drank more wine, the atmosphere became merry. The banquet ended in the middle of the night as they returned to their rooms to get some rest. The next morning, the people of Spirit Sea Temple came together. Husun, as their leader, said, "All of you should take the criminal's head back to the master's sect first. Junior brother Su doesn't come back home frequently, so he'll stay here for a bit longer." "What about you, senior brother Hu?" someone asked. Husun replied, "During our mission, I sensed a turning point in my cultivation, so I want to spend some time comprehending it. This place is peaceful and serene, which suits my needs. I'll remain here for a short time. Go back now and tell my master about it." Yes, they all agreed immediately. After seeing his fellow brothers of Spirit Sea Temple off, Husun turned his gaze to Su Hao. "Junior brother Su, how have I treated you over the years?" Su Hao replied firmly, "Other than my parents, senior brother, who has treated me the best. You were the one who took care of me when I first joined the sect. I'll never forget the favor you've shown me." With a gratified expression, Husun patted the other man's shoulder. "I know you're a grateful person. I've always focused on martial Dao, so although I've come of age, I've never considered getting myself a partner. However, life is full of surprises. Since the right woman has appeared, I should give it a serious thought. Will you lend me a hand, junior brother?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 4696, Refuse a Toast, Drink a Forfeit. "Do you have your eyes on that woman, senior brother?" Su Hao wasn't a fool. Although Husun had never made it clear, Su Hao could understand what the other man was trying to say. Anyway, No man wouldn't be tempted by such an alluring woman. Last night, he was in a dazed state while cultivating as he couldn't help thinking about the woman's slightly pale face. Although the woman was clearly older than him by a few years, cultivators typically enjoyed a very long life. Hence, the difference in their age didn't matter. If he was able to marry such a woman, Su Hao was willing to pay half of his lifespan in exchange. However, at this moment, Hu Sun was expressing his thoughts right in front of him. Su Hao was displeased and furious as someone else had his eyes on the woman he was interested in. Nevertheless, when he was facing this senior brother, who had been taking care of him since he was a young kid, he had no way to vent his anger. "Junior brother, if you can lend me a hand and make it happen, I'll put in a good word for you in front of honored master. I'll ask him to teach you the second part of the Tempest art." Su Hao was immediately tempted. Although he was also a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, his status was not comparable to that of Hu Sun. While Hu Sun was a core disciple in Spirit Sea Temple, Su Hao was a less important common disciple. That was why Hu Sun was the leader that was in charge of the mission they were given by the Master Sect. Over the years, he had only cultivated the first part of the Tempest art and made it to the third order true element boundary. In order to improve his cultivation, he had to get the second part of the Tempest art. However, his master didn't seem to have the intention of teaching it to him any time soon, as he still wanted to give him more tests. This mission was one of the tests. If Hu Sun was willing to put in a good word for him, Su Hao could easily get the second part of the Tempest art. There wasn't a lack of beautiful women in the world, but there was only one Tempest art. Moreover, even if he competed with Hu Sun, he might not be the one who would marry the woman in the end. Although he wasn't really willing to give up, Su Hao soon made up his mind and nodded. "Senior brother, you've treated me like a real brother all this time. If there's any way I can help, just tell me right away." Hu Sun smiled and nodded before patting the other man's shoulders. "You're indeed my good junior brother. That woman is severely wounded, so it will take her a month or two to recuperate. And help me find out about her background first." A curious Su Hao asked. "That guy named Zhao Yibai said he hasn't joined any sect. I suppose the two of them had started cultivating due to some opportunity." Hu Sun replied, "That's just what he said. We'd better find out more first." "All right. Don't worry, senior brother. I'll look into it." In the next few days, Zhao Yi stayed in the room to recuperate. Zhen Shui Mei would visit her every day and stay for a few hours each time. She would talk to Zhao Yi when the latter was awake, and she would keep guard by her side when she was asleep. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai felt apologetic as he thought that they had been troubling Zhen Shui Mei. During this period of time, Su Hao once brought Hu Sun to look for Zhen Shui Mei. They also visited Zhao Yi while they were there. However, after that, Zhen Shui Mei would make sure to meet them outside the room whenever they came. She wouldn't allow them to disturb Zhao Yi. During Zhao Yi's 13-year stay on Azure Jade Peak, her cultivation had been deliberately suppressed by Yang Kai, but while her cultivation improved slowly, her physique had been significantly improved. Just like Zhao Yibai, her physique was one of the strongest among the cultivators in the same age and realm. However, her frail-looking figure could easily fool others. Although she was severely injured, it only took her 5 days to get out of bed, and it only took her another few days to start walking. While her strong physique contributed to her rapid recovery, the spirit pills given by Yang Kai were another reason. Following Hu Sun's order, Su Hao had asked his mother some indirect questions and found out more about Zhao Yibai and Zhao Yi. Nevertheless, they rarely revealed any personal information, so the information Su Hao could get was limited as well. "They're from Seven Stars Town." Hu Sun frowned as the candlelight flickered in the room. "Although I've never heard of Seven Stars Town before, I know a thing or two about Seven Stars Sect. It's said that they were still a second-class sect in the past. Then, all of a sudden, a third-order emperor, Realm Master, became their ancestor. That's how they instantly became a first-class sect." Sun nodded. I'm aware of that as well. I suppose Seven Stars Town relies on Seven Stars sect to exist. In that case, they're probably the disciples of Seven Stars sect. Sun gently knocked on the table. That guy has a terrible aptitude, as he's only in the Qi transformation realm at such an age. He might be speaking the truth when he said that he has never joined any sect. He probably has nothing to do with Seven Stars sect. On the other hand, Zhao, you might be from Seven Stars sect. However, even if it's true, she must be a common disciple. Su Hao bowed his head. You have a point, senior brother. Zhao was older than him by a few years, but she was only in the true element boundary 9th stage, so he supposed that her aptitude was no better than his. Even if she was really a disciple from Seven Stars sect, she wouldn't be an important figure. Following that, Su Hao fawned over him by saying, given your cultivation and status, Zhao Yu is extremely lucky to have gained your favor. Sun shook his head, but that woman is pretty cold and dispassionate. It won't be easy to win her heart. Over the past few days, they had been trying to come into contact with Zhao Yu, but during their rare encounters, she always sported an indifferent expression and wouldn't even spare them a glance. On the other hand, she seemed very concerned about Zhao Yibai, which infuriated Sun. As a core disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, he managed to make it to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage at such a young age. In the sect, he was always surrounded by senior sisters and junior sisters. There had never been a woman who dared to treat him coldly. Let's not forget about your mother. Sun glared at him as he spoke. For some reason, Zhen Shui Mei had always stayed by Zhao Yu's side in the past few days, which made Sun unable to reveal his charm in front of the alluring woman. There was a meek expression on Su Hao's face as he changed the topic by saying, Zhao Yu has recovered pretty quickly. Despite her injury, she could start walking after a few days. Sun said coldly, I can't stay here for a long time, as we need to head back to the Master Sect as soon as possible. No one will be able to take responsibility if honored Master blames us. What should we do, then? While secretly taking pleasure in the other man's misfortune, Su Hao never revealed any emotions on his face. Although he didn't have a chance to get Zhao Yu, he wouldn't want to see Sun getting together with her either. Returning to the sect without achieving anything would be the best outcome for him. There was a dark expression on Sun's face as a sense of coldness flashed through his eyes. In that case, I'll have to go hard on her. A woman will become obedient after she's bedded. Su Hao was stunned. Senior brother, Sun said grimly, you have to help me, junior brother. Upon hearing that, Su Hao became anxious. The next day, Zhen Shui Mei was talking to Zhao Yu in the room. And as usual, she was the one who did all the talking while Zhao Yu listened in silence. Certainly, Zhen Shui Mei could see that Zhao Yu wasn't paying attention to her, but she didn't mind it. Fortunately, Zhao Yibai would join the conversation from time to time. Whenever that happened, Zhao Yu would be all ears as she smiled with her mouth covered. Just then, footsteps were heard rapidly approaching them. They turned their heads and saw Su Hao rushing over. Her. Zhen Shui Mei rose from the chair. What are you doing here? Su Hao replied with a smile. Father wants to see you, mother. Your father is looking for me? Zhen Shui Mei was surprised. Su Hao nodded. Yes. I don't know what the matter is, but he seems anxious. Zhen Shui Mei furrowed her brows, but she soon set herself at ease. She then said to Zhao Yu and Zhao Yibai, get some rest now. I'll have a look. Zhao Yibai got up and said, see you later, Anime. After she was gone, Zhao Yibai cupped his fist at Su Hao. We're sorry for troubling you these past few days, senior brother Su. Zhao Yu has mostly recovered, so we'll be leaving soon. You're leaving so soon? Su Hao was shocked as he took a glance at the dispassionate Zhao Yu. He wasn't willing to part ways with her. Zhao Yibai nodded. The reason we've come all the way here is to look for someone. Unfortunately, We haven't had any clues yet, so we'll have to keep searching. Su Hao subconsciously nodded. This who can lend you a hand if you're trying to look for a specific person. After all, this area is the territory of Spirit Sea Temple. If the two of you don't mind, you can come to Spirit Sea Temple with me. I'll definitely find the person you're looking for. Hu Sun's voice was heard coming from outside. The next moment he stepped into the room, Zhao Yi slightly narrowed her eyes as she turned her face away. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai frowned. This was Su Hao's home, so he could be forgiven for coming into the room without invitation. However, Hu Sun had crossed the line by doing so. With that said, Zhao Yibai wasn't someone who liked to make things difficult for others, so he still politely cupped his fist, senior brother Hu Sun didn't even spare him a glance as he stared fervently at Zhao Ye, as though he wanted to eat her alive. Are you willing to come back to Spirit Sea Temple with me, Sister Zhao Ye? Zhao Ye didn't even lift her gaze as she said coldly, "Scram." Hu Sun's expression changed. Then he took a deep breath and put on a grin. Sister Zhao Ye, you're a beautiful and intelligent woman, so I don't believe you haven't realized my feelings for you. Although I've met countless women in the past, you're the only one who could make me fall in love. I sincerely want you to come to Spirit Sea Temple with me. Don't worry, I'll ask my master to hold a wedding for us. We'll live together forever, and you'll be my only woman. Zhao Yibai was dumbfounded upon hearing that, as he had never expected that a man could speak to a woman like that. This was something completely new to him. At the same time, he felt displeased in his heart, as he had the urge to beat someone up for the first time. He initially had a good impression of Hu Sun, but looking at him now, he just felt that the man was despicable and hideous. I told you to get out. Are you deaf, or what? Zhao Ye finally lifted her eyes. Her gaze was like an ice sheet that had been frozen for thousands of years. Hu Sun let out a sigh. Since you've refused a toast, you must drink a loss. Junior brother Su. There was a conflicted expression on Su Hao's face, but the next moment, he subdued Zhao Yibai. A dumbstruck, Zhao Yibai called out, "Senior brother Su?" Su Hao appeared guilty as he lugged Zhao Yibai away in silence. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4697, She's Your Daughter. A loud bang was heard coming from behind Zhao Yibai, as Zhao Ye and Hu Sun exchanged moves. Seeing that Zhao Yibai was captured, she wanted to save him, but the well-prepared Hu Sun wouldn't let her succeed. After intercepting her, Hu Sun said, "If you're obedient, Zhao Yibai will be fine. However, if you resist, I can't guarantee whether that brat will survive. I'll rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces if Big Brother Yi Bai loses a single strand of hair." Zhao Ye shot him a piercing glance. Hu Sun roared, "Why are you so concerned about such a useless waste? I was already a true element boundary master at his age, but he's only in the Qi transformation realm. Only this who has the right to spend the rest of his life with you. You're the waste here." Zhao Ye sneered as she extended her hand and summoned a silver spear before pointing it at him. "Tell Su how to send Big Brother Yibai back, and I'll spare your life." Hu Sun let out a sigh. "Since you're so obstinate, don't blame me for not treating you gently." Outside the court, Zhao Yibai sighed. What's the point of him doing all this? After lugging him out of the court, Su Hao directly released him. He didn't intend to restrict him in any way. Given the fact that he was a true element boundary master, Zhao Yibai could never make a scene in front of him. As he listened to the noises of the battle and sensed the clashes of powers, he felt bitter in his heart. After all, the alluring woman would belong to Hu Sun in just a moment. When he turned his head and saw Zhao Yibai looking all calm, he frowned. "Aren't you worried about Zhao Ye?" A puzzled Zhao Yibai asked, "What's there to worry about?" On top of numerous healing pills, the pair had also brought 2 artifact armors with them when they left Azure Jade Peak to venture into the outside world. Those artifact armors were given to Zhao Ye during the disciple recruitment of 7 Stars sect in the past. At that time, Yang Kai kept those gifts for her. It wasn't until she had to leave the mountain that he gave some of the artifacts back to her. However, both Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye had never thought about putting the artifacts on all along. They didn't want to rely on any external aids during their journey, as they wanted to push their limits and test themselves. A few days ago, though, Zhao Ye was severely injured, and she still hadn't fully recovered even now. Worried that something might happen while she was in a weakened state, Zhao Yibai told her to put on her artifact armor. Naturally, Zhao Ye wouldn't disobey him. The artifact armor was made by an elder from Seven Stars sect who was in the Tao Source realm, so it was extremely valuable to a cultivator in the true element boundary. One could be well protected by putting it on. Even someone in the transcendent realm would not be able to harm Zhao Ye, not to mention that Husun was only in the immortal ascension boundary. Perhaps only people in the origin returning realm and origin king realm could break through the defensive power of the artifact armor. Su Hao was dumbfounded as he gazed at Zhao Yibai. He couldn't believe that such a person existed in the world. His sister hadn't fully recovered, and she was now locked in an intense battle with a stronger foe. If she was defeated, her modesty would be violated. However, this man was not anxious at all. All of a sudden, Zhao Yibai appeared worried. Zhao Ye hasn't recovered yet. Her wound would be irritated by making a move. That's all you're worried about? Su Hao thought that there must be something wrong with this guy's head, as the latter hadn't realized the severity of the matter. After giving it a thought, Zhao Yibai replied in a nervous tone, "Zhao Ye has a rather ruthless personality. I hope she doesn't kill senior brother, who..." At that moment, Su Hao no longer wanted to talk to him. Just then, Su Liangkai and Jin Shui Mei rushed over, and a flustered Su Liangkai asked, "Howard, what's going on?" He was perplexed when Jin Shui Mei looked for him just now. Before they could figure out what their son was up to, though, they heard the noises of a battle, which was why they rushed over. There was a meek expression on Su Hao's face as he blocked the entrance of the court. "Nothing. It's just that senior brother who wanted to exchange some pointers with that young lady." "Exchange pointers?" Jin Shui Mei's expression changed. "That's ridiculous. Zhao Ye hasn't recovered yet, so how is she able to exchange moves with another person? Why didn't you stop them? Howard?" Upon finishing her words, she was ready to rush in and stop them. "Mother!" Su Hao steadfastly blocked the entrance as he pressed his lips together and shook his head. Jin Shui Mei's face turned pale as she gazed at her son's guilty-looking eyes. It was apparent that the people in the court were not exchanging pointers. Upon that realization, Su Liangkai furrowed his brows. Certainly, he was not pleased with Husun's action in his house, but that man was his son's senior brother after all, and Su Hao's future hinged on him. Hence, despite his displeasure, he wasn't willing to interfere in the matter. To him, both Zhao Ye and Zhao Yibai were just strangers, so their life or death had nothing to do with him. "In that case, we'll just let them do whatever they want," Su Liangkai said, then motioned to his wife to stay out of it. On the other hand, Jin Shui Mei's face was as pale as a white sheet while she clenched her son's arms and begged, "Howard, stop your senior brother right now. Zhao Ye is still injured. She can't fight with him." Su Hao hung his head low and replied in a small voice, "Mother, I have no right to change senior brother's decision. Why are you trying to interfere in the matter between the two of them? Go back now." Su Liangkai extended his hand to pull Jin Shui Mei, who flung his hand away. With a despondent expression, she gazed at Su Hao and said anxiously, "Howard, I don't want anything to happen to Zhao Ye. Please tell your senior brother not to do this. You're his fellow brother after all. I'm sure he'll listen to you." Su Hao shook his head with a helpless smile. "Mother, you have no idea about my senior brother's temperament. Once he has made a decision, no one else can change his mind other than our master." Su Liang Kai clenched her arm and snapped, "Why are you being so meddlesome in other people's affairs? It's completely normal that cultivators exchange pointers. So, why are you making a scene here?" "Don't touch me." Chen Shui Mei flung his hand away again and attempted to step into the court. "I'll stop them myself then." Following that, a loud noise was heard as Su Liang Kai slapped across her face. He said through clenched teeth, "You wench! Will you only be happy by making our son lose his footing in Spirit Sea Temple?" Zhen Shui Mei covered her face and stared at him while feeling heartbroken. With her tears sliding down her face, she said in a shaking voice, "What do you know? What do you know? You know nothing." Su Liang Kai's face fell. "I don't have to know anything." "Howard, take your mother away." Chen Shui Mei gritted her teeth and roared, "The woman in that court is your daughter." Su Liang Kai's expression turned from furious to stunned while Su Hao and Zhao Yi Bai were dumbstruck. They stared at Chen Shui Mei as they couldn't believe what they had just heard. As soon as Chen Shui Mei finished shouting, she collapsed to the ground and wailed, "She is Dong." What nonsense are you spouting?" Su Liang Kai was trembling as he pointed at her. Zhen Shui Mei covered her face with both hands as her tears uncontrollably streamed out of her eyes. "There's a pink birthmark shaped like a plum blossom on her left shoulder. Although many years have passed, I still remember it clearly. There's no way there's another person with the same birthmark. Moreover, her facial features are similar to mine. Or are all of you just blind?" Su Liang Kai staggered, as though he had been struck by a hammer. His face turned pallid in an instant. Disbelief was written all over Su Hao's face as he muttered, "She's my big sister? Isn't she supposed to be dead?" Zhen Shui Mei explained, "She was injured previously. I saw the birthmark when I dressed her wound. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." She then pointed at Zhao Yi Bai. Su Liang Kai and Su Hao turned to look at him at the same time. A flushing Zhao Yi Bai replied, "Yes, there's a birthmark on her left shoulder. It looks like a pink plum blossom." He had seen it when they were little kids, but he never saw it again after they became adults. "Aren't you her brother?" Su Liang Kai was astounded. Zhao Yi Bai explained, "We grew up together, but we're not biological siblings. According to my mother, a few days after I was born on a particularly stormy night, she heard a baby crying outside our house. When she opened the door, she saw Xiao Ye lying on the ground. She was wrapped in a piece of cloth at that time. Xiao Ye is aware of that as well." "How old are you now?" Su Liang Kai asked. 20 years old." The color drained from Su Liang Kai's already pale face. There was also a great storm on the day he dumped the child on the mountain. It was just like what Zhao Yi Bai had described. Moreover, now that he thought about it, Zhao Ye's facial features were indeed similar to those of Zhen Shui Mei, but they hadn't paid attention to it previously. "Why didn't you say anything sooner?" Su Liang Kai stomped his foot on the ground. Zhen Shui Mei couldn't stop crying. She was discarded in the mountains to die when she was a baby. Now that she's a grown woman, what right do I have to say anything? She had never intended to expose the secret to anyone. In fact, she was already gratified that her daughter had grown up to be a beautiful young woman instead of being killed as a baby. She wouldn't dare to ask for more. Back then, she asked some people to build a log house on the mountain where the child was abandoned. She would stay in that house from time to time. And as she recalled that it was in that place where her child might have been taken away by some beast as a meal, she felt heartbroken and guilt-ridden. 20 years had passed, and she had found her child in the exact same place. There was a moment when she thought that it was fate. The Su family members sported different expressions, and it wasn't until this moment that Zhao Yi Bai realized why Zhen Shui Mei had been so concerned about Zhao Ye she would keep her company for a few hours every day. He now knew that she had recognized her daughter when she was dressing the wound for Zhao Ye. That must be the reason, she exclaimed in the log house at that time. Xiao Ye has found her biological parents. Zhao Yibai couldn't help but put on a grin. He supposed it was good news. Howard, stop your senior brother now. She's your big sister. It's not too late yet. Zhen Shui Mei looked pleadingly at her son. Su Hao nodded and shuffled towards the court. Just then, a blast of wind spread around from the court as Su Hao staggered backwards upon impact, widening his eyes, and exclaimed, "Immortal Ascension Boundary!" The clouds in the sky suddenly darkened as deafening thunder was heard. World Energy Baptism. This was a precursor to someone breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary. Of the two people in the court, Husun was in the Immortal Ascension Boundary third stage, so he wasn't the cause of this phenomenon. The only possibility was that Zhao Ye was breaking through. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4698. My name is Zhao Ye. As lightning struck, the aura of the Immortal Ascension Boundary spread out wildly. The noises of the battle in the court intensified as Husun could be heard crying out. Su Hao had no idea what was going on inside, and although he wanted to have a look, he was unable to even approach the courtyard. An incense stick later, the noises slowly subsided. Half of the manor had been destroyed from the fallout of the battle. Su Hao immediately rushed towards the battlefield, and what came into his sight caused his pupils to contract. There was a figure, whose white clothes were stained with blood, standing on the chaotic battlefield with a spear in her hand. Blood was seen dripping from the tip of the silver spear. In front of her, Husun was leaning against the wall as he covered his own throat with both hands. His figure was battered, and there were countless wounds all over his body. He was no longer able to speak as blood continuously streamed through the gaps of his fingers. With his eyes widened, he still seemed to be longing for life. Su Hao was flabbergasted. Not only was Husun defeated, but it also seemed that he wouldn't survive. The sight was unbelievable to Su Hao. It had to be noted that Husun was in the Immortal Ascension Boundary third stage, while Zhao Ye had just achieved a breakthrough to the Immortal Ascension Boundary. How is it possible that Husun was defeated? The next moment, Su Hao felt a dense, murderous intent fall on him like a tsunami. He instantly felt cold all over his body, as though he had fallen into an ice cave. A cold light expanded before his eyes and blinded his vision. Zhao Yibai, who arrived just in time, hurriedly shouted, "Zhao Ye, stop. He's your brother." A gale swept past Su Hao's face as a spear point came into contact with his forehead, drawing a trickle of blood. His vision refocused as he could finally see that Zhao Ye was standing just 3 steps away from him, while her spear was literally pressed against his head. He was instantly drenched in cold sweat, as he had just escaped from death's door. If Zhao Yibai hadn't shouted in time, Su Hao would have turned into a corpse by now. It was then he realized it wasn't a joke when Zhao Yibai said Zhao Ye had a ruthless temperament. Zhao Ye, Zhen Shui Mei wailed and rushed over before clenching her daughter's arms. She appeared anxious as she examined her. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" There was a conflicted expression on Su Liangkai's face as he glanced at Zhao Ye, but his attention was soon attracted to the dying Husun. His expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Howard, check on your senior brother, now!" Following a nod, Su Hao dashed towards Husun and inspected his wounds. Zhao Ye's surging murderous intent instantly dissipated the moment Zhao Yibai called out to her. With a caring gaze, she asked, "Are you all right, big brother Yibai?" "I'm fine." Zhao Yibai shook his head. "What were you talking about just now?" Zhao Ye appeared puzzled. Zhao Yibai parted his lips for a moment before letting out a sigh. "Zhao Ye, if I'm not mistaken, Auntie Mei is your mother, and Uncle Su is your father." Also, Su Hao is your younger brother. Mother, Zhao Ya's pupils contracted as she looked dazedly at Qin Shuemei. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Like the pearls after the string snapped, Zhen Shuemei's tears slid down her face as she nodded repeatedly. My child, I'm your mother. In an instant, Zhao Ya's mind descended into chaos. After all, she had just finished a life-and-death battle, and all of a sudden someone firmly claimed to be her mother. She couldn't wrap her head around the idea. She wouldn't have believed it if someone else had said it, but she would never doubt whatever Zhao Yibai told her. When you were injured previously, Auntie May was helping to dress your wound in the log cabin. That was when she saw the plum blossom birthmark on your left shoulder. Auntie May's daughter has the same birthmark. Moreover, your age matches that of her daughter. Zhao Yibai sighed. Zhao Yi stared dazedly at the weeping Qin Shuemei. All of a sudden, she recalled that the older woman had said she had a daughter who was about the same age as her. However, during Zhao Yi's stay in this place, she had never seen this daughter that Qin Shuemei had mentioned before. She wasn't a prying person, though, so she had never asked about it. It now seemed that she was the daughter that Qin Shuemei had talked about. I'm sorry, Xiaoya. I didn't take good care of you. Qin Shuemei felt as if she would never stop crying. Zhao Ya's eyes slowly reddened as well. Staring at the woman in front of her, she called out gently, Mother. Qin Shuemei covered her mouth as she sobbed. She had been waiting for 20 years to hear her daughter call her mother. Now that her wish had been granted, she felt she could die with no regrets. On the other hand, Su Liangkai was standing beside Husun as he appeared apprehensive. Although Su Hao infused his power into Husun's body in an attempt to save him, his efforts were in vain. Initially, Husun could still make some gurgling sounds through his throat, but just a while later, he fell silent as he widened his eyes. His hands went limp as his vitality dissipated. Su Hao slowly got to his feet, his face as pale as a sheet. He's dead. As if struck by lightning, Su Liangkai staggered backwards and fell on his bottom. It's over. It's all over. Husun was killed in his house, and the murderer was the daughter he had abandoned 20 years ago. There was no way those from Spirit Sea Temple would let them off. Not only was Su Hao's future destroyed, but their entire family was also doomed. He suddenly got up and charged towards Zhao Yi before angrily slapping across her face. Following a loud slap, a red mark appeared on Zhao Yi's face. Look what you've done! Su Liangkai was infuriated. What are you doing? Qin Shuemei quickly stood in front of Zhao Yi and spread her arms like a hen protecting her chick. Su Liangkai snapped. She's a jinx. I threw her away 20 years ago. So why did she come back at this point? The moment she came back, she has given us such a calamity. If I had known this would happen, I would have strangled her to death myself. Are you out of your mind? Qin Shuemei exclaimed. Behind her, Zhao Yi hung her head low as her tears dropped to the ground. She muttered, So, I was abandoned. Su Liangkai barked. Yes, I was the one who threw you away on the mountain. Why were you not taken away by some beast? Why are you still alive? Enough! Dong-er is your daughter. Qin Shuemei was so overwhelmed that she started trembling. She has brought such a disaster upon our family. Once she appeared. I don't have a daughter like her. Now that Husun is dead, what will happen to Hauer? What will happen to our family? There's no way those from Spirit Sea Temple will forgive us. We're doomed. All this has happened because of her. Qin Shuemei roared. Husun was a wicked man. He wanted to violate Dong-er's modesty. Was she not supposed to resist? He got what he deserved. Shut up, you wretch. Big brother Yibai. Zhao Yi suddenly gazed at Zhao Yibai and put on a gentle smile. Will you please go somewhere else for a moment? I'd like to talk to my parents. Zhao Yibai frowned as he looked at the red mark on her face. Although he was hesitant, he still nodded in the end. He then walked out of the courtyard and disappeared from their sight. Su Liangkai was still cursing when he abruptly stopped. When his vision focused, he found himself staring at the tip of a silver spear that was right in front of his face. In a shaking voice, he said, What are you doing? I'm your father. Do you want to kill me? Xin Shui Mei was also dumbstruck as she shook her head at Zhao Yu with anxiety. Don't make any rash moves, Dong. Although she had always been resentful of Su Liangkai for throwing her child away, Zhao Yu was his daughter after all. It would be totally unacceptable if she decided to kill him. Su Hao's heart leaped to his throat as he had witnessed how Zhao Yu mercilessly murdered Hu Sun. If she decided to kill here, he was powerless to stop her. It seemed that only Zhao Yibai could stop her from doing anything irrational. It was no wonder that she told Zhao Yibai to leave for a moment. It was apparent that she didn't want the man to see her looking so cruel and heartless. When I was a young child, I already knew that I was picked up by Ani Lu. She is like a mother to me, and she treats me really well. There's also Uncle Yang. Big brother Yibai always said that if my father were still alive, he would be as amiable as Uncle Yang. Hence, I always believed that since I had a mother and father figure, I was not lacking anything. I left Seven Stars Town at the age of 7 and joined Seven Stars sect. Although my master seems to be cold-blooded, he's actually a good man. Moreover, I also have big brother Yibai. What are you trying to say, Dong? Xin Shui Mei gazed at her with a horrified expression. There was a faint smile on Zhao Yu's face. I've never thought about looking for my biological parents. To me, those who have raised me are my family members. As for all of you, you're nothing to me. Su Liangkai gulped as he said meekly, I'm your biological father. Zhao Yu replied with a smile. What right do you have to claim to be my father when you didn't even bother to raise me? Who do you think you are to give me orders? While she pushed her spear forward again, Su Liangkai staggered backwards and yelled, Why you can't do this to me? I guess I'll be considered unfilial and wicked if I stabbed this spear into your head. Do you want to give it a try? Xin Shui Mei's face turned pale. Please don't, Dong. There was a cold expression on Zhao Yu's face as she said through clenched teeth, My name is Zhao Yu. All of a sudden, she put her spear away and bent her back to salute Xin Shui Mei. Many thanks for taking care of me in the past few days, Ani Mei. Please take care of yourself in the future. Xin Shui Mei cried, You have to take good care of yourself, too. With an impassive expression, Zhao Yu nodded and shuffled forward. There's no way you can escape. Su Hao, who had remained silent for a long time, sighed. Since senior brother Hu Sun is dead, his life lamp has undoubtedly shattered. Those from Spirit Sea Temple must be aware of his death by now. I suppose my honored master is rushing over to this place. Su Liangkai nodded repeatedly. You can't just leave. Wait for those from Spirit Sea Temple to come and explain everything to them. Zhao Yu ignored him, but she soon stopped in her tracks and looked in a particular direction with an alarmed expression. A figure suddenly appeared beside her as Zhao Yibai had returned. He took Zhao Yu's hand and said anxiously, We have to run. Now. Something's wrong. He was only in the Qi transformation realm, so his senses weren't as sharp as Zhao Yu's. Nevertheless, he instinctively felt uneasy, as though something terrible was about to happen. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4699, suddenly able to run really fast. The two of them left in a rush, but just a moment later, a figure descended from the sky along with a horrifying pressure. As if struck by lightning, a dazed Xin Shui Mei and a terrified Su Liangkai coughed out a mouthful of blood at the same time. It was the same case for Su Hao, who was only in the true element boundary. The figure landed in front of Husun with his eyes narrowed while his murderous intent surged. Disciple greets honored master. While bearing the pressure forcefully, Su Hao took a step forward and fell on his knees. This person was none other than the temple master of Spirit Sea Temple, Jia Hong. As the sect master of a first-class sect in the Void Continent, he was a powerful second-order emperor realm master, and was famous throughout the entire world. Husun and Su Hao had the luck to become his disciples, but Su Hao was just an unnamed disciple, while Husun was a true disciple. Jia Hong regarded Husun highly because of his extraordinary aptitude. When the other disciples brought the criminal's head back to Spirit Sea Temple, Jia Hong was quite pleased. However, he had never expected that he would be informed of Husun's life lamp shattering just a few days later. He immediately left the temple and arrived at this place, given his second-order emperor realm cultivation. It only took him a cup of tea's time to travel from Spirit Sea Temple to this small village. After examining Husun for a moment, Jia Hong shot a dispassionate glance at Su Hao and snorted. He had quite a number of disciples, and although Husun was not bad, he was not the brightest. Regardless, he was Jia Hong's disciple. Since his disciple was killed, Jia Hong, as the master, could not just pretend that nothing had happened. The person who had the guts to do this would have to pay a hefty price. He didn't even ask Su Hao who killed Husun, because before he arrived at this place, he could already detect two auras with different strengths leaving this place in a hurry with his divine sense. One of them was in the immortal ascension boundary, while the other was in the Qi transformation realm. How could weak cultivators like them possibly escape from his senses? The next moment, Jia Hong leapt into the sky like a great peng and disappeared. A couple dozen kilometers away, Zhao Ye wrapped Zhao Yibai with her true qi and flew forward. Just a moment later, she felt a fierce divine sense locking onto them. Her expression changed as she yelled, "We should split up! Big brother Yibai!" She was aware that she was unable to resist the person who was coming for them. Regardless of how many treasures her master had given her before they left, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to keep her life this time. She was the one who killed Husun, so it had nothing to do with Zhao Yibai. If they split up now, he would stand a chance to live. By sticking together, both of them would just be killed at the same time. Without giving Zhao Yibai a chance to reject her, she gently pushed out her palm and sent him flying away. In the meantime, she shot off in a different direction. Zhao Yibai fell to the ground and rolled away. With his face covered in sand, he looked up and saw a ray of light chasing after Zhao Ye. With his eyes widened, and he stomped the ground hard as he raced after them. However, he was only in the Qi transformation realm, so he was unable to run as fast as Zhao Ye or as fast as Jia Hong could fly. Just a moment later, they were already out of his sight. While he was anxious, he kept blaming himself. They had come across a lot of dangers during their recent adventure, but it was always Zhao Ye who protected him. He felt like he was a burden that was practically useless. Nevertheless, he knew that his aptitude was ordinary. Since he obtained the secret art in his dream 3 years ago, he had only managed to make it to the Qi transformation realm, so he was unable to help Zhao Ye out at all. Despite that, he still tried his best to catch up. In front of him, Jia Hong was moving at the speed of lightning as he could see Zhao Ye from a distance. He snorted at the fact that an immortal ascension brat had the guts to act impudently in front of him. He extended his hand and surged his Emperor Qi as he prepared to launch an attack on Zhao Ye. Instantly, Zhao Ye felt her entire figure stiffening as she was engulfed in the aura of death. However, the next moment, this feeling mysteriously dissipated. Meanwhile, a myriad of expressions came over Jia Hong, who was behind her. That was because just as he was preparing to make a move, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis befall him. as though he would suffer a terrible calamity if he dared to push out his palm. Given his second-order Emperor realm cultivation, Jia Hong knew well enough to not simply ignore this kind of instinctual warning. Therefore, he didn't dare to act rashly. While feeling doubtful, he dispersed the power he had gathered, after which the sense of uneasiness faded. He frowned and released his divine sense, but he couldn't detect any anomalies in the surroundings, nor was there a formidable enemy nearby. Was it just my imagination? Thinking so, he prepared to attack again. This time, he no longer had that kind of feeling, but after he pushed out his palm, the young woman in front of him staggered at just the right moment to completely avoid his blow, leaving her perfectly fine. Jia Hong widened his eyes in disbelief. The move he had just made was meant to end the young woman's life, and given her mere immortal ascension boundary cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for her to dodge it. However, she really managed to escape from death somehow. Jia Hong had no idea what was going on. He had made a move twice just now. The first time, he was stopped by the sense of unease he felt, and for the second move, he actually missed his mark. He had a feeling that something was off, so he wouldn't dare to make any rash moves again. Instead, he kept a fixed distance from the woman and observed her carefully. These two figures flew forward, seemingly in tandem, at shocking speed. Presently, Zhao Yibai was far behind them. He was initially anxious, but as time passed, he became immersed in a strange feeling while running at full speed. It was as though he had merged with the world around him. He had experienced the same feeling once 3 years ago. At that time, he was agitated by Miao Fei Ping's words, causing his thoughts to run wild. For some reason, he then fell into a dreamlike state where he found himself floating in a vast expanse of nothingness. It was Senior who woke him up in the end. Senior told him that he had accidentally triggered the power of this world, and that this kind of power was extremely dangerous, so he had to be careful whenever he acted in the future. Zhao Yibai would never dare to forget Senior's warning and ensure that he never replicated that incident again. However, none of that mattered at this moment. He was too weak as a Qi transformation realm cultivator, and only by leveraging on the might of this world could he possibly lend Zhao Ye a hand. His eyes were clear, and his emotions became as calm as a still tranquil lake. While he was bolting forward, layers of ripples started spreading from Zhao Yibai, though he was unaware of this fact. The space Tao essence in the world around him was triggered and resonated with him. Suddenly, he took a step forward and abruptly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in a faraway place, while his figure kept flickered and disappearing. Zhao Yibai looked steadfastly towards the front, as everything around him seemed to be slipping backward rapidly. Letting out a roar with pleasure, he felt as though he was a fish swimming in water for the first time ever. Half a month later, Zhao Yibai finally saw a ray of light on the horizon. It was the powerful master from Spirit Sea Temple. Xiaoya is right in front of me. Zhao Yibai dashed forward at even greater speed. In the sky up above, Jia Hong, who had been chasing after Xiaoya, noticed the anomaly happening to Zhao Yibai as well. When he looked down, he saw the little Qi transformation realm boy's figure disappearing from time to time. The person seemed able to ignore the obstacles of space and move from one place to another in the blink of an eye. Jia Hong widened his eyes in disbelief as he wondered to himself, what kind of power is that? He had never seen or heard of anything like that before, and all he could tell was that the space around the Qi transformation realm boy was warping with each step the latter took. While he was flabbergasted, he was also feeling extremely vexed and helpless. During this pursuit, he had repeatedly attempted to kill or capture Zhao Ye. However, whenever he made a move, he would either be forced to stop following an invisible sense of warning, or his attacks would simply be rendered useless for some strange reason. As an Emperor Realm Master, Jia Hong had actually been chasing after an Immortal Ascension Boundary Junior for half a month, but he still hadn't achieved his goal. He wouldn't have believed it if it wasn't happening to him. Now that he saw a Qi transformation realm brat using some strange power, Jia Hong felt that the experience over the past half a month had turned his worldview upside down. It only took the boy a short moment to surpass him and reach the young woman. For every step the boy took, he seemed able to borrow some kind of power from this world. No words could ever describe how astounded Jia Hong was. Big brother Yi Bai. Zhao Yu was shocked as well. Why did you follow me? Presently, Zhao Yi Bai was covered in blood. Given his Qi transformation realm, if he couldn't borrow this world strength, he would have died of exhaustion after manipulating space principles so abruptly and frequently, and wouldn't have made it to this place. Despite that, every time he used instantaneous movement, his figure still had to bear immense pressure. If it weren't because his physique was quite robust, he would have been crushed to dust upon breaking through the void. I have no idea why, but I was suddenly able to run really fast, Zhao Yibai replied in a weakened tone. Zhao Yi felt heartbroken for him as she engulfed him with her strength. At the same time, she fished out some spirit pills from her space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Zhao Yibai put on a silly smile. I'm really glad that you're okay. Ha had been extremely nervous while chasing after them. After all, many things could happen in half a month. He was worried that he would find Zhao Ye in a state he would never have the heart to see. Zhao Ye snorted, "That bastard behind me is just toying with me. He seems to enjoy watching me run, so he never made any fatal moves." If Jia Hong had heard what Zhao Ye just said, he would have beat his chest and roared in indignation. Although he had only made a few moves, he was determined to end Zhao Ye's life with each one, but for some unknown reason, all his attempts turned out to be futile, and Zhao Ye was still alive and well. "I guess there's something wrong with him," Zhao Yibai said grimly. "This place is not far away from Seven Stars Sect. It will only take us a few days to return. With Senior around, that person won't dare to harm you." And Zhao Ye nodded. In fact, she had been heading in the direction of Seven Stars Sect this whole time. She knew that it was impossible for her to go against an Emperor Realm Master, so she could only go back and seek her master's help. "I'll bring you out of this place." Zhao Yibai took her hand and activated his new ability, causing the world to contort. The next instant, they disappeared from the spot. Jia Hong wore a dark expression from a distance as he saw this. He had faintly realized something during this pursuit, but things had come to a point where he was unable to back down. His disciple was killed, so there was no way he could pretend that nothing had happened. He could only keep following this young couple and see what was waiting for him. He no longer believed that he could kill Zhao, yet to avenge Hu Sun's death, but this matter had to be resolved regardless. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4700. Uncle Yang, are you dying? Seven Stars Sect. Jia Hong stopped in his tracks in front of the mountain entrance and looked up at the sect's name on its arching signboard. The young man and woman that he had been chasing had entered Seven Stars Sect. As the sect master of Spirit Sea Temple, Jia Hong was naturally aware of Seven Stars Sect because both were first-class sects. Although both sects were far from one another, they would come into contact from time to time. An elderly man was already waiting in front of Seven Stars Sect. When he saw Jia Hong, he cupped his fist. "Welcome, Temple Master Jia. I'm sorry for not receiving you earlier." Jia Hong replied impassively. "It's been a long time, Sect Master Shangguan." Shangguanji said, "Our ancestor is aware of your arrival and is waiting for you on Azure Jade Peak. This way, please." Upon hearing that, Jia Hong narrowed his eyes and fell silent for a moment. "Sect Master Shangguan, what's the relationship of the young man and woman with your noble sect's ancestor?" Shang, Guanji replied with a smile. You'll find out about it after you go up the mountain. Jia Hong snorted. This Jia is going now. He then strutted towards the peak of the mountain. Shang, Guanji watched him leave without any intention to stop him. In just a moment, Jia Hong arrived atop Azure Jade Peak. A man and woman were already quietly standing on the peak, the very two who had fled from Green Mountain Town. Jia Hong wasn't surprised to see them here, as he furrowed his brows. If these two people had something to do with the ancestor of Seven Stars sect, it explained why he had come across so many anomalies while chasing them. He now firmly believed he wouldn't be able to avenge Hu Sun's death. My honored master is waiting for you in the hall, Zhao Ye said impassively. Jia Hong arched his brow, then went straight inside. No one knew what Jia Hong and Yang Kai talked about, but just a cup of tea later, Jia Hong left the hall in a respectful manner and leaped into the sky without turning his head. He didn't even bring up the fact that his disciple was killed. Zhao Ye and Zhao Yibai exchanged glances before letting out a sigh of relief, knowing that this matter was over. You two, come inside. Yang Kai's voice was heard coming from the hall. Zhao Ye's neck shrank, as she was evidently afraid. Zhao Yibai took her hand and gave her an assuring look before leading her to the hall. Although they had cultivated on the mountain for 13 years, it was the first time they actually stepped into this hall. Since the door was open, they entered right away and saw a person facing away from them with his hands behind his back. Master! Senior! They saluted him respectfully. The person then slowly turned around. Zhao Yibai widened his eyes in disbelief, then called out in a pleasantly surprised tone, Uncle Yang? Presently, the person in the hall was Uncle Yang, who had been like a father to the young boy since he was born. During Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye's adventures, they had taken the initiative to look for him in Green Mountain Town. However, instead of finding Uncle Yang, they had inadvertently bumped into Zhao Ye's biological parents. Zhao Yibai had never expected to come across Uncle Yang here after they were separated for 13 years. An excited Zhao Yibai asked, Why are you here? Uncle Yang, did Senior bring you here? Where is he? Yang Kai remained silent with a smile. On the other hand, Zhao Ye was much calmer. Although she was surprised and doubtful the moment she saw Yang Kai, she soon realized what was going on. Big brother Yibai, Zhao Ye pulled Zhao Yibai's sleeve. If I'm not mistaken, Uncle Yang is Master, and Master is Uncle Yang. How can that be? Zhao Yibai burst into laughter. Senior is a powerful cultivator, while Uncle Yang is just an ordinary person. Moreover, they look totally different. So how can you mix them up? Zhao Yu explained. Haven't you always wondered why Master and Uncle Yang look so similar from behind? Moreover, you've just said that Master is very powerful, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to hide his cultivation and change his appearance in front of us. Moreover, Uncle Yang and Master share the same surname. This proves that they're the same person. It's just that we were not aware of it. Zhao Yibai widened his mouth as he still couldn't believe what he had just heard. Am I right, Master? Zhao Ye asked directly. Yang Kai replied with a smile. You've always been intelligent, Zhao Ye. You're right. Zhao Yibai was dumbfounded as he couldn't grasp why the powerful senior became Uncle Yang all of a sudden. While he was puzzled, he saw Yang Kai extending his hand to the side, after which a figure abruptly appeared. The figure looked just like the ancestor they had been living with on Azure Jade Peak for the past dozen years. As the two figures stood alongside one another, their frames were the same except for their appearances and temperaments. Zhao Yibai tooted in amazement. A clone. Zhao Ye arched her brow. Yang Kai waved his hand with a smile as the ancestor of Azure Jade Peak disappeared. He then said, strictly speaking, the one you're seeing now is also a kind of clone. Rather, this is my soul avatar. Soul avatar? Zhao Ye gasped as her chest heaved. She was now an immortal Ascension Boundary Master who had opened up her own knowledge sea, so she was aware of how to use her divine sense and what kind of capabilities it should have. That was also the reason she understood the wonders of a soul avatar. Yang Kai's soul avatar, however, had manifested into physical form, and even the temple master of Spirit Sea Temple, who was a second-order emperor realm master, didn't dare to make a scene in front of him and left the place without avenging his disciple's death. How horrifyingly powerful must his true body be then? Zhao Yibai's jaw hung so low that an egg could be stuffed into it. Although he had no idea what Yang Kai and Zhao Yu were talking about, he couldn't help thinking they were truly incredible. Admiration was written all over his face as his eyes were as bright as stars. After a gulp, Zhao Yu asked, "How powerful are you really, Master?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Your master's cultivation is higher than the heavens." His words rang a bell, as Zhao Yu recalled that he had said the same thing when she agreed to become his disciple in the past. At that time, she swore that she would become more powerful than her master one day, and let him have a taste of becoming a worker. 13 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Yu couldn't help but blush. She was young and naive back then, but she wouldn't dare to have such disrespectful thoughts now. All of a sudden, a realization dawned upon her. When I was abandoned in the past, you were the one who picked me up from the mountain and sent me to Ani Lu's door. Oh, how did you even figure that out? Yang Kai was genuinely surprised. Zhao Yu replied, "When I found out that I was abandoned not long after I was born, I couldn't understand how I ended up in Seven Stars Town that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. I was just an infant at that time, and no beast could, or would ever do that. Only a powerful cultivator could achieve such a thing. I was just venturing a guess, but your reply proved that my speculation was right." Yang Kai put on a smile and said with some mirth in his words, "A person that is too clever might become exhausted in life." Zhao Yibai scratched his head. "It's better than being as foolish as me." Zhao Yu pouted, "You're not foolish. If you were really stupid, Master wouldn't have spent the last dozen years secretly training you." Huh? Zhao Yibai was perplexed. Zhao Yu said, "Master is Uncle Yang. Have you forgotten how he treated you over the past dozen years?" After giving it a thought, Zhao Yibai put on a grin. "Uncle Yang must have his reasons for treating me like that." Although the two of them had spent the last over 10 years on Azure Jade Peak, they were treated very differently. While Zhao Yu was treasured like a flower and carefully nurtured, Zhao Yibai was ignored like weeds. He had to do all sorts of manual work and would often be punished in Zhao Yu's stead. An annoyed Zhao Yu said, "I suppose you're dumb after all. Uncle Yang doted on you when you were a child. Why do you think he'd suppress you and punish you over the years?" A puzzled Zhao Yibai asked why. Zhao Yu turned to look at Yang Kai. "You'll have to ask Master about it." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Xiao Bai's aptitude is indeed ordinary, but that's not the reason I suppressed him. Even if there are 10 Xiao Bais, they're not comparable to you, Xiao Yu." Zhao Yibai flashed a smile at Zhao Yu to show that he was truly dumb. On the other hand, Zhao Yu had sensitively caught the key part from Yang Kai's words. "Big Brother Yi Bai might not be comparable to me when it comes to his aptitude, but he must have something that makes him special. Let me take a guess. I've always heard that when a powerful master realizes his time is running out, he will look for a legacy disciple before his predestined time of death. Therefore, some unknown young people suddenly receive the inheritances of powerful cultivators and become rising stars. In that case, you're probably dying soon, honored master, and Big Brother Yi Bai has the chance to receive your inheritance." The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched when he heard that. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai was flabbergasted as he asked with anxiety, Uncle Yang, are you dying? Yang Kai felt like he was on the verge of coughing up blood, and in a grim voice he snarled, "My vitality is still vibrant. If you two don't work hard, I'll live long enough to attend your funerals." While reeling from the shock, Zhao Yi Bai let out a sigh of relief. With a frown, Zhao Yi muttered, "When we were running away, Big Brother Yi Bai used a strange power that could ignore the obstacles of space. It allowed him to move faster than an Emperor Realm Master, even though he's just in the Qi transformation realm. Does your inheritance have something to do with this strange ability, Honored Master?" Yang Kai let out a sigh. He initially didn't want to explain these things to them so soon, but Zhao Yu was too clever, which was why he was caught off guard. He then raised his hand and manipulated the local space principles. Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Yu widened their eyes as they felt that the distance between Yang Kai and them was rapidly widening, as though they were now in different worlds. However, the next moment, the original distance was restored. When they came to their senses, they realized that they hadn't moved at all. They were drenched in cold sweat due to the contortion of space. This is the Tao of space, and usually only powerful masters have a right to come into contact with it, much less comprehend it. Xiao Bai had already shown his talent in this regard when he was in his mother's womb. I didn't want to waste a talented person like him, and the rest is history. Zhao Yi nodded as she finally figured it out. The disciple you've always wanted to take on is Big Brother Yi Bai. Yang Kai smiled. While Xiao Bai can hope to receive my inheritance, it's the same for you. Me. Zhao Yu was surprised. I've never felt that kind of power before. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4701. Cooperation will benefit both sides. I've taught you how to cultivate and passed on my secret arts to you, but I've never taught you how to use a spear. Yang Kai explained. There are 3,000 grand Daos in the world. While Xiao Bai is talented in the Tao of space, your comprehension of the spear Tao is unrivaled. Both the Tao of space and spear Tao are my Daos. Zhao, you finally understood everything. In comparison, your aptitude is much better than Xiao Bai's. If I hadn't suppressed your cultivation over the years, you would have moved beyond the immortal ascension boundary a long time ago. A puzzled Zhao Yi asked, Master, I've never understood why you've been suppressing my cultivation. Can you tell me now? After giving it a thought, Yang Kai said, I don't mind explaining it to you, but it will take a very long time. You'll find out about it when the time is right. Zhao Yi nodded and said in a gentle voice, What about Green Mountain Town? Did you deliberately tell Ani Lu and Grandma that you came from that place so that I'd look for you there? After all, you brought me out of that place before. Yang Kai fell silent. There had always been a hint of ruthlessness in her since Xiao Yu was a young child. This was evident in her reaction when she was forced to become Yang Kai's disciple, and it became even more conspicuous as she grew up. Yang Kai initially wanted to make use of this life experience trip to let her find her biological parents in the hope that the knots in her heart would be solved. However, his goal was not achieved in the end. Master, you were the one who named me. I'll always be Zhao Yi, and I have nothing to do with the Su family. I'll not be resentful of them for what they've done to me. After all, Anime took good care of me during that period of time. We're even now. Yang Kai nodded. However, there's one thing I don't understand. Please enlighten me, Master. Zhao Yi looked seriously at him. Go ahead. You could have kept hiding your identity, and it's clearly not the right time to expose it. So why did you show your true appearance after Big Brother Yi Bai, and I came back from the adventure? That's because I won't have time to pay attention to you two in the near future, Yang Kai explained. Zhao Yi frowned in puzzlement. Above the Emperor realm is the open heaven realm. To reach that realm, a cultivator must gather the powers of yin, yang, and the 5 elements before splitting heaven and earth apart in their body to form a small universe. I'm an open heaven realm master, and the world you live in is my small universe. Zhao Yu was instantly astonished. The vast world they were living in was actually just her master's small universe. She still couldn't believe it, as the notion was beyond her ability to comprehend. My true body is now trapped in a kind of shattered space, and I've been trying to comprehend its secrets over the years in an attempt to escape. I've finally gotten some clues, so I must focus on that now. Therefore, I won't have time to deal with the matters in my small universe. Zhao Ye nodded blankly. When I'm not around, you and Xiaobai have to work hard and not be complacent. I hope that you'll show significant improvements when I see you again in the future. Yes, Zhao Ye and Zhao Yi Bai nodded their heads at the same time. Yang Kai waved his hand again, whereupon 2 petite figures with wings behind their backs appeared as they danced in the air. Zhao Ye and Zhao Yi Bai were instantly amazed as they gazed at the figures that were the size of a palm. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu flashed amicable smiles at the pair. This couldn't be helped, while Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye didn't know these petite beings, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu, were very familiar with them. In the past, when Yu Lu was having difficulty giving birth, they were the ones who used a secret technique to stabilize her vitality, and so they had been there to witness Zhao Yi Bai's birth. Over the years, they had been observing the 2 children's development. It was just that Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye had never seen them before. These 2 are members of the Wood Spirit clan, and are also the earliest residents of my small universe. Even before then, they accompanied me for years. After I'm gone, you can ask them about cultivation or anything else. Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye nodded at the same time. Yang Kai gazed at Mu Zhu and Mu Lu. Please take care of them. The Wood Spirits replied with a smile. Don't worry, Master. With a nod, Yang Kai disappeared. In the hall, both parties glanced at one another for a moment before Zhao Ye pulled Zhao Yi Bai's clothes and said respectfully, Junior Zhao Ye greets 2 seniors. Mu Zhu smiled helplessly when she heard that. It had been a long time since she was born, but it was the first time she had ever been called a senior. On the other hand, Mu Lu felt that she had taken up a heavy responsibility as she stuck out her chest and pretended to be a senior expert. However, when she took a glance at Mu Zhu's towering mountains and remembered her own vast plains, she instantly became dejected. Are there any questions you want to ask? Mu Zhu said with a smile. Zhao Yi Bai immediately spurted out, Does Master really have several wives? Zhao Ye looked smilingly at him. What's wrong? Big brother Yi Bai, do you want to learn from Master? Zhao Yi Bai quickly scratched his head. I'm just curious. Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye were now in their early 20s, and the flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe was twice as fast as in the outside world. In other words, Yang Kai had been trapped in the shattered space for another 10 years. To an open heaven realm master, 10 or so years wasn't long at all. Hence Yang Kai, Xiaolin Lang, and Cheng Yang, who had chased after them to this place, were all doing just fine. The 3 of them were in different parts of the shattered space while searching for a way out. However, both Xiaolin Lang and Cheng Yang knew nothing about the Tao of space, so even though they were stronger than Yang Kai, they were powerless to do anything in this situation. On the other hand, after years of study, Yang Kai had finally gotten some clues about this space. That was the reason he decided to expose his identity to Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye at this point. For the next 6 months, space principles never stopped undulating around Yang Kai. His expression kept changing as it alternated between frowning and elation. Suddenly, one day, he opened his eyes as a glint flashed across their depths. His movement shocked Xiaolin Lang and Cheng Yang as they turned and paid close attention to him. Under their watch, Yang Kai took a step forward, and disappeared. They quickly looked around, but the man was nowhere in sight. No one knew where he was headed. A large part of the void was shattered by an ancient great expert using a space secret technique. Like a broken mirror, the space fragments here were like those shattered pieces. There was no order to speak of here, as everything was in complete chaos. Both Xia Linlang and Cheng Yang could already feel the strangeness of the space when they previously barged into it. Therefore, they were not surprised that Yang Kai had gone missing, as they were certain that he was randomly transferred to some distant space fragment. However, Cheng Yang's pupils contracted the next moment. That was because a figure suddenly appeared beside Xia Linlang. It was none other than the previously missing Yang Kai. A pleasantly surprised Xia Linlang asked, "Have you figured it out?" If that wasn't the case, Yang Kai couldn't have coincidentally appeared beside her. The two of them and Cheng Yang had given it many tries before, and were always randomly transferred around the space fragments. They had no idea where they would appear next after leaving a particular space fragment. However, the fact that Yang Kai could accurately appear beside Xia Linlang proved that only mastery in the Tao of space could solve the mysteries of the shattered space. "I haven't figured it out entirely, but I have discovered some patterns." Yang Kai shook his head. After all, the space fragments were originally a single whole, although it was now shattered. There must be a faint connection between the space fragments. Only experts in the Tao of space could clearly see such connections, though. "Do you have the confidence to get us out of here?" Xia Linlang asked. Yang Kai replied, "It's not hard to find a way out, but what comes after that will be difficult to handle." Xia Linlang suddenly recalled that there were countless divine abilities that just waiting for them outside of this space. Before they arrived at this place, they had experienced a lot of hardship and almost lost their lives. At that time, Bright Sun Divine Monarch was behind them to clean up the mess. If he hadn't blocked most of the divine abilities, they wouldn't have stood a chance to survive. It could be said that Cheng Yang had actually done them a favor. With that said, they were forced to sneak into this place as Cheng Yang was chasing them. Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at Cheng Yang and spoke to him using a secret technique. "Divine Monarch, given the situation we're in, cooperation will benefit both sides, while disagreement would do no one any good. Why don't we put down our grudges and work together?" Cheng Yang snorted and stared at him with a pair of piercing eyes. "Aren't you worried that I'll harm you?" Yang Kai replied, "The reason you've been hunting me down is that you're after one of the 4 universe pillars, the World Spring. However, I've refined the World Spring, and it is now a part of my small universe. Even if you kill me, you might not be able to get it. The World Spring will most likely fall apart alongside my small universe. So even if I work with you, I don't have to worry about my safety for the time being, without you seeing your sister Xia. And I might not be able to get out of here. And it's the same case for you. Without me leading the way, you'll never be able to leave this place despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master." Cheng Yang stared coldly at him for a long time before putting on a grin. "Since you've made things so clear, what else can I say? If you aren't worried that I'll stab you in the back after we get out of here, why would I be bothered?" A moment later, he asked with a smile, "Do you want me to make an oath or something?" "If oaths were useful, what would be the point of cultivating? Even if you really made an oath, I wouldn't believe it." Cheng Yang arched his brow. "You're pretty reasonable, brat. Because of what you've said, I can assure you that I won't kill you before you ascend to the 7th Order." "Many thanks for your kindness, then. Divine Monarch." Yang Kai put on a faint smile. To the side, Xia Linlang appeared worried. She knew that if they brought Cheng Yang out of this place, the other party would definitely stab them in the back. However, if they didn't make use of his power, she and Yang Kai wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. It was understandable that Yang Kai had made such a decision in the face of this predicament. Regardless, they had to get out of here first. "I'll go over there now, Divine Monarch." Yang Kai said, then turned to Xia Lin Lang. Don't circulate your strength no matter what. Xia Lin Lang nodded. Got it. As space principles undulated, Yang Kai led her to take a step forward and disappeared from the space fragment. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4702, Escape. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang had gone missing for quite a long time, as they still hadn't appeared after half a day. Bright Sun Divine Monarch even suspected that Yang Kai had gone back on his word and decided to leave him here. While he was lost in thought, though, he saw Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang suddenly appearing beside him. Divine Monarch, Yang Kai gently nodded at him. Cheng Yang replied impassively. What do you need me to do? Yang Kai said with a smile. It's easy. I'll use my power to lead the way for you, but I must not be disturbed in any way. So please don't resist. Cheng Yang stared fixedly at him. By not resisting, he would basically be allowing Yang Kai take control of his life or death. If Yang Kai was ill-intentioned and made a move all of a sudden, Cheng Yang, despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, might not survive. With that said, he didn't hesitate for a long time and simply nodded. Do whatever you have to do. I'll cooperate with you. Without saying a word, Yang Kai engulfed him with his power. The next moment, as space principles undulated, the three of them disappeared from the space fragment. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye as the trio moved across different space fragments. Yang Kai would stop in his tracks from time to time as he looked around with a frown. As space principles undulated, he seemed to silently be trying to comprehend something. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang and Cheng Yang didn't have to do anything. They didn't even need to use their strength at all. In such a strange place, they could only rely on Yang Kai to bring them out. Although they hadn't managed to leave this odd space after half a year, Cheng Yang wasn't in a rush and worked with Yang Kai whenever his help was needed. There came a moment when they abruptly appeared in a certain space fragment. Yang Kai intently looked around for a moment before taking a deep breath. This is the last step. Both Cheng Yang and Xia Lin Lang appeared excited. The two of them scanned the surroundings for a bit. Then Cheng Yang asked with a frown, Young boy, are you sure we'll be able to leave this damned place after taking a step forward? Why do I feel like we've gotten deeper into this shattered space instead of moving out of it? Yang Kai replied with a smile. The order of the space here is in complete chaos. Nothing you see can be believed. That's the reason you have this feeling. Cheng Yang didn't remark on that, and after giving it a thought, he nodded. Since you've said so, I'll believe you. After taking this step, I'll clear a path for the two of you and bring you out of here. Yang Kai shook his head. I need you to stay behind us just like how we entered this place previously. Senior Sister Xia, and I will lead the way. It took some time before the powers of those divine abilities and the artifacts were triggered. With Cheng Yang staying behind them, he would be able to resolve them. However, if Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were to stay behind, they might not be able to resist the attacks. Cheng Yang frowned, but he didn't object to it. After a nod, he said, We'll do as you say, then. Many thanks, Divine Monarch. After finishing his words, Yang Kai engulfed Xia Lin Lang, and Cheng Yang with his power then took a step forward. The world around them spun around as space contorted. Before they even came to their senses, streams of dormant power roared to life all around them and locked onto their life auras. Horrifying power surged as these divine abilities, which had been dormant for countless years, radiated a dazzling glow. Yang Kai felt his entire figure stiffening. As his flesh squirmed, he directly summoned his Azure Dragon Spear and pushed it out. In a steadfast manner, he yelled, Let's go! Two people then turned into rays of light and charged forward. They already had such an experience when they were fleeing previously, so They were not flustered now when dealing with this situation. Cheng Yang followed closely behind them as countless divine abilities gathered together and crashed down upon them like an avalanche. Even Bright Sun Divine Monarch sported a solemn expression when facing such a mighty torrent. Once he was swept into this stream of divine abilities, he would probably lose his life despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. While the three of them were fleeing, they cast their secret techniques at their back to resolve the stream of divine abilities behind them, but their attempts were futile. Cheng Yang roared repeatedly as his 8th Order Open Heaven Realm power exploded. Every time he made a move, the entire universe seemed to tremble. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang, who were in front of him, were terrified. If such attacks had landed on them, they wouldn't have been able to resist them. Fortunately, they had brought Cheng Yang with them. Without him bringing up the rear for them, they wouldn't be able to leave this damned place. Initially, the divine abilities that had been triggered were extremely powerful, with some of them being equivalent to the attacks from 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, as they moved forward, the powers of the divine abilities gradually weakened. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang had already realized this when they barged into the shattered space previously. Therefore, as long as they could persevere, things would only get safer. Half a day later, the two people at the front were covered in blood and had consumed a lot of energy, although most of the divine abilities were far behind them, and Cheng Yang would deal with them. Some of the attacks managed to reach them, and they had no choice but to make a move. As a result, both of them were injured. There was an extremely deep cut on Xia Lin Lang's shoulder as she almost lost her arm. Fortunately, she wasn't at risk of losing her life. Yang Kai didn't have time to check on Cheng Yang, but he was sure that the other party wasn't in a better state. After all, Cheng Yang had to bear most of the pressure. Bright Sun Divine Monarch lived up to his status as an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, though, despite the pressure he faced, he still followed closely behind them. He even had time to split a bit of his divine sense to lock onto Yang Kai. Half a day later, the divine abilities that had been triggered were only equivalent to attacks from 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It seemed they were already at the periphery. At a certain moment, Yang Kai secretly whispered, "It's time, Senior Sister Xia." Upon hearing that, Xia Lin Lang stuck close to Yang Kai without hesitation. Yang Kai wrapped his arm around her waist and surged his space principles. Their figures soon flickered and disappeared from the spot. It was a plan they had come up with previously. As they were approaching freedom, they had to get rid of Cheng Yang. If they were still with him by then, while it wasn't certain how Xia Lin Lang would end up, Yang Kai would definitely be captured and become a prisoner. Certainly, he wouldn't let anyone else have control over his life. However, Yang Kai had to bear a huge risk by using instantaneous movement in this place. That was because the divine abilities around them were so numerous and randomly placed. Yang Kai wasn't certain where he would land after using instantaneous movement. He might be able to get rid of Cheng Yang, but he might also fall into a dangerous spot and be killed. Nevertheless, he believed that life was full of uncertainties, and sometimes one just had to make a bet. Cheng Yang was obviously acting cautiously, which was why he had locked a bit of his divine sense onto Yang Kai. However, he never expected that Yang Kai would be reckless enough to take such a risk in this kind of place. By the time he came to his senses, it was already too late for him to stop them. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang had already disappeared from his sight, and his divine sense thread, which had been targeting Yang Kai, had also been cut off. Cheng Yang wore a dark expression and snorted. However, he had no time to search for them, as he was still being pursued by the stream of divine abilities. He could only keep running and resolving the attacks for now. Under a gray sky, ripples spread across an open prairie as two battered figures appeared. They were none other than Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang. Before Yang Kai could even breath a sigh of relief, he suddenly turned his head and pushed out his azure dragon spear at the spot where he appeared. The next moment, several powerful divine abilities relentlessly passed through the void and arrived at this place. Although he had managed to flee with Xia Lin Lang using instantaneous movement, he had also brought several divine abilities along with him. While Xia Lin Lang was unaware of them, Yang Kai was not. Following a loud boom, Yang Kai was sent flying away like a sack as he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His spear-holding arm went limp while his 5 viscera and 6 organs shook. Xia Lin Lang finally came to her senses as she exclaimed and pushed out her palms, which turned into innumerable shadows that finally blocked the divine abilities. The dust only settled several moments later. A battered Xia Lin Lang walked up to Yang Kai and looked down at him. "How are you?" Presently, Yang Kai was lying on the ground with his limbs spread. He lethargically opened his eyes and acted tough by saying, I'm fine." Xia Lin Lang couldn't help but roll her eyes. While standing beside him, she looked around and frowned. "Where are we?" Yang Kai panted and replied, "I have no idea. The last time I used instantaneous movement, I was unable to control the direction. Who knows where we've landed? However, we've just made a lot of noise, so we can't stay here for long." After a nod, Xia Lin Lang asked, "Can you walk?" Yang Kai snorted, "Do I look like I can walk?" A speechless Xia Lin Lang covered him with her power and brought him to a different place. An hour later, she found a cave in the middle of a mountain and snuck into it so that they could recuperate. Although Chungyang was behind them bearing most of the pressure while they were escaping, they were still injured and exhausted. Yang Kai wasn't certain if Chungyang would pursue them, nor was he aware of any danger waiting for them in this place. He just knew that they had better restore their strength quickly. After consuming some spirit pills, the pair sat down with their legs crossed. A moment later, Yang Kai arched his brow as there was a hint of surprise on his face. For some reason, he could feel his dragon vein throbbing in an excited manner. He also felt a faint sense of affability toward this place. In fact, he was already aware that there was something unusual going on with his dragon vein the moment he landed on the prairie, but he didn't have time to ponder on it. Now that he was recuperating, he could finally try to find out what was going on. After examining it for a while, he could confirm that his dragon vein indeed reacted differently. He even had a feeling that if he stayed in this place for a long time, his dragon vein would steadily become more powerful. Although the feeling came out of nowhere, he firmly believed it to be true. Does this place have something to do with the Dragon Clan? Yang Kai wondered in excitement. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4703, Great General. There were 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises in the 3,000 worlds, making up a total of 108 top great forces. Thanks to the Star Boundaries World Tree, Yang Kai had contact with many high-rank open heaven realm masters from the various cave heavens and paradises, but not all of them. That was because both the Dragon Altar of the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Nest of the Phoenix Clan were part of the 36 cave heavens. It was just that these 2 cave heavens were extremely hidden, so much so that most ordinary people had no idea where these cave heavens were even located. Yang Kai had been trying to find the place where the Dragon Altar was located for many years. Unfortunately, his efforts had never worked out. Despite asking Bai Shi, the old man could not tell him anything. The old man only mentioned that he would be able to sense the whereabouts of the Dragon Altar once his dragon vein reached a certain level. Therefore, Yang Kai never expected to stumble upon this surprising discovery today. Could this strange place be the Dragon Altar? If this place is the Dragon Altar, then isn't it a little too shabby? But if it is at the Dragon Altar, why is the power of my dragon vein experiencing an abnormality? Xia Lin Lang, once mentioned that there were rumors about countless divine spirits gathering in the depths of the shattered ruins. It was just that she had never ventured into the shattered ruins before, so she was unable to verify the truth behind those rumors. Having only just arrived at this place, the information Yang Kai had to work with was simply too little. He had no idea what kind of place this was, so he could only discard his distracting thoughts and focus on recovery. Nevertheless, Yang Kai soon confirmed another one of his conjectures. There was an exceptionally peculiar power in this world that could be drawn into his body to stimulate the enhancement of his dragon vein. Too little time had elapsed, so the enhancement Yang Kai experienced was not significant. Even so, he could clearly sense the changes in his body, so he immediately activated some of the bloodline-enhancing secret techniques taught to him by Old Man Bai Shi. Ever since he finished consuming the dragon blood flowers that he obtained from the grand ancient ruins boundary, Yang Kai's dragon vein had remained relatively stagnant. Old Man Bai Shi had taught him some bloodline-enhancing secret techniques, but he rarely had the time to cultivate in peace. Coming to this place at this time was truly a wonderful opportunity. As soon as the secret technique was activated, Yang Kai felt a little different. The peculiar power in the world poured into his body all at once, as though summoned by something, instantly causing his flesh to wriggle and the power of the dragon vein in his body to roar endlessly. The sudden urge to transform into a dragon surged up from the depths of his heart. It was at this point that Yang Kai finally became certain about one thing. This place was definitely related to the Dragon Clan. At the same time, a tall figure suddenly descended from the sky at the spot where Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang had emerged previously. This figure was wrapped in an exceedingly terrifying aura, comparable or even greater to bright sun divine monarchs. Sniffing the air lightly, he coldly snorted, "What a disgusting aura!" Then he reached out a hand and grabbed a handful of blood-stained dirt in the palm of his hand. Rubbing his fingers together, the tall man frowned. The smell of the Dragon Clan. He looked to the side and asked, "Is it him?" Not far away from him, a handsome white-robed youth and a young woman holding a peach blossom branch stood respectfully. If Yang Kai were here, he would have immediately recognized this man and woman. They were the two people who picked a quarrel with him previously. Moreover, the white-robed youth had placed a peculiar bloodline mark on Yang Kai during their battle. Cheng Yang had subsequently used that mark to pursue Yang Kai relentlessly. There was no indication as to how the white-robed youth and the young woman holding the peach blossom branch had arrived at this place. The white-robed youth replied respectfully, "I'm quite sure it's him. I definitely sensed him venturing deep into the divine ability sea earlier. It would seem that he escaped that place and arrived here." The tall man smiled grimly when he heard those words. "That's good news indeed. It has been many years since someone from the Dragon Clan appeared in this place. I never expected to encounter one today. Can you still sense his location?" The white-robed youth shook his head. "No. He might have gotten rid of my bloodline mark. However, I don't know whether he died at the hands of Cheng Yang." Cheng Yang had chased Yang Kai all the way into the divine ability sea. Now that more than 10 years had passed, there was no saying what happened during this period. Needless to say, Yang Kai had gotten rid of the bloodline mark during this time. He could not have escaped Cheng Yang's pursuit otherwise. Search for him, even if you have to turn over every single rock in the area. Find that Dragon Clan member. The tall man shouted. The white-robed youth and the young woman beside him accepted the command and sped away. After discarding the soil in his hand, the tall man abruptly turned to look in a certain direction. A graceful figure in purple had appeared from that direction at some point in time and was staring at him quietly. The man grinned. "I heard that the Dragon and Phoenix clans have always maintained a close relationship with each other since ancient times, thanks to the resonance between your bloodlines. Have you discovered something usual?" The purple-robed woman called Yuzhua stared at him and parted her ruby lips lightly. Kuan-Ao, you must not lay a hand on this Dragon Clan member. Kuan-Ao sneered. Ridiculous. There is nothing in this world that I cannot touch, much less a Dragon Clan member, with such an inferior bloodline. Even if a divine dragon himself appeared before this king, I will show you that I can fight him. Yuzhua said indifferently, say that to a divine dragon's face, and I'll believe you. Kuan-Ao coldly snorted. We haven't heard from the Dragon Clan since the day they left the ancestral land. Who knows whether they've gone extinct or not? Looking up at her, he continued, but you can rest assured, I won't kill him even if I find him. We need him to collaborate with you to break the seal that the Dragon Clan left behind back then. The ancestral strength is getting weaker, and weaker by the day. I'm sure your Four Phoenix Pavilion would not want to see the bloodline of your descendants becoming thinner and thinner either. Isn't that right? Yuzhua replied with a frown. That seal is something the Dragon and Phoenix clans created together in ancient times. Nobody knows what lies beyond the seal. Aren't you afraid of bringing irreversible consequences down on the ancestral land by rashly undoing it? Kuan-Ao shook his head. Both you and I have seen the changes in the ancestral land over the years. If we don't do something, the ancestral land will no longer be worthy of its name one day. Rather than that, isn't it better to take a gamble? Don't tell me the Four Phoenix Pavilion has never thought of releasing the seal over the years. Yuzhua said nothing. Kuan-Ao went on, leaving aside the Kuan clan. There are so many other divine spirits in the ancestral land. Which one of them does not wish to undo the seal? It is just that the Four Phoenix Pavilion has constantly obstructed our attempts for some reason. Be that as it may, you cannot be blamed either. The seal was created by the Dragon and Phoenix clans together. Trying to break the seal with the Phoenix clan's bloodline alone is not feasible. The Dragon clan not only disappeared so many years ago, but also remained hidden, impossible to be found. But now, a Dragon clan member has finally arrived in the ancestral land. Don't you think that this is the heaven's will? The countless divine spirits in the ancestral land will not remain silent if the Four Phoenix Pavilion dares to stand in the way again. If you are not careful, the people will turn against you. How could you be unaware of such a fact? In the past, it was possible to dodge the problem by claiming that the seal could not be undone with the power of the Phoenix clan alone. However, a Dragon clan member had appeared out of nowhere for some inexplicable reason. If the Phoenix clan continued to oppose this matter, even the Four Phoenix Pavilion would not be able to resist the pressure from all the divine spirits in the ancestral land, and a terrifying war was bound to break out if they tried. I will need to carefully discuss this matter with the rest of my sisters, Yuzhua said softly. Kuan-Ao just waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead and discuss it among yourselves. When I find him, I will bring him to the Four Phoenix Pavilion. Yuzhua nodded and turned around. Her graceful figure suddenly transformed into a giant, extremely beautiful purple bird. Then she spread her wings and flew away. Kuan-Ao watched her leave before he turned around and walked away leisurely. Inside the cave, Yang Kai and Xia Linlang were focused on their recovery when all of a sudden, Yang Kai opened his eyes. His gaze was deep, piercing through the void to look off into the distance. After a moment of careful observation, he couldn't help crying out in surprise. In the next moment, his figure flickered and appeared outside the mountainside. There was a tender and jade-like boy who was fighting a bloody battle with a ferocious exotic beast in Yang Kai's field of vision. The child looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. His soft and tender limbs were adorable, and he had a high ponytail on his head. The exotic beast he was fighting clearly carried a trace of a divine spirit bloodline. It was just that the bloodline was not very pure. Nevertheless, each attack it unleashed contained power equivalent to that of a third-order open heaven realm master. Be that as it may, the child remained undaunted. The small figure rode upon the body of the exotic beast, one hand clutching its fur tightly, and the other hand forming a fist to punch its head. He might be small, but the strength of every blow was not to be underestimated. Even though the exotic beast fought back bravely, and even activated the power of its bloodline, it could not escape the child's attacks. A quarter-hour later, the child jumped down. He was drenched in blood, but the exotic beast collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Its vitality had been extinguished. Seeming to sense something, the child turned to look in Yang Kai's direction and shouted in a childish voice, "Who's there?" When their four eyes suddenly met, Yang Kai grinned. The child was taken aback for a moment. Immediately after that, his eyes widened, and he pointed a finger at Yang Kai. "Why, you... Great General!" Yang Kai greeted the child with a smile. "It's been so long since we last met. Your noble bearing remains the same." "Yang Kai!" The child leaped a whole meter into the air, a joyous smile appearing on his face. Striding forward, he rushed over to Yang Kai in a few steps and looked up at him cheerfully. "Why are you here in the ancestral land?" "I just passed by here by accident. Can you believe it?" Yang Kai patted the child's head. Great General turned his head away and yelled angrily, "Don't pat my head! Mother said that I won't grow tall if people touch my head." Yang Kai smacked his lips. "Almost 100 years have passed. Why are you still so tiny?" Great General clasped his hands behind his back and spoke in a condescending manner. "What do you know? Mother said that my bloodline is extremely pure. That's why my growth period is relatively long. When I grow up, I'll definitely be taller than you. Will you get a sense of accomplishment just by being taller than me?" Yang Kai gave a big grin, hearing the commotion outside. Xia Lin Lang came out of the cave in a flash and was slightly stunned to see Yang Kai fooling around happily with a child. Coming over to Yang Kai's side, Xia Lin Lang asked curiously, "Who is this child? Is he somebody you know?" Yang Kai nodded. "He's an old friend. When Yang Kai first entered the 3,000 worlds, he had been tricked into becoming a worker in Seven Wonders Land. The Fire Spirit Land's protector venerable, Duan Hai, used to have a pet whom the workers called Ruler of the Dawn Great General. It was from Great General's hands that Yang Kai earned a considerable amount of open heaven pills. When Yang Kai later escaped the Seven Wonders Land, he brought Great General with him. Afterward, Great General led Yang Kai to the divine spirit Miameng. It was not until then that Yang Kai learned that the golden rooster-like Great General was actually the child of a divine spirit. Miameng had given Yang Kai 3 golden tail feathers, and it was by relying on one of these tail feathers that he managed to kill the dying golden crow and obtained the golden crow's true fire. It could be said that Miameng's 3 golden tail feathers had been of great help to him. Yang Kai never imagined that he would meet the Great General again in this place. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4704, Ancestral Land. Great General might have taken on a humanoid form, but his aura remained unchanged. That was why Yang Kai recognized him at a glance. Great General then looked behind Yang Kai and asked curiously, "Where are Old Fong, Jieyu, and the others?" Yang Kai laughed. "They joined Great Moon Province a long time ago, so they are cultivating there right now." Great General made a non-committal sound in response, seeming rather disappointed. He did not know many people, and Yang Kai was one of the few friends he had. Fong Bai Chi, Jieyu, and Asun were also counted amongst his friends. "You mentioned the ancestral land earlier. What is this ancestral land?" Yang Kai asked. He had been looking for an opportunity to figure out his current location. So now that he had encountered Great General, it was only natural for him to inquire about his circumstances. Great General blinked his large eyes a bit before replying, "The ancestral land is the ancestral land." It would seem that he didn't know much either. Therefore, Yang Kai did not ask any further questions. Looking around, he asked, "This place is dangerous. Why are you here alone? Where is your mother?" Great General pointed behind him with his thumb and smilingly said, "Mother is at home. My house is not far from here. Mother will be very happy to know that you're here. Would you like to come with me to visit her?" Yang Kai nodded. "I was hoping to do just that." "Let's go then." While speaking, Great General turned a somersault and dexterously landed on Yang Kai's shoulders. Riding around Yang Kai's neck like he was riding a horse, he pointed one of his chubby fingers in a certain direction, that way. Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes, involuntarily recalling the scene where this little boy was constantly resting on top of his nest, which caused his hair to resemble a chicken coop. So many years had passed, but Great General seemed to have never forgotten that feeling. Now that he could no longer use Yang Kai's head as a nest, he rode on his shoulders instead. Yang Kai did not chase the little boy off his shoulders. Instead, he allowed him to grab his hair with both hands as he sped forward in the direction Great General pointed. Xia Linlang followed behind with an odd expression. Along the way, the trio passed through various mountains and valleys. It took more than an hour before they caught sight of a spirit peak rising up from the ground in the distance. Even from a distance, the spirit peak towered into the sky, standing at least 10,000 meters high. The top of the mountain was covered in a layer of mist, creating a beautiful scenery that resembled a heavenly paradise. A palace came into view when they arrived at the top of the mountain, and there was a noble-looking woman standing there waiting quietly. It was obvious that she had noticed the auras of Great General, Yang Kai, and Xia Linlang in advance. Upon seeing the woman, Great General jumped off Yang Kai and cheerfully shouted, "Mother, look who's here." He rushed toward the woman while speaking. However, the woman stretched out her hand as soon as he approached and pinched his ears with great precision, causing him to yelp in pain. "I take my eyes off you for one moment, and you go gallivanting off on your own. Didn't I tell you that the ancestral land is dangerous and not to go out on your own?" Great General's small face flushed with pain, and his eyes flitted towards Yang Kai from time to time. He quickly begged for mercy. "Mother, I was wrong. I only went out for a walk because I was bored, and I didn't go far. Are you going to do this again in the future?" The woman twisted his ears painfully. "I won't. I won't." He nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking rice. Only then did the woman release her grip, go inside. "You are not allowed to leave again without my permission." Rubbing his ear, Great General walked towards the palace with a pout on his face. Nevertheless, he turned back and made a face at Yang Kai before he vanished inside. Yang Kai burst into laughter at the sight. Taking several steps forward, he bowed politely. "Yang Kai greets Senior." This woman was none other than the divine spirit Miemeng, whom he rescued from a certain grand array many years ago. Miemeng in human form no longer had that fierce and terrifying aura around her body. On the contrary, she seemed like a well-mannered woman. Miemeng looked at him with a slightly complicated look and frowned. "Why did you come to the ancestral land?" Yang Kai briefly explained, "I was chased by a powerful enemy, so I had no choice but to plunge into a place where countless divine abilities and secret techniques lay dormant. Afterward, I just somehow found myself here. It's been years since we last met. Not only are you in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, but the little girl beside you is in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Who could have pushed you to the point where you were cornered so badly? Could it have been an 8th Order Open Heaven realm master?" She raised her eyebrows slightly. Xia Linlang couldn't help being startled. Although she had some guesses when she first saw this woman, she couldn't be sure at the time. Be that as it may, the other party had pointed out the depth of her cultivation at a glance, so one could only imagine the strength she possessed. This woman is definitely a mature divine spirit. It's rumored that countless divine spirits gather in the depths of the shattered ruins. Could it actually be true? I wonder if you've heard a man named Bright Sun Divine Monarch. Yongkai asked. Mia Meng frowned, one of the 3 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven. I have indeed heard of him before. I believe he is related to the Kuan clan of the ancestral land somehow. The Kuan clan, Yongkai murmured under his breath. Come in first. It looks like you have a lot of questions. While speaking, she turned around and walked into the palace. Yongkai thanked her for her hospitality before walking into the grand hall together with Xia Lin Lang. The grand hall might be large, but it was actually quite desolate. It would seem that there was nobody else living in this place aside from Mia Meng and her son. When they took their seats, Yongkai didn't even hope to get a cup of tea from Mia Meng, and Mia Meng herself never even thought to give one. Go ahead and ask whatever questions you want to ask. I will tell you whatever I can, Mia Meng gently said. Let me thank you in advance, Senior. Yongkai cupped his fist. What this junior would like to know most is, where is this place? Great General mentioned that this place is the ancestral land. But what is the ancestral land? Ooh. Mia Meng pondered in silence for a moment before she replied with a question of her out. You came here by passing through the shattered heaven, right? Yongkai and Xia Lin Lang nodded together. Mia Meng explained, strictly speaking, this place is still within the shattered heaven. It's just that this place is the deepest part of shattered heaven. Outsiders call this place the Shattered Ruins. Yongkai and Xia Lin Lang exchanged glances with each other. You probably entered through the Divine Ability Sea, right? Mia Meng stretched out her hand and gave a little wave. Starlight twinkled in front of her, and a large number of fluorescent lights gathered to form a ball. The Divine Ability Sea is the periphery of the Shattered Ruins. It is a place where countless divine abilities and secret techniques have lain dormant since ancient times. Anyone who intrudes into that place will trigger the power of those divine abilities and secret techniques. Generally speaking, non-Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters can never enter this place, and even an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master might be trapped and die in that place if they are unlucky. Yongkai nodded lightly. It was only now that he learned that the region he and Xia Lin Lang passed through was called the Divine Ability Sea. And the ancestral land, she reached out her hand to point at a spot in front of her, is known to outsiders as the Shattered Ruins. It is surrounded by the Divine Ability Sea. Following her movements, the bits of fluorescent light gathered in the middle of the large ball to take on the shape of a continent. She reached out her hand to point at the continent. We are located in the ancestral land. Who does the ancestral land belong to? He asked. It is the ancestral land of all divine spirits, as well as the place of origin of all divine spirits. All divine spirits in the world were originally born in this place. Mia Meng made a shocking statement. Yongkai was stunned, and it took a while before he remembered something. But from what I heard, the birth of the divine spirits is related to the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer. These two were the ancestors of all divine spirits. Supposedly, it was the fusion of their powers that gave rise to all sorts of divine spirits. Mia Meng smiled. It is indeed related to them. The sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer were originally born in the ancestral land. It's just that they left a long time ago. Yongkai furrowed his brow tightly. There were thousands of questions swirling around in his heart, but he did not know how to voice these questions. So for a time he fell into deep thought. Mia Meng thus continued, You have the Dragon Clan's bloodline, so you must have noticed the uniqueness of the ancestral land. Yongkai nodded quietly. He had felt that abnormality earlier. Cultivating in this place would greatly help to improve his bloodline power. That is the ancestral strength. No matter what type of divine spirit cultivates in this place, their bloodline will be enhanced at a faster rate. That is also the reason why so many divine spirits have gathered in the ancestral land, but not many of them are willing to leave. The divine ability C might be powerful, but it is not difficult for the powerful divine spirits to leave if they so wished. Even Chungyang could navigate his way through the divine ability C, so what more need be said about the divine spirits? Yang Kai understood. Is that why you brought Great General back to the ancestral land after you escaped your prison back then? Miameng nodded. The ancestral land will be beneficial for his growth. It's only natural for me to return to this place. While speaking, she turned to look at Xia Linlang, but while the ancestral strength is highly beneficial to divine spirits, it can be said to be a kind of slow-acting poison to those without a divine spirit bloodline. Your companion must not remain in the ancestral land for too long. Otherwise, the ancestral strength will begin to erode her small universe, and the consequences will be dire. Xia Linlang was startled, but I don't feel anything unusual. Miameng replied lightly, that's because only a short time has passed. It will be too late by the time you notice any abnormalities. What are the consequences? Yang Kai asked. Miameng explained. Strictly speaking, a divine spirit is also a kind of monster. It's just that they are the strongest species of monsters. That is why, if enough time passed, she might begin showing some divine spirit characteristics. Once her small universe is corroded by the ancestral strength, this is a kind of monster transformation, but it might not be a good thing for her. Without a divine spirit bloodline, the monster chi will clash with the cultivation in her body. Just imagining that she might suddenly grow fangs and claws like a monster beast caused Xia Linlang to involuntarily shudder. Yang Kai looked at Miameng and said, Senior, is the dragon clan in the ancestral land? Miameng slowly shook her head. A very long time ago, the dragon clan indeed lived in the ancestral land. However, the dragon clan left the ancestral land for some reason. Most of the Phoenix clan left with them. Therefore, there is no one from Dragon Clan in the ancestral land today. Yang Kai couldn't help looking disappointed when he heard those words. He originally thought that this place would be related to the Dragon Clan, and it would seem that there was indeed some connection. In fact, it was not just the Dragon Clan, but all divine spirits that were related to this place. It was just different from what he previously imagined. Nobody knows about your arrival here, right? Miameng asked all of a sudden. Puzzled, Yang Kai shook his head. Probably not. That would be for the best. To be honest, you should not have come to the ancestral land. It is very dangerous for you to be here. Yang Kai frowned slightly and asked, Why do you say that? Miameng just shook her head and did not explain. Instead, she stood up and said, I'll escort you out of this place. The divine ability C is dangerous, and with your strength, it will be impossible for you to leave safely. Many thanks, Senior. Yang Kai bowed with gratitude. Although the environment of the ancestral land was highly beneficial towards the enhancement of his Dragon Clan bloodline, Miameng would definitely have her own reasons for saying that this place was dangerous for him. On top of that, how could Yang Kai refuse when Miameng volunteered to escort them out of this place? Therefore, he immediately stood up and followed Miameng outside with Xia Linlang in tow. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4705, The Kuan Clan. However, the three of them had only just walked out of the Grand Hall when an extremely hostile aura swept over them from a great distance. The aura was so strong that both Yang Kai and Xia Linlang involuntarily tensed up in apprehension. It felt as though there was an entire universe world pressing down on them. Mia Meng looked up and saw a stream of light on the horizon speeding towards them without the slightest intention to conceal its presence. After getting a clear look at the person heading toward them, she narrowed her eyes slightly and sighed. "This is the reason why I said that the ancestral land is very dangerous for you." Yang Kai frowned deeply. "Senior, who is he? His aura. I don't like it." That person's aura reminded him of the white-robed youth he encountered previously, but comparing the two, there was no doubt that the white-robed youth was considerably weaker than this person. Nevertheless, both of them gave him an instinctive sense of repulsion and disgust. "Kuan Ao of the Kuan clan." "Kuan clan," Yang Kai murmured under his breath. This was not the first time he heard that name coming from her lips. Those who enter the sea are known as Kuan, while those who leave the sea are known as Peng. Since ancient times, the Kuan clan and the Dragon clan have been mortal enemies that hunted and killed each other. Both sides suffered great losses in their long war, and the grudge and hatred runs so deep that it has been branded into each other's bloodline. No matter how many eons go by or how many generations pass, the grudge and hatred will never be resolved. The Kuan clan is a major clan in the ancestral land. I was in such a hurry to send you away, because I was afraid that you might be discovered by the Kuan clan. Unfortunately, it seems to be too late already." "Is he strong?" Yang Kai asked. "Stronger than me, at least," Mia Meng replied bluntly. Yang Kai gasped at those words. Mia Meng was a mature, divine spirit, and although he had never seen her take action before, she was probably no weaker than an eighth-order open heaven realm master. At the very least, she would be on the same level as one. Be that as it may, she claimed that Kuan Ao was stronger than her. One could only imagine how terrifying Kuan Ao must be. "He probably came because of you. I will distract him later. You should find a chance to escape. If you fall into his hands, you will never have the opportunity to leave again." Mia Meng warned. "Will that cause trouble for you, senior?" Yang Kai queried hesitantly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. She chuckled softly. "He might be stronger than me, but I have the confidence to drag him down with me if it came to a life-or-death battle. He will not be that irrational." Yang Kai breathed deeply. "This junior will never forget this kindness, senior." Mia Meng waved her hand dismissively. "If not for your help back then, I would never have escaped from that prison. Just think of it as repayment for back then." During their conversation, Kuan Ao arrived in front of the palace. Yang Kai looked up and saw that this person was extremely burly, his figure like a small mountain. Just by standing there, he gave off an incredible sense of oppression. Moreover, his sharp gaze cut through the void like a knife. In addition, a white-robed youth and a young woman holding a peach blossom branch stood beside him. These two were the ones who fought with Yang Kai back at the Shattered Heaven. Hence their presence made Yang Kai frown. After listening to Mia Meng's explanation, how could he not understand that the white-robed youth was also part of the Kuan clan? It was precisely because of the deep-rooted hatred branded within the bloodlines of the Kuan clan and the Dragon clan that gave him that unexplainable sense of rejection and disgust when he saw that youth for the first time the other day. That was the power from his bloodline. It was not something he could control. It was just that Yang Kai and Xia Linlang had borrowed the strength of Chunyang to navigate the divine ability sea and arrive at the ancestral land. On the other hand, this young man and young woman were only on par with sixth-order open heaven realm cultivators. So, how did they manage to enter this place? "Kuan Ao, why did you come here uninvited?" Mia Meng stood in front of the grand hall and looked up indifferently. Kuan Ao grinned. "Mia Meng, stop playing dumb. You are a divine spirit yourself, not to mention that you have some connection with the Phoenix clan. Don't you tell me that you can't sense this boy's bloodline. Mie Meng frowned and continued, the hatred and grudges between the Dragon Clan and the Kuan Clan are matters of your ancestors' ancestors. How many years has it been since the Dragon Clan last appeared in the ancestral land? Why must you abuse your strength and harass the weak? He is nothing more than a small child to you. Why can you not show mercy just this once? Kuan Ao shook his head. If it was just about the hatred and grudges between our ancestors, there would be no reason for this king to come in person. It has not been long since you returned to the ancestral land, Miemeng, so it's understandable that there are some secrets you don't know about. Secrets? Miemeng furrowed her brow slightly. Kuan Ao explained, for countless years, the ancestral strength has been weakening steadily. The bloodline of all the descendants born among the major clans has been becoming less and less pure. It has also been getting harder and harder for them to enhance their bloodlines. What does that have to do with him? Miemeng didn't understand. It was true that not much time had passed since she returned to the ancestral land. It could even be said that she was not born in the ancestral land. Nevertheless, she was a divine spirit. So, she carried with her the inheritance of her ancestors in her bloodline. She knew about the ancestral land, and that was why she came here after she escaped from her predicament. However, she was truly ignorant about the secrets that Kuan Ao mentioned. In ancient times, when both the dragon and the phoenix clans departed from the ancestral land, they left behind a seal, which was tied to their bloodlines. That seal cordoned off a large portion of the ancestral strength. If we can undo the seal, the ancestral land might be restored to its former glory. This will be of great benefit to all the divine spirits in the ancestral land. But you've said it yourself, the Dragon Clan has not appeared in the ancestral land for many years. Even in the outer world, the Dragon Clan has not appeared in a long time. Although there are remnants of the Phoenix clan's bloodline remaining in the ancestral land, they are unable to release the seal with their power alone. If not for that, why do you think the Kuan clan maintains a connection with the outer world all the time? It's so that we can find a Dragon Clan member to break that seal. And now, the time has come. Miemeng's expression changed immediately after hearing his explanation. For a time, she was not sure whether she could believe him. She instinctively sensed that he would not deceive her, but subconsciously refused to believe him. Thus, she scowled deeply. The reason you came here to find him, is it to ask for his help in undoing the seal? Kuan Ao nodded. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Four Phoenix Pavilion for verification. I won't lie to you. I've already met Yuzhua before coming here. She has no objections to this matter. Miemeng muttered, I will confirm the Four Phoenix Pavilion's attitude towards this matter myself. It's late. You should leave, Kuan Ao. However, he just snickered and reached out his hand. Hand over the Dragon Clan member to me, and I'll leave immediately. Miemeng slowly shook her head. I will bring him to the Four Phoenix Pavilion. If you want him, you can contact the Four Phoenix Pavilion. Kuan Ao's expression immediately turned cold. Miemeng, you do not want to face the wrath of the Kuan clan. There is a Dragon Clan member standing in front of me right now. I am showing you more than enough mercy by restraining my murderous intent and not acting against him directly. If you refuse to show proper respect here, the Miemeng clan might be annihilated today. She asked coldly, Are you threatening me? Kuan Ao scoffed. You've never even heard of the secrets of the ancestral land seal. Why invite trouble upon yourself for an unrelated dragon? Besides, if the ancestral land seal is released, it will be beneficial to your descendants too. Miemeng turned to look at Yang Kai. Find a chance to escape on your own. Yang Kai nodded heavily. Kuan Ao immediately became livid. Miemeng, do you really want to make an enemy of the Kuan clan? Instead of answering, Miemeng just charged at him. Impudence! Kuaneo roared furiously and slammed out his palm. A destructive force that threatened to obliterate the world shot out from the palm of his hand and shrouded Miameng. In response, Miameng raised a hand and unleashed a dazzling golden light. The two divine spirits instantly engaged in a fierce battle, and the terrifying fallout caused the local space to shudder. When those two confronted each other, Yang Kai quickly manipulated the local space principles to wrap around Xia Lin Lang so that they could flee. At that moment, both the white-robed youth and the young girl who had been standing beside Kun all this time attacked in unison, unleashing their strongest divine abilities. Yang Kai raised a palm to counter their attacks, while Xia Lin Lang, next to him, also reached out her hand to point to the front. Following several explosions, both the white-robed youth and the young girl were pushed back. They were strong. After all, they were both on par with Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm cultivators, but the combined power of Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang was not to be underestimated either. After repelling those two, Yang Kai swiftly used space principles to escape together with Xia Lin Lang. When he appeared again, they were already several tens of thousands of kilometers away. Where do we go now? Xia Lin Lang's complexion was slightly pale. I don't know. We can only take one step at a time. Yang Kai answered through gritted teeth. Without Miameng's protection, it was impossible for them to leave the ancestral land. The divine ability sea surrounding the ancestral land was an obstacle they could never overcome by themselves. Unfortunately, the ancestral land was not safe with the Kuan clan eyeing him greedily. What's more, there were many divine spirits gathered here. For the two newcomers to this land, they were completely ignorant as to where each divine spirit was located and which divine spirits were hostile. Hence, Yang Kai was also at a loss for what to do next or where to go. After several instantaneous movements, the pair had escaped a considerable distance from the battlefield where Miameng and Kuaneo were fighting. Before Yang Kai could catch his breath, though, a furious roar echoed across the sky. A Dragon Clan member has appeared in the ancestral land. Why are you all just standing there doing nothing? The voice was thunderous, and there was no telling where it came from, but it resounded throughout the world. Yang Kai's expression immediately darkened in response. If what Kuaneo mentioned earlier was true, and the ancestral land seal required the combined powers of both the dragon and the Phoenix clans to unlock, then his identity as a Dragon Clan member would be extremely attractive in the ancestral land. The divine spirits with the intention of releasing the seal would be very interested in him. And Kuaneo's furious roar had undoubtedly revealed his presence to the world. If Kuaneo had the ability to capture Yang Kai himself, he would never have made such a public announcement. He could obtain the greatest benefits for the Kuan clan after releasing the seal if he had Yang Kai in his grasp. However, with Miameng actively blocking his way, he could not get away from her easily. His biggest fear was that Yang Kai would escape from the ancestral land, so he had no choice but to do this as a last resort. Although doing so would reveal Yang Kai's presence to everyone in the ancestral land, it was still better than allowing him to escape. As soon as Kuaneo's words rang out, the entire ancestral land flew into an uproar. One after another, mighty auras emerged as though waking from a deep slumber, and countless terrifying divine senses began sweeping out across the world. A short while later, huge exotic beasts ran across the ground while giant birds took to the skies. Some divine spirits even took on human form to fly through the skies. The overpowering divine senses swept across every corner of the ancestral land, searching for the Dragon Clan member, who had appeared out of nowhere. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were forced into a corner almost immediately. Their situation instantly turned into one where they resembled mice running across the road with people screaming and chasing them. Yang Kai turned several dangerous situations around with the help of his space principles, changing their location before the divine spirits could discover them. Nonetheless, after every escape, it would not take long before another divine sense discovered them again. Yang Kai fled desperately without rest, bringing Xia Lin Lang with him. Unfortunately, his efforts were to no avail. The divine senses of the divine spirits interweaved, as they constantly communicated their discoveries with each other and tightened the encirclement. If this were to continue, it would not take long before there was no place left to escape, not even with the help of space principles. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4706, Qingwan. Another day passed, and a ripple appeared in the void before Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang suddenly emerged out of nowhere. As soon as they appeared, they both spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Who was that divine spirit just now? Xia Lin Lang's complexion was ashen, and her expression was fearful. Yang Kai wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and answered through gritted teeth, "If I'm not mistaken, Tao Wu." If not for his quick reflexes earlier, they would have been suppressed on the spot by Tao Wu. Yang Kai would probably have survived the encounter. After all, the divine spirits of the ancestral land needed his bloodline to undo some sort of seal. They would not actually do anything to him, so capturing him would have been the limit. On the contrary, a human woman, especially a beautiful one like Xia Lin Lang, would have suffered a fate worse than death. Tao Wu was one of the ancient ominous beasts. What's more, the way he looked at her just now was filled with extreme malice. The corners of Xia Lin Lang's brow twitched as she smiled wryly. The people around you don't usually live a long life, do they? She had originally hidden herself in the shattered heaven over 2,000 years ago. Although she had been living in secret, and even changed her name, her life had been relatively stable. Conversely, the few years she had spent with Yang Kai had been a veritable torrent of thrilling adventures, death-defying escapes, and constant danger. Being hunted by an Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master was nothing at this point, as they were now being hunted and tracked by all the divine spirits in the ancestral land. It was Xia Lin Lang's first time experiencing life on the run like this, and every single time they escaped danger frightened her greatly. In contrast, Yang Kai seemed rather accustomed to this situation. It was obvious that he had gone through numerous similar experiences before. Right now, the person with me is you. You should be careful not to jinx yourself, he said lightly. Her smile became increasingly bitter. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically all of a sudden, raising his head to look in a certain direction. He gritted his teeth. They arrived so quickly. While speaking, he grabbed her by the arm and shouted, "Let's go!" Space rippled, and the two of them vanished before they even had the time to catch their breath. When they reappeared again, Yang Kai immediately stabilized his body and looked up to see a figure with an extraordinary aura speeding towards them from the front. That person had clearly noticed Yang Kai, and when their four eyes suddenly met, he couldn't help being stunned and stared at Yang Kai blankly. "Damn it, Qingyang!" Yang Kai swore angrily. This was truly a case of when it rained, it poured. What he feared the most during his repeated escapes was to encounter this kind of situation where he appeared right in front of an enemy due to instantaneous movement. His luck had been pretty good so far, as every time he performed instantaneous movement, he would have a chance to catch his breath for a moment. Unfortunately, his luck had run out, and he actually appeared in front of Bright Sun, Divine Monarch. Qingyang must have escaped the Divine Ability Sea and arrived at the ancestral land at some point in time. Be that as it may, Yang Kai quickly discovered that something was not right. Qingyang did not look pleasantly surprised to see Yang Kai. On the contrary, he looked hesitant and unsure. Furthermore, it was obvious that he was injured. His injuries contained the aura of a divine spirit, indicating that his wounds did not come from navigating the divine ability sea, but from an encounter with a powerful divine spirit in the ancestral land. At this moment, he was filled with grievances that could not be voiced. He was one of the 3 great Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven. Although he had been hiding in the depths of the Shattered Heaven and living in seclusion for many years, there was no denying that he was a famous figure. In the Shattered Heaven, he was capable of calling the wind, summoning the rain, and holding up the entire sky. However, in his relentless pursuit of the world spring, he had accidentally stumbled into the ancestral land of the divine spirits. He knew about this place. After all, the white-robed youth from the Kuan clan had always kept contact with him. Compared to the other Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven, Chungyang had some knowledge of the ancestral land. More importantly, he knew that all the inhabitants of the ancestral land were either divine spirits or those with divine spirit bloodlines. For a human cultivator without the slightest divine spirit bloodline like himself, he was bound to face countless difficulties in this place. When he ran into the divine spirit by chance earlier, the other party had attacked him as soon as they got into a disagreement. If not for his impressive strength, Chungyang would have died right then and there. Even so, his battle with the divine spirit had left him wounded. For now, the only method for him to resolve his current predicament was to seek refuge with the Kuan clan. The Kuan clan had been cooperating with him all these years after all, so it could be said that there was some friendship between them. It was just that he had never stepped foot into the ancestral land before. So how was he supposed to know where the Kuan clan was located? Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Chungyang spotted Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang tearing space and appearing in front of him. Hence, he was extremely conflicted. Yang Kai was undoubtedly the culprit behind his current misery. If possible, Chungyang wanted to rip this little brat's corpse into 10,000 pieces. Be that as it may, he did not dare to attack Yang Kai recklessly under these circumstances lest he attracted the other divine spirits here, which would not benefit him in any way. During that momentary hesitation, there was a bit of a back and forth as he struggled to come to a decision. Suddenly, a voice sounded from afar. "Chungyang, capture him. The Kuan clan will guarantee your safety." Chungyang immediately recognized that the voice belonged to the white-robed youth called Kuan Yu, who had been searching for something in the Shattered Heaven all this while. Back then, the white-robed youth had brought a young woman with him to seek Chungyang's assistance. He claimed to have come from the Kuan clan and revealed the bloodline of the divine spirit Kuan clan in him. Chungyang had not paid much attention to this matter, as in his opinion, there was no harm in providing some conveniences and protection to the other party as long as they did not interfere with his interests. Over the years, Kuan Yu had constantly wandered the Shattered Heaven in search of something. Chungyang never bothered to ask about the matter. Moreover, the information regarding the world spring was given to him by Kuan Yu. Otherwise, he would never have emerged from the universe cave heaven that he had been secluding himself in. Nevertheless, he never expected Kuan Yu to return to the ancestral land so soon. Of course, considering that Kuan Yu originated from here in the first place, it was not that strange for him to return safely. After hearing what Kuan Yu said, Chungyang stopped hesitating. He intended to seek refuge with the Kuan clan in the first place. So seeing as Kuan Yu wanted him to capture Yang Kai, he would do as he was asked. It would also better allow him to make contact with the Kuan clan's masters. Reaching out his hand, Chungyang grabbed towards Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang. The divine spirits in the ancestral land did not know Yang Kai's strengths and weaknesses, which was why Yang Kai had the chance to escape using his space principles. Unlike the divine spirits, however, Chungyang had seen many of Yang Kai's methods. He knew that this brat would vanish out of sight if he showed the slightest negligence. Hence, while extending his hand, Chungyang also used his divine sense to create a heaven-sealing, earth-locking field to prevent Yang Kai from escaping. Yang Kai gave a furious roar, summoning the azure dragon spear. A great sun leaped upward as the spear stabbed forward. At the same time, Xia Lin Lang attacked, without reserve. Even so, the combined powers of these two were not enough to block the divine monarch's attack. The enormous hand descending from the sky merely paused for a moment before coming down on them again. The strength of an eighth-order open heaven realm master was enough to make Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang taste despair. Under the pressure of the large hand, they grunted in pain, and their figures steadily sagged downward. They were practically being crushed to the ground. At that moment, a sudden turn of events occurred. A graceful figure in an azure dress appeared beside Yang Kai, and Xia Lin Lang without any warning. After a quick glance at Yang Kai, the woman raised her head to look at the large palm coming down on their heads. With a light wave of her bare hand, an aura without the slightest hint of aggression spread out, and the large hand covering the sky instantly dissipated. Chungyang staggered and stumbled backward, staring at the azure-robed woman in fear. He might not have used his full strength in the attack just now, but it should not have been so easily resolved. Even an eighth-order open heaven realm master like him could not have accomplished this in such a calm and relaxed manner like this woman had done. In other words, this azure-robed woman's strength was definitely much higher than his. Who is this divine spirit? Chungyang's figure tensed in apprehension as his eyes stared fixedly at the azure-robed woman without blinking. Phoenix Clan. Yang Kai straightened up slowly while staring at the woman who had appeared beside him and resolved his current crisis. Right now, his dragon vein was giving off a somewhat different and unusual feeling. It was a feeling that he experienced before when he was together with Su Yan, traveling with Lu Yan, and interacting with Jiu Feng. That was what convinced him that the azure-robed woman who appeared out of the blue had a Phoenix Clan bloodline. Don't be afraid. The azure-robed woman's words were without feeling, but they gave him an indescribable sense of security. Two streams of light sped over from a distance. It was Kuan Yu of the Kuan clan and the young woman carrying the peach blossom branch. Upon seeing the azure-robed woman, Kuan Yu was taken aback for a moment before his expression became solemn, and he bowed in greeting. Kuan clan, Kuan Yu greets Senior Qing Luan. The azure-robed woman nodded lightly, her beautiful eyes staring into the depths of the void. In all directions, countless powerful auras were rapidly approaching this place after detecting the commotion earlier. Every single aura represented a mighty divine spirit. Qing Luan then spoke. I shall be taking him with me. In 3 days, you may all come to 4 Phoenix Pavilion to discuss the matter of the seal. After saying that, she flicked her sleeve, wrapped up Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang in her power, then soared into the sky. The powerful auras that had been approaching this direction swiftly paused in silence. A short while later, they gradually fell dormant once more. Chungyang stood there with a frown on his face, his expressions changing in quick succession. All of a sudden, he whipped his head around to look at Kuan Yu. Were you using me? If not for the scene just now, he would not have thought too deeply about this matter. However, the divine spirit Qing Luan had appeared in person to rescue Yang Kai from him. Combined with the words she left behind before she left, he couldn't help delving more deeply into this matter after that incident. Not to mention, he also heard a furious roar resounding across the skies when he first entered the ancestral land earlier. That furious roar had claimed that a dragon clan member had appeared in the ancestral land. Although Chungyang had failed to understand the situation previously, he was starting to get some insight now. Those divine spirits rushing here from all directions were clearly coming for Yang Kai. In other words, Yang Kai was the Dragon Clan member who appeared in the ancestral land. It was most certain that he had some sort of vital role to play in the ancestral land, which was why so many divine spirits had come to capture him. It had to be said that Cheng Yang was the one to pursue, and eventually forced Yang Kai into the ancestral land. However, the information he received regarding the world spring had come from Kuan Yu. Furthermore, when he first started pursuing Yang Kai, Kuan Yu had not hesitated to consume his own blood essence to leave a bloodline mark, so as to facilitate his pursuit of Yang Kai. After combining all these incidents together, Cheng Yang was seriously suspecting that he had been used by Kuan Yu. "I was just borrowing your strength," Kuan Yu replied calmly. "Why are you so angry, Divine Monarch? You could have explained everything to me in advance." Cheng Yang's expression was hideous. "Divine Monarch, this is the ancestral land." Kuan Yu's words immediately extinguished Cheng Yang's rage. There was no choice. If he wished to leave this place alive, he would need the help of the Kuan clan, so it was not a good idea to offend them. After falling silent for a moment, Cheng Yang declared, "I wish to meet your elders." "Good." Kuan Yu nodded. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4707, The Four Phoenixes. Qing Wan's speed was extremely fast, so it didn't take long before they arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. The spirit peaks were covered in mist, and world energy was abundant in the air. Furthermore, there were many gorgeous pavilions in the mountains. Qing Wan landed lightly in front of the main hall. Then she gently placed Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang down before saying, "This place is very safe. Rest here for the day. I will come and speak to you tomorrow." After saying that, she turned and departed with a flash. Watching her departing figure, Yang Kai frowned slightly. He had so many questions in his heart. For example, why did the Dragon Clan leave the ancestral land? Where did they go? What did the seal have to do with their departure? The other divine spirits might not know anything, but Qing Wan, who was closely related to the Phoenix clan bloodline, would surely know some of the secrets. According to the information that Yang Kai had gotten so far, the Dragon Clan left the ancestral land with most of the Phoenix clan many, many years ago. However, Qing Wan had already mentioned that she would come and speak to him tomorrow, so there was no need to hurry. He had been escaping with Xia Lin Lang over the past few days, and the consumption had been too great, so it was true that he needed to recuperate. There was nobody in the main hall when Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang walked inside, so they each just found a private room and went inside to rest. On another spirit peak, Qing Wan flew over and landed. There were 3 other women waiting for her there. One was dressed in purple, one was dressed in yellow, and the last was dressed in white. The yellow-robed woman walked up and asked, "Elder sister, how is the situation?" Qing Wan replied, "I found him and brought him back, but Kuan-Eo kicked up such a huge fuss that all the divine spirits know about the appearance of a Dragon Clan member in the ancestral land. I'm afraid that the matters related to the seal cannot be delayed any longer." The purple-robed woman frowned. That seal is something both the dragon and the Phoenix clans left behind in ancient times. Since it is such a powerful seal, it must surely be related to a matter of great importance. Unfortunately, so many years have passed, so nobody knows what is being contained inside. Rashly opening the seal may bring about unpredictable consequences. Qing Wan nodded. It's true that nobody knows what it contains, but most divine spirits know about the ancestral land seal. Moreover, the seal has naturally loosened after so many years. There is no denying that extremely pure ancestral strength is leaking out from the gaps of the seal. Otherwise, nobody in the ancestral land would have joined the movement spearheaded by the Kuan clan with the intention of releasing it. The other 3 women nodded lightly during their conversation. A young man hurried over and cupped his fist. Old ancestors, please head to the Infant Phoenix Tower immediately. There's an emergency. The women's expressions changed when they heard those words, and they sped there without any hesitation. A short while later, they stood inside the Infant Phoenix Tower and examined the phoenix egg in front of them with solemn expressions. The Infant Phoenix Tower was where the babies of 4 Phoenix Pavilion were housed. Any clansman who had laid a phoenix egg would place their offspring here to be nurtured. It was to ensure the survival and birth of their descendants. Unfortunately, the vitality of the phoenix egg in front of them was weakening at this very moment. It was like a candle in the wind, at risk of vanishing at any given moment. Upon seeing this, Qing Wan immediately placed her finger into her mouth without hesitation. She bit through the skin of her fingertip and forced out a drop of her own blood essence. Her bare hand then danced nimbly, drawing countless patterns on the phoenix egg. An extremely intricate and mysterious array formed in an instant. When the light shone brightly, the array was completely absorbed by the phoenix egg. The vitality that was on the verge of being extinguished slowly showed signs of stabilizing. Silently watching the phoenix egg in front of her, she gave a small sigh and asked, "How many does this make over the past 1,000 years?" The white-robed woman replied sadly, "This is the 3rd. The previous 2 did not make it, and this one might not survive either. Whether or not it could successfully hatch would depend entirely on the heavens now." The yellow-robed woman added, "The bloodlines of the 2 newly hatched are quite impure. Their future achievements will be limited." The ancestral strength was getting weaker and weaker. This place was the origin of all divine spirits, so the weakening ancestral strength naturally had a huge impact on the birth and survival of the descendants of all the divine spirits. The divine spirits of the older generation could feel these changes clearly. It was many times harder for them to improve their bloodline power now compared to when they were younger. Naturally, part of the reason was that the purer their bloodline, the more difficult it was for them to enhance their strength. But unfortunately, the biggest reason was that the ancestral strength was weakening. It had always been difficult for the Phoenix clan to have descendants, and if things continued at this rate, there would not be any new descendants with their bloodline born to them. Forget the Phoenix clan. The population of divine spirits with small numbers in the first place had withered and were practically on the verge of extinction. Elder sister, the seal, the yellow-robed woman, looked at Qing Wan. Qing Wan let out a heavy sigh in response. The next day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes and flashed out of his room. When he arrived outside the main hall, he looked up at the sky only to see 4 rays of different colored lights flying towards him. Having also noticed the commotion, Xia Linlang appeared beside him. A short while later, 4 women landed in front of the 2 of them. Yang Kai bowed in greeting. Junior Yang Kai greets 4 seniors. Likewise, Xia Linlang quickly gave an elegant bow. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, her powerful perception distinctly told her that all 4 women standing in front of her were much stronger than her. Even Bright Sun Divine Monarch was nothing compared to any one of them. As the leader, Qing Wan nodded lightly before looking at Yang Kai and saying, "I am Qing Wan. You might already know me. These 3 are Yuan Chu, Yuzhua, and Hong Hu. The 4 of us can be considered the oldest generation in the 4 Phoenix Pavilion." Yang Kai's heart trembled slightly. He once read the Divine Spirit Record, and according to its text, there were phoenixes of 5 different colors, namely red phoenix, azure Wan, yellow Yuan Chu, purple Yuzhua, and white Hong Hu. It could be said that the 4 women in front of him carried the purest bloodlines of the Phoenix clan, other than the phoenixes themselves. Moreover, The dragon and the phoenix clans had always had a close relationship with each other, which was why he did not feel the slightest sense of oppression from them, even though the gap in their strength was so large. On the contrary, Yang Kai's dragon veins seemed to be rejoicing. You probably have some questions for us. Similarly, we have some questions for you. Qing Wan looked at Yang Kai warmly, as if she were his elder. Let's go inside and talk. Yang Kai nodded. Thus, they all went into the main hall and took their seats. The gazes of the four women were focused on Yang Kai. They constantly seemed to be examining him, as though trying to figure out something from his body. Your bloodline is strange. Qing Wan was the first to speak. It's extremely pure, but you don't seem to be part of the dragon clan. Can you explain the situation to us? Yang Kai nodded and said, I am not part of the dragon clan, but I'm not fully human either. The purple-robed Yuzhua frowned. Even if a human obtained a dragon source by chance, their bloodline should not have been so pure. What dragon source did you receive? In response, Yang Kai silently stimulated the power of his dragon source. A deafening dragon roar resounded throughout the main hall in the next moment, and at the same time, a large golden dragon head seemed to awaken from dormancy and floated just behind him. The dragon eyes were majestic, seeming to overlook the universe. Qing Wan narrowed her eyes and exclaimed, Golden divine, dragon source. Likewise, Yuzhua revealed a look of understanding. No wonder. You've probably tried many ways to enhance your source strength over the years. That's why you managed to experience such growth, right? Yang Kai nodded. I consumed many spirit pills refined from the dragon blood flowers. After a hesitant pause, he asked, Seniors, can you tell me about what happened to the dragon clan? The women exchanged glances with each other. Then Qing Wan explained, We have lived in the ancestral land ever since we were born, but even we have never met the dragon clan before. It's only thanks to our bloodline inheritance that we know some things about the dragon clan. As for whether they are the truth, you will have to be the judge of that yourself. We are not deliberately trying to deceive you. This junior would not dare to think that. Yang Kai nodded slightly. She then continued, As you know, any divine spirit will be strong enough to rival a high-rank open heaven realm master in strength once they reach adulthood. As the head of all divine spirits, the Dragon Clan is no exception. Dragon Clan members who were not as strong as a high-rank open heaven realm master would always be considered juvenile dragons, no matter how many years they cultivated. Only those with strength comparable to high-rank open heaven realm masters were worthy of the title Grand Dragon. Yang Kai nodded. This sentiment was something that he heard from Bai Shi in the past. According to Bai Shi, one's dragon form had to be at least 10,000 meters long for them to be worthy of the title Grand Dragon. And above the Grand Dragons are the Divine Dragons. Qing Wan continued, The strength of a Grand Dragon is equivalent to the strength of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master or an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. On the other hand, Divine Dragons are on par with 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. I'm sure you're aware of the gap in strength between them. The gap in strength between each order of the Open Heaven Realm was like the difference between night and day. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master killing a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was like stealing candy from a baby. The same applied if a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master tried to kill a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The difference in strength between an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would only be even more staggering. Meanwhile, a Divine Dragon was in existence comparable to a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The source you inherited once belonged to a Divine Dragon. Qing Luan looked him straight in the eye. In any case, you were able to refine this source and produce a dragon vein. Regardless of your origins as part of the human race, strictly speaking, you're already part of the Dragon Clan. It's just that you are no more than a juvenile dragon based on your current strength." Hearing those words left him dumbfounded. Yang Kai had worked hard and cultivated for many years in order to achieve all the success he enjoyed today. Nevertheless, he could only be classified as a juvenile in the Dragon Clan with his current achievements. The strength of the Dragon Clan was evident. When he realized that even Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan could only be classified as juvenile dragons, though, he felt a little better. Yang Kai had obtained his dragon source when he was still very young. In that case, what happened to the former owner of the source for him to die in that place? It had to be said that he was a divine dragon comparable to a Ninth Order Open Heaven realm master. What about the Phoenix clan source that Su Yan inherited? Both of them had been together at the time. How could a Phoenix clan member be weak if she died beside a divine dragon? Unfortunately, what happened back then would forever remain a mystery. This is the heaven's will. Qing Wan sighed. In the beginning, she had hoped that Yang Kai's bloodline might not be strong enough to unlock the seal even if he was part of the Dragon Clan. If that was the case, then she would only need to explain the circumstances to the divine spirits in the ancestral land, and this matter might have been suppressed as a result. However, she knew that this method would not work as soon as she saw the source strength Yang Kai possessed. Although with his current Dragon Veins power, he could only be classified as a juvenile dragon, his source was extremely pure. There was a possibility that he could unlock the seal. So what excuse could Four Phoenix Pavilion use to stop the divine spirits in the ancestral land? A brief moment of silence passed before Qing Wan asked, "Do you know why all the divine spirits in the ancestral land want to capture you?" Yang Kai replied, "I heard that they want to use my bloodline to unlock some sort of seal." Qing Wan nodded. "So, in that case, this will be easy to explain. In ancient times, the dragon and the Phoenix clans joined forces to leave behind a powerful seal in the ancestral land. Nobody knows what is contained within the seal. Perhaps only the original generation of divine spirits know the truth. Unfortunately, too much time has passed, and too many things have been lost over the generations, even with the inheritance of divine spirits, like ourselves." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4708, The Ancient Seal. At present, nobody in the ancestral land knows why the Dragon and Phoenix clans left the seal behind in ancient times. The only thing we can be certain of is that the seal contains an abundance of extremely pure ancestral strength. Over the years, the seal has started to loosen, and the ancestral strength has begun leaking out from within. We've personally gone to investigate the seal and verified this fact. Qing Wan continued, "According to my estimation, the seal was formed from ancestral strength, which is why this phenomenon is occurring." Yang Kai frowned. Since it is a seal, whatever that is contained inside cannot be a good thing. Who knows what kind of consequences we might face if we recklessly break the seal? Qing Wan smiled bitterly. How can the divine spirits in the ancestral land be unaware of this fact? But, as you know, divine spirits are generally arrogant due to their immense strength. Even if whatever that was sealed inside back then turned out to be something bad, chances are that it no longer exists after so many eons. Even if it still exists, there is nothing to fear with the immense strength of the divine spirits in the ancestral land. To the divine spirits in the ancestral land, releasing the seal might be risky, but the risks are insignificant compared to the benefits. There was pure ancestral strength leaking out of the seal. If they could release the seal, they could improve the current conditions of the ancestral land. It would be highly beneficial to the reproduction and survival of all divine spirits. If not for that, the Kuan clan would not have been adamant about breaking the seal. Yang Kai fell silent after hearing those words. There was no way a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him could resist under these circumstances, so he raised his head and asked what his Four Phoenix Pavilion's stance towards this matter. Qing Wan replied, "We have always disapproved of the decision to break the seal. However, based on the general trend, it doesn't matter whether we agree or disagree anymore. I will be honest with you. No less than 10 divine spirits have been lingering outside the Four Phoenix Pavilion since yesterday. Even if we wanted to send you away, we don't have the ability to do so." Yuzhua added, "Besides, the seal began loosening several thousand years ago. Even if we don't take the initiative to undo the seal ourselves, it will break on its own after several thousand more years." "I understand." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "What do I need to do?" Qing Wan said, "There's nothing that you need to do in particular. The seal was left behind by the Dragon and Phoenix clans using their bloodline power, so you only need to consume some blood essence to break the seal. In 2 days, the divine spirits in the ancestral land will come to the Four Phoenix Pavilion to discuss these matters. I will let you know once the results of the discussion are out. After that, I will bring you to the Demon Sealing Land. You should get a good rest over the next 2 days." Demon Sealing Land. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow at those words. "Is that where the seal is located?" Qing Wan nodded. The situation in the Demon Sealing Land was passed down by word of mouth since ancient times. Although the seal has been loosening, we have not detected any demon chi coming from within. We have no idea why it is called the Demon Sealing Land either. Perhaps the ominous things that were sealed inside have long turned into nothing but dust over the years. Even if there existed some sort of demon chi, the divine spirits of the ancestral land were not afraid. The strength of the divine spirits could not be defeated by something as trivial as demon chi. Over the next 2 days, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang focused on their recovery. 2 days later, Four Phoenix Pavilion opened its gates. Numerous, overwhelmingly powerful auras entered one after another, each one representing a mighty divine spirit. Inside the main hall, several dozen people slowly filled the seats. Even though the divine spirits arrived at different times, they each found a suitable seat for themselves in tacit agreement. Meanwhile, Qing Wan and the 3 other Phoenix women sat in a row of seats situated at the topmost position. Yang Kai sat upright to the left, and below them, looking down with his head lowered. Every single divine spirit that entered the room would study him with great interest. Some of them would even reveal curious expressions. Most of the divine spirits had been born and raised in the ancestral land all their lives, so the Dragon Clan was a rare sight to them. They had only ever heard of the Dragon Clan, but never seen one with their own eyes. Sitting directly opposite Yang Kai was Kuan Ao of the Kuan clan. His gaze would sweep over Yang Kai from time to time, and he did not bother to conceal his murderous intent. Likewise, the dragon vein in Yang Kai's body seemed eager to fight. The hatred that came from the depths of his bloodline was an inheritance passed down from ancient times. Even if hundreds of thousands of years had passed, this hatred would never disappear as long as their respective bloodlines continued to exist. More than half of the divine spirits in attendance were comparable to Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even if the rest were not as powerful, they were at least the equivalent of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was obvious that all of them were mature divine spirits. Mia Meng had come too. She was also part of the ancestral land, after all. The seal in the Demon Sealing Land would affect the growth of her descendants, so she had to make an appearance. Nonetheless, she did not say a word to Yang Kai. The first reason was that the situation was inappropriate. The other reason was that he had the protection of Four Phoenix Pavilion. Many divine spirits might be in attendance today, but they posed no threat to him. In just an incense stick, all the seats in the main hall had been filled. All the divine spirit clans had sent a representative to attend the meeting today. Qing Wan's beautiful eyes took in the scene in front of her for a moment before she spoke. Since everyone is here, let us begin our discussion. Kuan Ao grinned. What else needs to be discussed about the seal? We've waited for so many years, and now a dragon clan member has finally appeared in the ancestral land. Who knows how much longer we will have to wait if we let this opportunity slip through our fingers? Why don't we all express our attitude towards this matter and be done with it? The minority will obey the majority. What do you think, Qing Wan? Narrowing her eyes, she said nothing more and simply nodded lightly. Now that things had come to this, she had already mentally prepared herself for how the situation would develop. Nothing would change, no matter how much she objected to the decision. Kuan Ao laughed. Good. I'm sure you're all aware of the situation in the demon sealing land, so there's no need to say anything more. Do we maintain the seal as it is, or do we take a risk to release the seal and allow the ancestral strength to flood this land again so that our descendants never worry about reproduction issues again? Make your choice. Nobody is forcing you. The Kuan clan supports the decision to release the seal. We have also been working hard towards this goal for many years. You've witnessed our efforts for yourselves. Those who are willing to progress with us, please show your support. I agree to releasing the seal. Tao Wu, who was sitting beside Kuan Ao, grinned widely. As do I. Bayan responded immediately. I. There were a series of voices ringing out in the grand hall. Although some of the divine spirits did not express their opinions, those who agreed to break the seal had already occupied the majority. Kuan Ao nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned to look at Qing Wan. This is what the people in the ancestral land want. Qing Wan, there's no need for the Four Phoenix Pavilion to stop us again, right? Qing Wan quietly replied. Since you all believe that releasing the sea is the better choice, for Phoenix Pavilion will not say anything more. Let us proceed. Good. Kuan Ao laughed out loud. But before that, For Phoenix Pavilion has a condition. Qing Wan suddenly glared at him. Speak freely. She then pointed at Yang Kai. After the matter with the seal has been completed, I will escort him from this place. No one is allowed to harm him or stop him. She stared at Kuan Ao fixedly while speaking those words. It was obvious that her words were directed at him. There were numerous divine spirits in the ancestral land, but the only ones with an irresolvable grudge against the Dragon Clan was the Kuan clan. As long as Kuan Ao gave his word, Yang Kai would not be in any danger. After all, who else among the rest of the divine spirits would go out of their way to kill a Dragon Clan member for no reason? While it was true that the Dragon Clan had left the ancestral land a very long time ago, who could guarantee that they would not return one day? They would definitely settle all their debts upon their return. Kuan Ao nodded readily, rest assured. The only reason I dealt with him previously was for the seal. This Kuan Ao is a man of honor, and will not make trouble for a mere brat. Don't forget what you said. Qing Wan nodded faintly. Kuan Ao then stood up. It has been so long, and it's rare for all the divine spirits in the ancestral land to be so united. There's no day like today. Why don't we head to the demon sealing land now? Qing Wan glanced at Yang Kai questioningly, and Yang Kai nodded. It's fine with me. Only then did she say, let's set off then. Many divine spirits stood up, and a short while later, countless streams of light sliced through air as they sped off into the distance. Yang Kai was surrounded by Qing Wan and the three others. Along the way, Qing Wan reminded him, the foundation of the seal is built on bloodline power. If you want to break the seal, you will need to consume your own blood essence. Do your best, but don't be too greedy for achievements, or you will damage your foundation. This junior understands. Yang Kai nodded. The demon sealing land was located at the very edge of the ancestral land, and the nearer they got to it, the more Yang Kai could feel the peculiar force lingering in the world getting stronger. This power was extremely beneficial to the divine spirits. However, it was unique to the ancestral land and practically impossible to find in the outside world. Forget Yang Kai, who was a newcomer to this place. Even the divine spirits living in this place did not know much about the ancestral strength. Nevertheless, this power was undeniably related to the growth and reproduction of all the divine spirits. Even so, the margin of increase was not very large. The reason for this phenomenon was most likely that the seal had loosened, and the ancestral strength was leaking out from inside the seal. Approximately half a day later, Yang Kai saw an enormous grand array rising up from the ground in the distance, with several array nodes towering up into the clouds. Moreover, there was another grand array visible to the naked eye spread out on the ground. At this moment, countless figures were gathered around the grand array. These figures came in all shapes and sizes, and every one of them was different from the next. Some looked like beasts while others had humanoid forms. Yang Kai looked around in astonishment. The white-robed Hong, who was closest to him, explained, "The ancestral strength in the demon sealing land is more abundant. So many juniors like to cultivate here. My sisters and I used to fight many other divine spirits here over territorial issues." Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise, to which she smiled, who was not young once. Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling. In the demon sealing land below them, two young divine spirits were fighting in their true forms. It was probably, as she explained earlier, they were competing over a cultivation spot. There were many other young divine spirits in the surroundings who cheered and watched the fight, making for a lively scene. Unfortunately, this fight was bound to be cut short at this moment. The older generation of the divine spirits arrived with great fanfare, causing the younger generation of divine spirits to look up in astonishment. All juniors are to leave. Kuan Ao took the lead, waving his hand to chase off the younger generation of divine spirits without the slightest trace of politeness. All of a sudden, a large wing spread out and covered the entire sky. The violent gust of wind swept across the ground, and the younger generation of divine spirits gathered below screamed in panic. There was no saying where the wind had taken them. Many furious gazes shot toward Kuan Ao, but he simply declared resolutely, "What are you looking at?" There were Kuan clan juniors here too. This king treated them all equally. Is there a problem? You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.